Rocket
Wrong.
Screeb.
Rocket Screeb! Back in the
We're
scrub.
screaming it. Did you guys notice that I have a new car? I just unlocked this while I was
Ooh.
doing all the achievement stuff.
Beautiful. I really like the Stingray.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah. Or Manta Ray? It's a Stingray because it's got one tail, right?
No clue.
I think it's a manta ray.
Manta Ray, because it's got the horns. That's what it is.
I have no evidence to support my claim. I'm just saying it.
I think it's like the face bits.
Do you guys want to start? Do you guys want to start a 3v3 tournament in 1 minute?
Yeah, I do. Let's do it.
Yeah, manta rays are the ones with the little, like, basically like horn-like things.
Okay.
And stingrays have a tail barb.
Oh, because there's rays, but one stings and one is manta.
So you have a manta ray on you. I really like your manta ray, Colin.
Why, thank you. His name is
Piccolo?
Seiko.
Piccolo.
Seiko! Oh no!
I named him in Seiko's horny honor.
I put us in a little match to just fuck around there because we're gonna do a little tournament.
Huge.
Aaliyah.
What?
We have never made it past winning the first match in a tournament. So please don't give a single shit about the tournament. It's just fun to, do.
Yeah.
Vibes.
Yeah, we won the first match once, but that's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and then Noah had connection issues. Well, yeah, and then Noah had connection issues, like he got kicked out.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And so
it happened twice in a row. You remember that? Like at the exact same time.
Oh crap. Skirt, flex how to do work. Oh crap.
We have to
honestly,
win this
that was
tournament.
great. You blocked his clear.
We have to win this tournament or we will be barred from ever playing in the Rocket League national team.
Fuck, dude.
Not the RLNT.
Erlant.
What? Oh, I see.
Rocket League national team.
Fuck, I fucked
Yeah,
it.
I got it.
Or actually, the USRLNT. Is it gendered?
USRNT. What?
Is it like other national sports? The USMRLNT?
Well, Leah's here, so yes, it's all males. No, I'm kidding.
All boys. Oops, all fucking gross ass fucking boys.
Oops, all testicles.
Jesus Christ.
Big hairy sacks only.
Oh shit!
Oh, I almost blocked that, damn.
You almost, but then you did it!
Yeah, I had no boost. I couldn't do it.
I hate when you're a man down, like it doesn't put you at the closest point.
Yeah, that is kind of lame.
It should put you at the closest point, because sometimes you're just fucked. Like, you're just at a clear disadvantage.
Nice.
Alright, that works.
Nice gromp.
I'll take a pass-you goal.
I took him out, and then
That was a murder-suicide.
That was my specialty.
I will. And I did.
There you go, Kobe! Yeah! Oh, okay. I thought that was closer than it was. Oh, I jumped out of the way.
Damn, Colin.
On my screen, Aaliyah just like
my steez.
Hit the ball, and then it did that twitch thing, so it kind of fucked me up. Like right there, the ball twitched.
Ooh, we're joining versus Boruto 4787.
Boruto.
What a name.
Boruto. That's classic.
Crap.
Their name is Boruto with a bunch of numbers, and that's the team, bro. That's the worst team name I've ever seen.
Wow.
I don't think that's an exaggeration either. That might genuinely be the worst name I've ever seen.
What does that
It's
mean?
pretty bad.
Boruto, it's like a spin-off of Naruto, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Naruto's son.
Oh, that's who it is. Okay.
Yeah. The Boruto manga and anime ass, but the new the basically the Naruto Shippuden of Boruto just started coming out, and so far has actually been really, really good. So I don't know how to feel about it anymore.
I don't know jack shit about Naruto, so I have nothing
That's
to add
okay.
there.
Oh wait, it's named after one of the guys on the team. Did you just not put in a name?
He must not
Yeah, mine
have.
is just defaulted.
No wonder
That's
his
kind of
name is so
hilarious that it
awful.
gives you like your host's name.
No, I'm so sorry, guys. I I
Oh!
I whiffed
Almost.
very hard. That should have been
Oh, but
in.
I could have done an aerial and then I forgot how to do them. And by forgot, I mean skill issue! Oh, shit.
That's okay.
Huge.
Itch.
Oh, he did what I wanted to do.
Beautiful. Look at that. Get it down a field. Whoa.
They kicked it back down the field.
Shit.
Whiff. Welcome to Whiff Kingdom.
Whipped them. Oh, crap. We pinched.
You pinchade.
Yes. Pinche cabrón. Oh. What does that actually mean? I don't know what that actually means.
What, pinche?
What?
Yeah.
I think pinche is like shit.
I thought it was like a curse of some kind.
Yeah, it is. I'm pretty sure it's like equivalent to shit. Like, ah, shit.
Aw, shit.
I might be wrong about that, but I
Aw,
heard my
shit.
coworkers say it all the
You're just
time.
saying like a slur.
It could be a slur. I mean, my Mexican coworkers were saying it all the time. They do tend to like those.
Oh boy.
Mexican national team fans approaching.
They are upset.
Shit.
Boruto stuffed me. I got stuffed by Boruto, bro.
Man, I am displeased by that set of words that you've just put there.
Oh.
Yeah, I could understand that. I didn't even think about it. I get it. I understand.
No! Our
Damn.
steez!
Big sad.
I barely,
Big sad.
barely got in there, bro.
I'm
That's
just
how
there
I feel.
flopping around.
Oh. Okay.
Flopping around.
That's all I know how to fucking do.
Are you guys free on Thursday night?
I don't know. I might be.
I have no idea. Time isn't real.
Because that would be an ideal time for me to do chapter 3.
Gotcha. I think I might be. I have plans with a friend that we haven't nailed down a day for, so
Okay.
if she still wants to hang out, then I won't be, but... Shit.
Fuck.
Motherfucker.
I'm surprised he got to that. I didn't think they were skilled enough. No,
Oh,
you
shit.
fucker!
Come on! Come on, cheese boy! Come on!
I was going backwards. There weren't much I can do.
Sometimes it do be like that, eh? No,
Oh, beautiful.
No, it
Oh,
wasn't. It was ugly. It
It
was ugly and
It was
beat up
fucking
and
ugly.
sad.
Oh, no.
No
Oh,
way.
come on.
Oh, God. I got so close to hitting that. That
Weren't
sucks.
even there, bro. We gotta lock in. Not Coach Cheese would turn it up.
The sad thing is that we're definitely better than them. That's the sad part.
Yeah, I
It's
feel like
just
we should
finishing. You just got to be clinical in front of goal, and we aren't so far.
Both. There's no we. Both of them were me. Let's be real here.
be.
They were both my fucking.
I
I
had a
don't
shot
know.
or
I feel like
two.
we left it. Yeah.
Oh shit, that was spooky, bro. Oh.
Juked
Oh
that.
my
Yes,
God, Colby!
What the shit? Shit!
Bro,
That's what I'm talking about.
y'all
That's what
just
I'm fucking
Yas
talking
queened
about.
on them.
Holy shit, dude.
Y'all
That's insane.
straight up Yas queened on them.
Bro, I just skated on my ass after that.
That was awesome.
That's huge.
That felt sick as hell.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was a
Colby,
very
your
cool.
little off the wall juke was fucking nuts, bro.
I mean, that was beautiful,
Get
man. That
sponsored
was
by
actually
Vans,
gorgeous.
bro.
Literally.
Vans sponsor us. Can you sponsor Grebo?
Fuck, I almost
I'm
got
just sitting
there.
there in the goal. Hey guys, just hanging out in my little cave.
I forgot that we
I
weren't
guess
blue for a
Vans
second,
can't
so I was a
sponsor
little
us.
slow to that. I probably
Look
could
at
have
him
got
just
there.
hanging out. Hey.
Just hanging out. I almost got there too.
You know.
Damn, as soon as we get right back in the game, these fuckers.
Right?
That's the worst. Oh, you fucking piece of shit.
Call it! Oh no!
Oh, damn. I thought you were behind me. I didn't know you weren't behind me. I would have stayed and gone for that, but I thought you were. Damn.
Who's you?
I tried my best.
Colin.
Tragic. Tragic.
I really
Okay, we
tried
I
my
gotta
managed to
best
lock
there.
in.
perfectly not
Oh,
see
team, we
him.
gotta lock in, team.
Oh,
Oh,
my god, I would have been so hot and cool for that.
That was a very good cross, but I just misjudged and came in.
Well, no,
way
I
early.
almost like spun it into myself and scored it on my own lonesome. No way!
Oh.
I fucking blocked the shit out of that. Are you kidding me? How did that go in?
Bro.
That hit my asshole.
Crying. No, I guess it didn't.
Ugh.
Oh, almost. I was just a little late.
It's alright.
Bro, they've had fucking no mercy.
Yeah, they've been mean.
To be fair, we wouldn't either, so...
No, we
Yeah,
wouldn't.
that's true. We just wouldn't be good enough to score this much.
Okay.
Ow.
You guys kissing right in front of the ball. Not helpful.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
just got
God!
seen
Are you
Hey!
fucking
hard.
kidding me, dude?
Dude, this is humiliating.
Bro, it's that one guy
I mean, it's
that's
literally
carrying.
it's literally our first game on, so...
But it's also one fucking guy. Like, quite literally, it's this guy.
Yeah. This
Yeah,
fucking
but
guy.
the thing about being one fucking guy who's really good is your teammates literally just need to be like not brain dead, and you can do well
Honestly, these
because the
guys are
ball
brain
comes
dead.
to you.
Fuck.
They
Oh,
are
Colin!
not fully brain
I
dead.
whiffed. I whiffed.
You totally. I thought you were gonna hit it, so I swerved in a different direction, and then it just went right by.
I also thought I was gonna hit it, but that's not how it. That's not how the cookie crumbled.
Tragic. Tragic.
Wait.
It's all right. Like I said, that's oh wait, we can second chance it.
Oh, we can?
Let's do it.
Oh, huge, bro.
What, you mean like losers bracket?
Yeah, there's a losers bracket, I guess.
Let's go losers bracket.
It's a losers bracket slash
double elimination.
fucking
Fuck in. You've been eliminated.
Yeah? Pop off.
it's a losers bracket slash if you were late to the original one bracket. So like there's people who lost and people who didn't make it to the first one.
Oh wait, I just accidentally joined Colby's team again.
So this is like the Europa League after you get knocked out of the group stages.
Yeah, that's okay. I put in a bot, so there should be a bot.
Jester and Squall. Colin didn't
Oh,
make
Colin's just not in.
I'm working on it. Give me some time.
it. Give him some time. Oh, okay.
That worked out. That worked out.
I
That
got
worked
save
out.
points for that. No. Oh,
I thought you were gonna hit
sailing past it. I thought so too, man. I thought so too.
Oh, you little fucking cunt.
it. That's me, baby.
Oh shit!
Fuck.
Damn, he stunted on us.
I almost got there.
I feel like I just got shat on.
It's okay. Wow, Colin.
Yeah.
Oh,
What? How did it just stop?
what just happened?
You're
That works
welcome,
for
I
me.
guess. Bro,
Thank
wait, I
you.
need to see this. How did that just stop like that? What? Are you
just
kidding
Well,
spun
you
it.
just
me?
you
spun
just
it.
drove by it because it was spinning one way, and you spun it the other
You spun
way
it the
until
other
it just
way.
stopped.
You gave it the lightest little touch.
That's so sad.
Kick off, baby.
That was going hecka fast, brah. Oh, huge.
Ugh.
Oh no.
Oh, Arnar! Garcharn!
Jester just straight up jumped over the ball while it was on the
He did.
ground. Why did he do
did.
that, bro? What was that all
I
about?
don't know.
He's played 3D chess, dude. We can't 3D chess. He's playing normal chess, dude.
I think
we
he's
can't even begin to
3D.
comprehend. He's playing 3D chess.
I think he's set to the highest difficulty I could. So
Wait, isn't chess
I don't know
just
what
2D?
that was.
No, but I mean, have you
The,
played
the
chess?
dimensions of the strategy is, but like,
Well, like the actual playing
the-
surface is 2D.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
wait, actually, no, it is. There is like 3D chess. That is the actual. You're right.
Is it
Never
actually?
mind.
Okay. Because
3D
I
chess
felt
is
like
like the
because I feel like
funky
people say
name.
like 8D chess and stuff like that.
Well,
so
there
I was
is like 4D chess, and there's 5D chess with time dilation. Is the crazy one?
wow, I just fucking flew by that.
Yeah, he's trying to
You went
gaslight
fully
you, bro.
through that in my shit.
Oh, fuck, that was actually a good ass save, bro. Bro, dog. Nice clear,
Thank
bro,
you.
dog.
I'm quite proud of it. Sorry, I didn't. I tried to slow down in time. I missed.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Come on, baby! Give it to me!
No,
Oh,
fuck. No, are you kidding me? That was so far over the line. That didn't count as a goal, bro.
Yes!
No, are you fucking kidding me, bro? That was so over.
Wow, that was so close.
It
That
was
was
almost
so
pinch
Bro,
close.
I've
It
had
was so
goals
close.
that have been way less over than that. Like,
I believe it.
Prungle. That's so sad. I mean, I don't care. Obviously, I care a little bit. Because it hurts my ping. My ping went to like 400 for a second there.
Oh. Oh no, Garchon! Oh, Garchon!
We've gone a step
Crap.
beyond to Garkin.
Garchon!
We're at Garchon now.
Garchon from Mag.
Oh.
Don't touch it!
I didn't, bro.
Don't touch it,
I
God damn it!
stopped. I so clearly stopped.
I know!
Colby, you juked me out with your little chimwab.
Me and my chimwab go way back, brother.
Well,
Christ.
I tried.
Jester, really?
Jester's a piece of shit, dude. Jester doesn't know what to do here. Jester's never played this game before. Oh, okay.
It worked a little bit.
Damn it.
Rigid Esper.
That's us.
Our name is
Rigid-
just fish soup.
Call
French fish soup.
it- Oh no, not Jester!
No! Are you kidding me? How did I miss that?
What?
Wait, how the fuck? Holy shit!
You tell him, Jester. I whiffed so hard.
Bro.
That's
What the
that. The
shit?
timing of that was so unlucky, bro.
That was
That's rough.
funny. Scoop de la zoop.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bitch.
Rigid Esper might be the stupidest name. It's not the worst name, but it's the stupidest.
It's pretty dumb. Why
It's
haven't we
even
joined
worse than
yet, though?
Boruto, bro. And Boruto was just the dude's name.
Damn, Colin.
What just happened to you, bro?
I just fucking
I like-
flew by that shit.
We both just like went crazy mode.
No!
No.
Oh.
Wait, did I
Damn.
contact that? What happened?
Yeah, you did.
It didn't feel like it.
Yeah, a little
I
buff.
must have just
Oh,
barely nicked it.
I mean, it was enough.
Why haven't we joined yet?
It always does this. At least for me,
Didn't
it
take
does.
this long last time. Like last time took
Maybe
a bit,
it's
but not
waiting
this
for
long.
maybe it's waiting for other teams to be in the bracket as well.
Oh, maybe.
Oh,
Yeah, but we know who we're facing, so we should still be in our lobby.
Woo! Tied it up.
Gas, gas, gas.
Oh, gas, no gaslessness.
Jester, my guy. Jester, no! What are you doing, bro?
Jester, my guy. Jester's throwing, dude.
Jester
Jester's
was throwing. What the fuck was that?
Crap, I whiffed. Overtime.
Overed him.
The fact that we've reached overtime and we still haven't joined is kind of crazy.
It's crazy.
We might
Kinda
get kicked out.
crazy.
This happened before where it just wouldn't load us in and we got kicked out.
Yeah.
I hope that's not the case, because that would be sad.
That would be very sad. Sad today.
Nice, I
Be
almost shot it
annoying.
on goal. That's huge.
Trit.
No!
Nice save,
You
dude, from
scrumble.
downtown.
You scrumbly chumbo.
What? Wait, what? That went through you.
No, it went above me.
It also went through.
Oh,
me
on my screen it went through you.
Yeah,
Did it?
It did the little ball twitch thing.
Oh, dude, that sucks. I made such a crazy save.
That was I tried. Fuck you,
No,
Jester.
you're good. Oh,
This is tragic.
It sounds like I was doing a racist
Tournament
impersonation of a Native
summary!
American.
What the fuck?
I think it. Yeah,
Wait,
it's.
I think it
killed
just knocked us
It killed
out.
it, yeah.
well, that sucks. Lame.
We got scromped.
We did get scrumped. That's very unfortunate.
Well,
Scromplage.
how it goes.
Sometimes you scromp, sometimes you get scromped.
sometimes you're the scrumper, sometimes you're the scrumpy.
Scrambizzle.
That's just how the cookie crumbles.
Bow.
Cookie,
Bow.
cookie.
Cookie. C is for cookie.
Screaming Homer, Stank Dickerson, and Hyperwolf.
Stank Dickerson is
So,
pretty top
that's
tier.
an act. I thought you just came up with the Stank Dickerson, but it's someone's actual
No.
name. Because I wasn't loaded in yet. That's fucking amazing.
That's awesome. I really like that name. I think it slaps.
Screaming Homer is also fucking nuts. Oh,
Fuck.
you little
Dude.
cum
I
stain.
We were
tried to knock
all
him out of the
over
way.
that.
Is this cash?
Oh,
it's not
shit!
cash.
No, it's
We
not.
rank.
It's rank.
Fergalicious Rankinition.
I got.
He go. Oh, shit.
Oh no, dude! I was gonna get it, but he knocked me out of the way.
Oh
No!
What? I
Dog,
just
if-
flipped the wrong way.
Yeah, you gotta
If I
move
flipped
backwards.
I would have got it. I tried. It's so hard when you're moving forward.
Did you
So,
see me
like,
flying across the
flip
map?
backwards. Fuck.
Yeah,
That's so fair.
that's tricky.
Dude, yeah, we
Oh,
were
man.
trying.
I would have got there, but that fucking guy like just totally just moved me out of the way, so that was kind of unlucky.
Oh my god! Thank you, Colin.
I don't know how that happened.
I don't know either.
Because I got there.
I was also there, but I mean, it went straight over me.
It like felt like it went straight through me.
Oh, watch
you
it.
little scrumble
Nice save,
bog.
Colbs.
We gotta watch out for that guy. He seems like kind of a scrungle bogger.
For sure. His nuts are folded over many a time.
Oh. Is that what a Skronglebogger means to you?
Oh, hey
I've
guys, I'm playing
decided.
for them now. I decided. Hey guys, I'm playing for them now. Hey guys.
That's
Fuck.
all right.
Oh my god.
Oh, that didn't quite have the
How
effect
the
I
fuck
hoped it would.
intended? You know, next time I'm gonna say that instead. Didn't have the intended effect.
Honestly, yeah, great.
Come
Nice.
Great.
on!
Grassy,
No!
grassy.
Almost, bro.
Grassy, grassy,
Almost.
grassy, grassy. Oh shit.
Huge.
Screaming Homer.
What kind of butt fucking insane name is Screaming Homer, bro?
Up.
No
We're getting shit
way.
on.
Oh, that's so
Bruh.
frustrating.
Wow.
This is very sad.
This is a
That's
unfortunate.
wow. He was just perfectly there.
Alright, we still got time, though. We still got time.
Oh, for sure.
Shit. Man, he was there.
I'll fucking bounce off him. I apologize, gang.
Oh, you're fine, bro.
Sorry, Garchon.
It's
Sliding
like,
in.
yeah, I kind of came in hot.
You always be coming in hot, baby. Oh, fuck.
Ah, what? He did a little pungus job.
Not the pungus job. Oldest trick in the book.
Indeed.
Oh, shit! It went right over me, dude. What the fuck?
Oh.
Oh,
Dude, they were all on that. That was so close to bad.
fucking me, that little cunt.
Yes!
Oof.
Yes!
Fuck, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ouch. My butt.
Okay, alright, this is not what I wanted.
Alright, I'm coming from downtown, baby.
I've created my own monster.
Oh. Nice, Colby. What the fuck?
Bro, pulled
Doing
that
little
out of
flips.
nowhere.
Doing little flips. Man, we're doing such good defense. We need to, like, do something on offense.
It's hard to do, like, more, like, when you're having to commit so much.
Yeah, we're kind
Yeah.
of really on the back foot right now. Come on! Oh.
Ouch, dude. Hyperwolf is coming at me for no reason.
Yeah, they're losing 2-0. They're winning 2-0, and the game's almost over, and they're still choosing to kill you, bro. That's fucked
Yeah, that's
up.
crazy.
That's just
That's
disrespectful.
crazy.
That's straight up disrespectful.
Oh my gosh.
Fuckers.
Damn it, dude. Man,
Damn.
we did good holding them off at the end.
Yeah. They were definitely just better than us, though.
Yeah, we did well though, I thought. Like decent.
No, we definitely did play well.
Honestly, I think
It's
the
just,
Hyperwolf guy was better than anybody, because the other guys weren't even going for aerials. It was literally just him.
Yeah.
that's true.
I got the bench warmer and the guardian angel.
Hell yeah.
What a combo.
If you guys score a goal on your back, you get an achievement.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh right, that's the one you were
Nice
talking
old
about.
turtle goal.
Yeah. Although,
That's called
no,
a turtle.
now that I say it, now I talk about it, you might have to have the bubbles like trail equipped, the boost trail.
Interesting.
Is it because it's actually like supposed to be like a turtle?
Yeah.
No, it's just called. That's just what the community named it, like that move.
Well, that makes sense, but I'm wondering why the bubbles would be relevant to an achievement like that.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
it's
that's
called like
true.
something up Mr. Bubbles or something is the achievement. It's a weird name. I forgot. Me forgetty.
I forgore. He forgore. Forgetty spaghetti. I like this map.
As do
Damn
I.
it.
I like that there's a heckin' big manta ray.
Ooh.
There is?
Manta Rainicus.
It was just swimming around.
Huh.
Manta Slay.
Swimming my way downtown. Driving fast. I am a drunk.
Doobity doobity doo.
This man is 13 beers in. Get him some keys. Let him drive on the highway. Ba-na-na-na-na-na.
Whoa! On the highway.
My favorite like meme thing right now is like people who are so obviously wasted and then people commenting like get this man some keys.
Oh god.
Yeah, that was an old bit of Derek's, and then
That was an
it's
old bit of
getting
Derek's,
popular
yeah.
again,
Yeah,
which makes it really funny.
it's so great. Like that guy that couldn't even walk straight. All the comments were just get this man some car keys.
Oh my god. Yeah, he always called it like your constitutional right to booze and cruise. Constitutional right to booze and cruise.
Booze cruising
Exactly.
boys.
Also, I'm sexy.
Whoa there, sexy! Holy shit! Good job.
I just realized that this guy's name is Skittles the King. That sounds like something a fucking like serial killer would name themselves.
Skittles King.
I'm Skittles the King. You bow to me. Well, I cut off your head.
Sounds like a One Piece character.
Chubsters and Superstarch.
Wow.
It is
Yeah!
superb starch, so that's a little funny.
Come on, people.
Oh, you
Almost.
fucking bastard, Skittles the King. I'm gonna call the FBI on you, bro. You got kids in your
Dude,
basement.
swat his ass. Dude, swat his ass.
I know he has kids in his basement. Please don't actually harass him. That was not an endorsement of illegal activity. Just for you. It has to be said for the tube. Fuck!
Oh, so close.
I'm
That
so
was so
sorry.
close.
I just couldn't get
No, I
there
was there
quite in
too.
time.
Yeah. That was just a tough scene. That was a good effort.
Yeah, it's alright.
That hit all three of us in 2
That
seconds.
did. Good job, team.
Pretty sick.
Team ball touch.
Team touchy touchy ball.
Team touching balls.
Ooh.
Oh, I whiffed. I'm so sorry. It just hit
Oh,
the
I
wrong
thought that was
side
your
of my
reaction
nose.
to touching balls.
What?
I thought that was your reaction to the team touching balls.
No. No, I wouldn't apologize for that.
What? Why would you? No, you just the sound you made before it, Colin. The
Oh. I didn't realize I made a sound.
Oh.
I probably did, but then I forgot.
Gaslighting himself.
No,
You're
come on.
You're just gonna let Colby gaslight you like that, bro?
Yeah, probably.
Oh shit.
And that's probably the best course of action, right? Colby knows what he's talking about.
I mean, Colby's always right.
Colby's
Colby
always
is always
fucking right, dude. God damn it, Colby.
I am not always right, though. I keep whiffing these fucking balls that are easy, bruh.
Okay, all right, team. We gotta.
This is very bro.
Hey, mine
moment
was
of us.
intentional. Mine juked him out.
No! Oh,
He just
We were
sauced
so
you
close.
with like a tiny little whippy dip.
he did. Got absolutely ripped and schlipped. Come Come on, we just gotta get one. Oh wait, no, we're ahead.
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, okay, fuck.
Everybody
I was
drop
thinking,
back!
we have been playing like my goddamn life depends on it. Let it touch.
I mean, you should play like your life goddamn depends on it always, just because it makes you play better.
Yeah, and also
Holy
it's the
shit,
spawner
they're
that
keeping it up.
way! Oh my
Oh my god.
god!
That was the, I was.
Oh my
Don't
god,
worry, we're
my
set, bro. We're
guys!
set, bro.
I am so stressed. Like, I think I'm gonna have a heart attack.
Mood.
I think I'm about to pause.
Sorry, I'm opening something. Give me a new banner. I don't want to be a pink bunny anymore. Oh, it's a new banner. It's still like pink.
Soda.
Minnesota.
That clip is that clip will never not be funny.
Soda.
Soda, and then all the
Dude, the
clapping
crowd
and the
going
cheering.
wild.
It's so great. It's so fucking great, dude.
This is American politics. Kermit the Frog here.
Come.
Do not ever desecrate Kermit the Frog's fucking name like that again. Oh my god.
Kermit be fucking, okay?
Yo!
Kermit,
Yo!
you fucking bad bitches.
Kermit. Yo. Are we playing again?
I ain't
or
wrong.
Are we? What are we doing?
Oh, yes,
Kermit
we
the
are. Sorry,
Frog
I was.
has
Since you were
3
looking at stuff, I was
weed-smoking
just looking at my
girlfriends.
car. Weed smoking girlfriends.
You guys know that
Porkin'
meme, right?
and Porkin'.
Classic
not.
weed smoking.
Wait, you
I
don't?
think you have seen it before. I feel like you have to have seen it before.
It's
I don't know
it's
if I
so
have.
funny. Every
I know
time
a
it
lot of
comes up, I
Kermit the
read it
Frog
because it's just so
content.
great.
No, it's not Kermit. We're putting a different meme into the Kermit meme.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, then I've not heard of it.
That dragon celebration is kind of sick, actually.
Don't let the dragon drag on,
Dragging these
man.
nuts.
Don't let the dragon drag on.
Dragging these nuts across your face. Also, I'm
Colby, are
sorry
you punching something?
What?
What was that noise?
That was me moving the chair that I put my feet on. I moved it on accident when I kicked
Was
it
it
when I
three
was trying to
decisive
score.
thumps?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
I was
gang,
like,
if you.
because if it wasn't, I gotta go check on something.
Yeah, don't worry. It was me moving shit.
Why are you moving shit? That has nothing to do with your chair.
Yeah, it does. It's what I put my feet in. It's nice and warm and cozy.
Yo,
And soft.
okay, I'm done. I'm done with the bit. The bit's over. Bit's over. Nope. Oh my god.
Wow. Can't handle it.
Alright, it's time for my apology. I'm sorry if you hear my nose blowing and my sniffling. It is because I have a cold. Also, what the fuck just happened?
We got cummed on and I missed the ball really bad. I whiffed heavy.
You did. I did too, though.
We got a
What
team of whiffers up in here.
Whippersnappers.
Whippersnappers.
Yeah, good job. Colby and I synced up. It's that time.
I could have scored if I had any boost. No, I don't have any boost.
Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my god!
I even killed him.
Okay, we gotta be more strategic here. We gotta change something here.
Yeah, what happened here, man? I just
Dude.
I couldn't get any boost, so that was my
Yeah,
issue.
I wasn't able to get there at all.
Damn.
Well, just because of how I had used my boost. Not that I couldn't have planned my boost use better.
Oh fuck, that's not good. Huge. Nice. Nice. That was super not productive.
I'm flopping all around town. I literally cannot get off my ass, dude. Damn, all three of us. Oh.
Oh,
Nice.
by the way, would be me and Emma, or Emma and I guess.
Some might say.
We already made it to Sozin's Comet, so like we just
Oh,
have
whoa.
the
Damn, y'all
Sozin's.
blast to season 3.
Yeah,
Holy
we
shit.
watched like 9 episodes today, bro. She got really
That's sick.
hooked, like by the Earth Kingdom saga. She was pretty hooked.
Mm-hmm.
It's because it's good shit.
It
It's
is
because of
very
quality
good shit.
content. She has good taste.
She does have good taste.
Aw. Love you, Shmema.
Don't call her Mama, please, because that's you're really close to what I call Gregory, who is Schmegmarie, but it's because of Schmegma. So
Well, that was your
Schmidt.
choice.
yeah, but
Fuck.
the Emma's sounding name wasn't my choice.
Well, no.
Damn it, dude. We were almost.
Fuck.
Shmemanem. Shmeemer.
I'm Schmeg.
Shmeemer?
Schmeg Shady.
Can we call her
The fucking
Shmeemer?
Shmeemer.
Can we call her Shmeemer? Hey,
Shmeemer
Emma,
Beamer.
let me know down below if we can call you Shmeemer.
I don't think she'll like that one.
It's loving. It's with love in my heart.
That
I
guy just
swear.
came into my goal and killed me for no reason. What the
He
fuck was
totally
that
did.
all about, bro?
That was just mean.
Yeah. he
Bro,
was just
they're
trying
up
to
2-0.
throw
He
himself a
didn't have to
goal.
do that. It's not like I was camping the goal. I just went there for a second. Bro! This guy is a
these guys are
cunt.
fun. They suck.
Dude, yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, we have to beat them, bro.
We do. Come on.
Was that the
Spite.
same guy? I wasn't paying attention. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that was the same guy.
What dude killed you? Oh, what dude killed you? The dude that killed you is what I meant to say. What dude killed you? You're fine. You didn't die. It's all on your head, bro.
Huge. Huge.
Trying to sit on my head, bro. What the fuck?
Bro, that fucking guy tried to kill me again.
A gander.
Yeah,
I
they're
think it
pretty
was
constantly
what,
like
goat.
trying to get us dead.
Damn it.
Yeah, these guys are
It's really
fucking
annoying.
cunts. And well, they're winning, so they just straight up don't have to.
That's what being a cunt is.
Fuck.
Damn it, what a shit show. Holy fuck, dude. Everybody was just fucking on each other and licking and sucking and shit.
Oh.
What the fuck was that?
That was a bit more graphic than was necessary.
That's what I felt like was going on, dude.
Yeah, bro, this needs a rated R fucking
Hell yeah.
Gmon.
That's what I'm
Let's
talking
go.
about. That's what I'm fucking talking about.
That's huge. Alright, prepare for double death and destruction.
Holy shit. Woo! I actually did
Nice.
something with
That was
skill and
slotted
pizzazz.
in. That was
Thanks.
very swag of you.
No, it was very
Thank you.
nice.
I'm the only one with no goal contributions, man.
It's alright, King.
What?
Shit, I missed.
What?
I'm so
I
sorry.
just
Shit,
went
shit, shit,
through
shit,
you
shit, shit,
on
shit.
my screen. Come on! Come on!
Shit!
No, you made it. You're good. That's what I'm
You-
talking
I'm gonna
about.
I almost fucked it up! I almost fucked it up!
Don't even worry about it.
We had a little triple pizzazz sesh.
Look at that.
Huge, dude. And both of their goals were shit.
Yeah, true. Both
So
of us were like, we left it empty.
So they can fuck their
Oh.
themselves.
They can fuck themselves.
Yeah.
They can fuck themselves.
Yeah, true.
They can fuck themselves.
Sorry.
You're all good.
Oh, sorry. Nice.
Cunt.
Dude, slay!
Ooh, they totally
Hot
deserve
Spot
that,
part
bro.
2. Oh my gosh! Ah!
You did it. You scored 2 goals, brother.
Holy shit! This is the second time I've been to MVP. Let's go! Oh
Freaking
Hey,
amazing.
I got a crate.
my gosh, I just got promoted to gold. Oh my gosh!
Bro,
Oh my gosh, guys!
hell yeah.
Oh my
That's
gosh, guys! Oh my
fucking
gosh!
huge, bro.
Oh my gosh! Thank you, thank you.
Don't I? Oh, that's kind of neat. I'm not gonna use it ever, but it's kind of neat.
Ain't that just the way?
Sometimes that's all you need.
What are we? Oh, we're
Fucking
searching.
hell.
Just taking a bit. The sands of time are blowing through the valley.
That.
My big balls made the Grand Canyon.
Oh, great. We. What a bar, bro.
Glad we've got some balance here.
I'm glad that one of the guys we're playing against is a platinum tournament winner. That bodes well for us, doesn't it?
What season?
Season 10.
All right, that works.
Sorry, I stole that from you, Aaliyah, but
No, that's okay. I think you have better momentum. I don't think it would have gotten all the way if I would have done it.
they were moving following you, and I was like, cool, I'll just take an opposite shot.
That works. I just got snaked, dude.
You
That's
did.
awesome.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what happened.
Also, that was a really nice shot of me. I'm proud of that shot.
That was beautiful.
Also proud of you, champ. I was fat.
Good job, King. Oh, nobody went for it.
I needed my boosty.
Bustier.
I did
No
not
way did
expect
we
him to
fucking
choke
all-
that.
He missed that,
Aw.
and then so we missed it, and that was pretty gas.
I'm here. I'm not. Does this name Booger After?
Booger farter.
Farter, which is worse.
It's just objectively worse.
I do not feel safe in my own home.
Oh boy.
I say
Ain't
that,
that-
but I'm literally living by myself right now. So
I was about to say, you do live alone, correct?
I mean, I don't. This isn't a permanent residence though, so I don't think that really counts.
Crap. Almost.
No, honestly, pretty good.
Well, I stopped it from moving back downfield, but if I would have hit it at the right angle, it would have gone in. Like,
Did you guys
because
like
I was
that
up.
Yeah.
aerial?
Oh my gosh,
Nice.
stunning.
Good
Stunning.
fucking shit, brother.
That was just beautiful. I mean,
I juked all the asses.
everybody gave each other a big kiss. That was beautiful, guys. I love big
Oh.
on the communal love today.
I choked.
Oh shit.
Everyone gave each other a big, fat blowjob.
Are you serious?
Fuck!
That's what had to
That's what you
happen.
get. That's what we get for Colby saying that shit.
Watch this, bro. Watch this. Are you serious?
Oh my
That's
god, no
fucked
way.
Up. That's fucked
actually
up.
fucked. You just got used.
It's a war crime.
I was used and abused. Abused. Abused.
A bruised.
I was also abused.
Crap.
Thank you, Colby,
AIDS,
because
booger,
I
booger
misjudged
AIDS.
because I thought he was going to hit it again.
Nice.
Little cum stain McGee's.
Yum. Oh shit.
That had some fucking girth on it, bro.
Shit. Damn it.
Bro, I wish
Oh,
the
okay,
ball
How
that
did I
would
get a shot on goal?
I wish the ball wouldn't
don't
like
know.
twitch around so much, because I half the time I can't tell what the fuck is happening.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh fuck!
Ah,
I did a panic roll instead of jumping up twice.
that's okay.
I panicked.
Almost. We almost got to that, man. That's so sad.
Was that just a D8? What was the point of that?
Yeah.
It
Haha,
feels
look, I'm a
lame.
nerd. It's not like you couldn't tell because I play fucking Rocket League.
Yes, let's
Nice.
Wow,
go!
Colin! Oh my god, that was you threaded that fucking schneedle. He just cheesed on these
I didn't have
hoes.
any boost either.
You just
That was
cheesed
hot.
on the hose.
I saw this momentum.
was
I was
hot.
like, I have a chance to just fucking destroy this guy's ankles.
I mean, you absolutely did.
And he did.
I'm happy that that was purposeful.
I like how
Yeah, that
every
was
time
beautiful.
both of you go immediately side by side on that specific start pattern and just don't relinquish it.
That's because me. That's why.
It's just funny and
I'm an
cute.
egoist.
We going together!
Egoista.
Valhalla! Valhalla! Oh, fuck.
Isagiyoichi.
Oh, whoa!
Ah, if that had a little more.
That was a good
yummus
angle,
on
though.
it.
Yeah. Yemis is
Oh,
the premise.
almost.
Oh, wow, I blew past it.
Oh, he read me. I was trying to sauce his cross, but
Cross that sauce, crust his nuts, and the like.
oh, no.
Sorry if you're going for that boost, Colin.
I totally was, but that's all right. Fuck. Fuck, almost.
Oh, come on, bro!
Are you kidding me? That's so sad.
I was like, it's okay, I got it! It's okay, I got it! I did not.
You were close.
Yeah. But no
Uh-oh.
Siggy, baby.
Somebody.
Anybody?
Thank you.
Anybody? Anybody?
Yeah, I'm not getting to that. He got
Oh.
to it first anyway, so I don't even feel bad.
Garchon, we need you!
Yes,
He
Garchin.
tried to fucking juke my
Garchin!
ass.
Garkin the Sean,
Garchan.
bro. Oh,
Garchan.
Garchan. Tune into my Garchan.
No.
Garchan does everything for less.
What?
Is that-
Who is that?
The Pep Boys jingle.
The Who Boys?
Pep Boys. Pep Boys.
The Peppy Pep.
I've never heard that in my
Peppy
life.
Peps. I think they're like an auto shop or like
Yeah,
an
they are.
auto.
They are.
That makes sense.
What? That didn't hit the ground?
That's crazy. Oh fuck. Keep it up, babies.
He ruined that for himself. I don't know why he
He
didn't just let
did.
you hit that.
Woo! Good job. Daily dub.
Huge.
That's the daily dub. Oh, their ping was to shit.
Their ping was excellent. I don't know what you're talking
Their
about.
ping was so bad.
I don't think
Their
it was
ping
like
was
that
so
during the
good.
game,
What are you
though, 'cause
talking
shit would
about?
have been a little funkier.
We got K-Dog, Adolf's missing nut, and Baljit Abdul.
Bro, how do you load it that fast?
We got Baljit.
All
Dude,
Adolf's
this is what a
missing
star. Adolf's missing nut and Baljit from fucking Phineas and Ferb.
Baljit Abdu Payesh. Pajesh, not
Amazing.
Payesh. That's fucking excellent, dude. Adolf's missing nut
K-Dog
is-
sucks, but the other two are great.
Adolf's missing nut is one of the craziest names I've seen.
I insulted
Oh, yeah.
K-Dog's name and he fucking killed me within seconds.
Bro, I barely got to that.
Oh no, bro!
Oh no, bro.
It's already in motion. We'll put it out of motion. Oh shit.
I heard that in Rigby's
Oh,
voice,
shit.
even though you literally said it with your voice. Fuck.
It's okay, I got it.
Action.
Oh,
Okay.
Colin!
I was just there. I was trying to move,
How
but I
dare
kept
you?
getting.
How dare you? Just
I
exist
kept getting.
in space.
I kept getting scrumpled.
Oh, Scrumple Stiltskin.
Oh shit!
Are you
I
fucking
totally-
kidding me?
Insane! That was all the way across the court. Guys, I fucked that. I fucked
That's
that.
okay.
That was...
I totally thought that was not going in. I was like, oh, that's
my
way right.
God.
And then
That
it
is
wasn't. I could have
the
stopped that,
longest
but I didn't think
shot
it was
I've ever
going in at all.
seen. Well, next time, just
Damn.
stop it.
No, I refuse. Your contract is unfair and treats me like a second-tier citizen.
Well, you are.
Why did you read it like a robot? Your contract is unfair and treats me like a second-class citizen. Oh, shit.
Fucking balls. Fucking balls.
Oh, Colby. Whoa.
That's
Hey there,
my
bud.
hobby.
Fuck, I
Grabbing,
missed my own
sucking, and
ball.
licking. This is my hobby.
It sounds like a Chris Hansen, like, fucking chat read.
It does. It does. God, don't frame it like that, man. Oh, shit! It's that dude from Bug's Life.
It's that guy from Bug's Life.
What's bracket, bro? How you living? Oh! Dude, Ball G can play some Rocket League, bro. I can't believe...
These guys are all...
Phineas
K-Dog's
and
kind of a
Forb.
fucking... K-Dog's a bruiser bitch cunt who has no skill, but the other two are pretty good. I'm only saying that with a little bit of bias because he killed me within 10 seconds.
Oh my god, that could have been a goal. I'm so sorry, guys. I
Oh,
fucked
that's
that
okay.
so hard. That was such a whiff.
Alright, brother. It's alright, brother.
You can fuck it harder, I bet.
Yeah, definitely true. I've seen it.
So don't even sweat it.
Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, bro, you aren't even.
The fact that you were the one who got there first.
Balji just
Oh,
left.
beautiful!
Let's
wow!
go!
Amazing, Colin.
Balji wasn't stopping that shit anyway. I need to watch this back. I'm proud
That
of
was
that aerial.
beautiful. Woo!
Balji
proud as fuck
was
of
the
that
guy
area.
who was in goal,
That was
actually, so that
gorgeous.
kind of sucks for them, but
Oh,
that's
really?
hilarious.
Oh, that does suck.
Well, the Adolf got there in time that he should have been able to stop it,
Do
so it
not
still was like
shorthand
a
refer to
good
him as
goal.
Adolf. Do not do
Why?
that.
But that's
It's
It's a
better.
regular name.
That's funnier.
Single nut
Adolf got there
fucking
in
got there
time.
in time.
Testy
Also,
Twister.
there's been other people named Adolf than the H-Man.
That's fair, but cursed.
Well, it's cursed because we clearly are referring to that guy because it's, you know, the context of the nut. I'd rather just refer to the name instead of the nut. I don't want to know what Adolf named his nuts.
Well, I don't think he did. You know, not everybody does that. You're special.
Yeah, but what else am I supposed to refer to it as?
That guy was
Single
nuts.
nut?
He
Little
probably
guy?
did.
Beautiful. Named his balls?
Would that surprise you?
It would not, but it would also not surprise me to know that he didn't. I feel like it would not surprise me to know that anybody did or did not name their balls.
I wonder what happened to Balji. I was enjoying the competition of this game,
Oh, did he dip?
and now it's like, well, he left. I don't know if he
Oh.
got disconnected or what, but yeah, he's not in the match.
Yeah, this was competitive, and now it's not as much. We can still get shit on, though! Don't forget! Don't forget!
Adolf
Don't
was about
worry.
to find his nut.
I
man.
had it covered if he didn't fake me out, but if he did, you got it, so it's chilling.
Did you like
Oh,
that tea,
beautiful.
baby? Did you like that
Wow!
shit?
That was a great
gorgeous.
pass.
That was a good job, boys. Bink! Look at that! Little backflip action in there, too.
Amazing.
That was very wet and swag of us.
My swag follicles are secreting.
Don't say those words, man. Don't let those sounds
Why?
come out of your mouth.
You can say wet swag, but I can't talk about the thing that even makes wet swag in the first place.
Yeah. That's
Sometimes we
correct.
don't have to origin story everything.
Don't Protestantism my fucking shit.
I don't know enough about history to understand what you're saying.
That made no sense.
I
to
guess
me either,
Puritanism is what I meant to say, actually.
Dude, Colin, you are, like, absolutely goated right now.
but-
Amazing.
Why are you
Yeah,
seizing so hard
I
on
meant
these
to say
souls?
Puritanism, not
Oh,
Protestantism.
that makes more sense.
Grebo.
All right, one more, and I gotta hop.
Damn. You hate to hear it.
Hey, the recording just hit an hour.
Look at that!
That's huge.
Wow.
Huge. Huge Ackman.
Yes.
Yes,
Necessary
yes.
Clementine.
Slide to the left.
Magic. Golfer and Call Me Blade. Wow. Virgins.
Call me Blade with a K.
Yay!
That's terrible. And his thing is YOLO. This guy's a bot, bro.
This guy's a bot. This guy's. Oh, fuck. Alright.
Damn.
Golfer.
Well, I left that open, but.
I don't hate Golfer. It's terrible,
Eh.
but it's not as bad as the others.
I didn't know it was gonna
That's
have
true.
immediate consequences.
Call Me Blade is awful.
It's okay.
And YOLO is even worse. Like the
Yeah, the
fact that
fact that
his
his
thing
clan
is
is
YOLO.
YOLO, disgusting.
Oh, beautiful! Yo! That was gorgeous!
Right.
They deserve
back.
that for their names.
That was some good kickoff punishment.
That's for your fucking names, dude.
Dude, that was beautiful.
Wow, tards is what he said.
Oh
That's
my
what
gosh.
Golfer said. Okay, we need to crush this guy
Oh.
now. He's
Yeah,
trying to get
fucking
saucy in
Jesus
here.
Christ.
I can't figure out if he's talking to his teammates or to us.
Either
talking to
way,
his teammates.
fucking asshole.
For sure, talking to his teammates, because they're in a party and he's not.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry, I just made
You
you
just
do a windmill
bullied me,
rotation,
bro.
caller.
He's calling everybody else tards, but he just missed a free ball, bro. Like he totally whiffed.
Oh boy.
Oh, I was waiting for you to hit it, Garkin.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that there was a
Oh.
plan there.
I was going backwards because I didn't know you had the ball. All I could see was the ball was going backwards, so you were covered up by the ball, so I didn't know.
No, are you serious?
Oh my
Are
God!
you serious?
Go! Go! Get
No, it hit me. That's so sad.
Oh my God! What the shit?
Bro, why do I have packet loss every time I play this game? My ping is 50. What the fuck? Oh.
Oh wait, that's not our side. Hey guys!
No, you gave me a little spook. I was like, am I... You almost, like, gaslighted me into thinking that the goals were the other way around, bro.
Dude, I gaslit myself. I was like, alright, they're letting me just take this away. Let's go, team.
That's so funny. Obviously, they're just letting me do what I want, clearly.
Yeah. This makes sense to me. This logic follows. This tracks. And then you guys were both sitting there, and I was like, I seem to have made an error.
Oh, I don't know how I missed that. I'm gonna be so honest
Oh
with you.
boy. Wow, we got lucky there.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't know why they were not ready for that.
Oh my gosh. Oh, he got me back. I guess that's fair. Well,
I just got killed by a guy with YOLO in his fucking clan name.
that's disrespectful.
It's funny because you prove him wrong immediately after that.
That's true. Good point.
Oh shit!
What?
That squeaked in there.
I need
Bro,
to
why am I
watch
having
that.
packet loss? My ping is consistently at 40, but I have packet loss.
Oh, weird. I don't know what packet loss is.
Packet loss is basically like I think that the main gist of it is that you're able to download stuff, but the speed at which you're able to like put it, like write it or whatever, is slower than how you're able to download it. I think it could also be the other way around, but I'm not entirely sure.
Let's go!
Nice.
Did you see that he told his teammate, you have 28 points?
Yes.
And now he has 40, so
This guy is salty, bro.
I have 42.
I love that this guy is salty.
Yeah, it
pretty
makes
great.
it nicer to be competing here.
Magic idol.
That's cool. I don't care.
Yeah, we don't care. I want to rip your asshole apart. Okay, wow. That sounded
His
different.
teeth! He's gonna do it with his teeth!
With rope.
Oh, oh! Sorry, I just actually choked on something there. I don't know.
I choked
Half
on.
the time
I choked on
Also,
our
magic
perceived
is not
success.
idle. Holy is not idle, so I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Was that an insult? Was he insulting him by saying he's
That's
idle?
what I'm thinking, man.
He's just
That's
being
kind of
an
hilarious.
asshole.
I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the funnier insults I've
Calling
ever
someone
heard.
idle. That is kind of funny. That's kind of a bar.
Like cunty, but a bar. He doesn't have the
But
riz
not
to pull it
cunty in a
off.
right way, no. Like, I wouldn't even call it cunty. I feel like that's even, like, a misuse.
I don't know. I use cunt
I feel
pretty.
like it's prickish. I feel like, you know, like
meanly.
cunty is a specific thing, though. You know?
I use cunt as a general. You're a terrible, terrible,
I would say that
terrible person.
for me,
and
cunty
doesn't
and
take a
prickish
lot to
are
redeem you in my eyes.
interchangeable.
I feel
Serving
like prickish is
cunt
for
is
this
way
guy.
different than being cunty.
No, but cunty is the same, like, way. It's the same.
What? How did that not touch me?
Oh,
What do you-
shit.
what?
It's like stemming from the same way. Like, calling something cunty is like in the way that something is serving cunt. It's cunty.
I used cunty before serving cunt was a phrase.
Yeah, but cunty has been a phrase.
What the fuck does serving cunt
being
mean?
cunty is like being a cunt.
No, but cunty's different. Cunty is different than being a cunt.
Really?
Yes.
I don't. Not that I think you're wrong. I just disagree because I've never experienced it used in any way other than calling someone a very bad person.
I have to
Well,
say
cunt- like,
I'm with
cunty-
Colby on this one.
Cunty in like the queer way. Like when people use it, it does not mean like someone being like cunty is
Uh-oh.
not.
Well, sure, yeah, but that's contextual. Like I would probably use it in that way in that context, but like
What context?
I don't know, like in a conversation talking about gay cunty. I don't know.
What is the? What are we
But,
talking?
like,
What does
I
this
call
mean?
people cunty all the time. Like people are cunts. They're being cunty.
What is
If you're a
this
cunt,
mean?
you act cunty. Like
Wait,
that's,
okay.
that's how it is.
Theoretically, yes, but the term I feel like the word cunty is different.
Guys,
Now,
the only
I
word I'm
disagree,
familiar
though.
with is the
Like,
word
you
cunt.
can,
Please explain
but
to me. Please explain to me the other things you said.
Serving cunt.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
It's so it's sort of like yassified. It's like you know
What?
like cute and camp and
Do you know what?
cunty.
Do you know what being yassified is?
No.
We can't explain it right now. If you have to
This
go
is
to
gonna
bed,
be
we
a
can't
lot.
explain it right now.
I don't have
Yeah,
to go
this
to
is-
bed. I can
if
hang
you-
out for a few minutes. Please explain this. I need
I
to
feel
know.
like I don't know if I'm equipped enough to explain queer culture, but
So
Like-
I can explain it
like
without having to rely
yassified
on
is
queer cultures.
like a gay well, I mean, but it's inherently rooted in queer culture, so I don't know.
No, it totally
how
is,
you could
but I
explain it
can
without.
like I can. I feel like if I try to explain it in gay culture specifically, I would end up talking about trying to talk through the roots of it. But I feel like I can explain the way I would
Oh,
use it.
just
to
go
give
for it, and then
context.
I will jump in if I feel like you're totally off base.
Like, so
What the fuck am I getting myself into, dude?
I don't know what he's gonna come out with if he's not gonna root it in queer culture. I have no idea what you're gonna say. So go for it, Colbs.
Oh, dear.
well, so the basic idea I have of something being yassified is something that is going a little against whatever the expected like form of presentation of like that gender or that like position, because like
Well,
you
typically
can
it's like
yassify a
feminized.
job or you can,
But it's like
yes,
it's like feminized, but in a queer way.
yes, but that's why I'm saying
How can
more
it be
against the
feminized in a
like
queer way?
that. What I'm saying is that like I think it's more when I'm not using like the queer section of it, right? Like I'm trying to not use that as the base, just to make it a little like less wordy to say, like easier for him to understand, because his queer culture grasp
You don't
is
have to
low,
describe the
and
way
I
that you're
know that.
tackling this. Just keep tackling it.
Like basically, like if something gets yassified, it's going to be presenting in a way that's like not normal to either that job or that gender or whatever, and it's typically taking on things that are like feminine is like really the more like the way it is. It's typically like a more like feminized version of it, but it's not just like make like a feminine thing. It's to an extreme that's a bit more like bright and like what's the fucking right word for this? It's like bright and I know this word and I can't think of it right now. But it's not just like, wearing it's not just like wearing a dress.
So
It's like
over
wearing
exaggerated.
heel boots
I just looked up the Urban Dictionary definition, and there's a really funny example. So in Shrek when he turns into a person,
Yeah.
and like when Donkey turns into a sexy horse.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying that's sort of like their yassification, like they've been yassified. Like they went from like kind of like ugly bummy to like kind of cunty, like kind of vibes. You know what I mean?
like drastic change in hot.
I refuse
Like,
to accept cunty in that way. That is not
I
ever going to
still
become
don't
part
agree
of my...
with cunty.
You
That
can't disagree with it, Colby, because it's the way that it's used.
I can
say that
disagree
you
with it
personally
because
will
I've
not
used
use it that
cunty.
way. You
Well,
can
I
say
can
that you won't
disagree
use
with
it
it.
that way, but you can't
Yeah.
disagree that that's how the term's used broadly.
I'm not disagreeing with how the terms. I'm just disagreeing with like the commonness of it, because I've used
Cunty,
cunty.
But
to
also,
describe
they
people
should
for
choose a different
most of my
word.
life.
They should
The
choose a
top
different
definition-
word.
The top definition of cunty on Urban Dictionary is sexy, iconic, epic, never been done before, serving. Someone looks really fucking
Yeah, that's
good. Bitch,
Urban
you are so
Dictionary.
cunty. Yes,
Urban
that's
Dictionary
the
is
top
always
definition
that.
on it. That's the top definition on it. What other thing are you going to consult for a slang term in terms of like
cunty's
frequency of use?
Cunty, the way I'm using it, is not slang. It is literally a word. Acting cunty is a word that has existed prior to the slang version of it. That's what I'm using. Is acting cunty.
Okay, wait.
Like a
Hold
dick.
up.
Like I'd say acting dicky or acting bitchy. It's the same thing. Acting cunty.
Yeah, that's.
But
I didn't know it had
that's
any
the
other
word
use
that
it
meaning.
like
exists.
that anymore.
That's true. Yeah. Well, no. There's a version of it that exists that is very popular and very common now. Yes.
It just has two definitions.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is true. There's alternatives.
And
yes, exactly.
I don't recognize the other one. We don't
Yeah, but
recognize
Colby's
the
just saying that
Republic of
the other one's
Abkhazia.
wrong.
The United States
No,
doesn't recognize
I
the
just-
Republic of Abkhazia. I do not recognize this definition of cunty.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
I
just
see,
saying,
and I
I
think it's fair to say that you don't recognize it. I don't think it's fair to say that it's wrong and that it's just not the
I'm
correct.
not saying it's wrong. I'm
You literally
disagreeing with
have
its
said- you have
interpretation
said-
in the moment.
You have said that it is wrong. There are
In the
clips.
context.
I
There
think-
are literally
clips
clips
of
of
you
me saying
saying
it's
it's
wrong in this
wrong.
context.
It's
in this
not
context.
wrong.
I think-
It's
think-
wrong because I'm literally. Aaliyah, I'm actively insulting this person. Why would I, in the middle of that, saying, yeah, they're cunty though? Why the fuck would I say that? Obviously, I am not calling them that. I'm continuing the fact that I called him a cunt and said he's acting cunty.
Well,
I don't
he's
understand.
acting cunty.
Yes, I did. He's being cunty. What the fuck?
Yeah, being is different.
No.
Yes, being
Being
and acting are
bitchy,
different things.
being dicky, being cunty. All three are the same.
Well, it's different than acting. Because to tell you that someone is something
Acting and
versus that
being
they're
are the
acting.
fucking same.
That's just not true. Dude, what are you
It
on?
is true. When you're
What is
talking about
going on?
attitudes, yes, it is.
No, but not when you're talking about attitudes, bro. What are you... What?
Are you acting mean or being mean? It's the same. It's
Those are-
literally the same.
No.
In this
but
context,
okay.
I kind of think it is the same.
It's literally the same.
Maybe in this specific context, but the way that he said it is that it's the same all over. Across the board, that being an acting
Guys,
is the same.
wait, hold up.
Being and acting, what? You're saying I'm being broad about this. I'm still talking about when I said it.
Guys, we've lost sight of the... Bro, okay, eyes on the goalpost. I don't under... Wait, okay. I still don't understand what yassified means. Can we backtrack a little bit? So, wait, hold up. Is it
Okay.
like an over-exaggerated like feminization of something? Is that
It
just
doesn't
what it
always
is?
have to be like a feminization. I think it's just like an improvement, kind of. But it's specifically
Yeah.
like making something more queer is yassifying it in my mind.
Yeah.
So like
Like a
It's-
yassified villain
well-
is like Megamind is like a yassified villain.
I
You can't
Don't
disagree
know
with
if
that.
I would-
Nope. That's widely accepted.
No,
Nope.
okay. Let me say a fucking anything.
Explain why.
I didn't say a single. I get to say anything.
Please continue, Colby.
I was just going to say I don't know if I would agree with that. Not because I don't see it. Like I do see it. I just feel like like all the times I've seen Yassified used in something, it's to like talk about a change. And Megamind been like that.
No, it's not. I don't think it inherently has to do with like an inherent change. It's just like a different state of being.
So that's
did
a
you just
change.
describe change?
What's the other
Well, no,
state
but,
of
like,
being?
Well,
To be in
I'm
a different
saying,
state of being, you have to
but
have
I
previously
said like
been in not
it would
that
be like
state.
a yassified villain. So the expectation of a villain is like a very like there's a very particular like perceptual set that you would have, right? And then a yassified villain is someone like Megamind. So I guess the change in that case is from a traditional villain that you would expect to something queer coded.
But a
There's
lot
the
of villains
change.
are queer coded because of homophobia. So I don't get
what?
that.
Wait,
yeah, a lot of
they
villains in
are?
the
They're
past
not.
are like
there
mischievous
is a
people
lot of
are
queer
like
coded villains.
are like
Megamind is not out there in terms of villain stereotypes. He's very normal
What do you mean normal?
for the majority of villains, like stereotypes. He fits a lot of stereotypes of villains because a lot of stereotypes of
But
villains
his
over the many
character
decades
design,
have
his
been gay.
character design is queer as shit.
He has a fat forehead. What?
and he's blue.
And he wears
That
a
has
robe.
nothing to do with the queer bit of his character design.
He wears what's queer
We
about his
should-
character
we
design?
should add-
Look
Like,
up.
what's more queer
the
than
queer
anything
community
else?
has embraced Megamind. I do not know the history behind it. Look it up. I'm not going to argue this. That's it.
I'm not saying they're wrong for embracing it. I'm just saying
What isn't he also interested in the chick?
he's a standard
movie?
villain.
Yeah, but he's still like queer coded. That's the whole thing. Is like just like
A
the way
lot
that
of villains
the way
are
that
queer coded.
What does that mean?
Why does that have to do with anything, Colby? Colby, what the fuck
Wait,
does that have
hold
to do
up,
with
hold
anything?
up. Okay,
I'm
Are
trying
you-
to describe the term yassified. Why are you broadening it to
okay,
general
we
villains?
might need to backtrack even further because if he can like a woman and still be queer, I thought queer was a sexual identity. Am I misunderstanding what queer is? I thought it was literally like you were attracted to somebody a certain sex, and that's what queer is.
I mean, you could still be like you could still be attracted. I mean, like bisexual people exist.
Yeah, but would they be queer or just bisexual?
Yeah.
Queer.
Queer-
Like queer is the whole like non-heteronormative community.
Well,
so like
yes, it is.
transgender.
It's used that way.
No, not
Queer
that's not
is
sexuality.
its own sexuality
Queer,
as well.
but like transgender still
But
just
it
fit
is
into
the
queer
categorization.
community.
Yes.
Yeah,
Does it?
LGBTQ is queer. Yes, LGBTQ.
Trans
queer-
fits in, but that's a totally different category.
So queer.
Isn't it?
So the category of queer is about like
Anyone who's not cis
non-cis,
het. Yeah.
non-het, basically.
So it could be non-cis or non-het.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So
have to be both. One or
Everything
the
that's
other.
not straight is queer.
Yeah, so literally,
Yes.
one of the definitions I found of yassification is the act of making someone or something gayer or more girl boss. Like, it literally is just like queerifying a thing.
Mhm.
So
I feel like the definition of it.
Like, the character themselves doesn't have to be gay, but like something about their design or something about it is like, oh, that's gay, kind of vibe.
Yeah.
So we're reducing gayness to design. Is what's
A little
happening with
bit,
Megamind.
yeah.
In the case of yassification, it's purely like visually
Aesthetic.
perceived, and yeah, it's aesthetic.
It feels like we're
Yeah, it's an
backtracking
aesthetic
to
thing.
gender norms.
So kind of, but the reason why it was hard to say just femininity with the definition is because queerness is so much that it's saying something is showing aesthetics of queerness beyond what it used to. It can mean a lot, and that's what makes the term so complicated. Because in the examples of like Shrek and Donkey, I would not say they look overtly queer in many ways, but they are incredibly hotter. And
Yeah, like they're
have
hot.
clothes
Like they're
that fit
hotter.
them.
Yeah.
But to me, that's troubling because I don't agree with that.
What do you
But
mean you don't agree with that?
Well, I don't agree with like hotter as a aesthetic facet of queer. I think that's a wrong way to phrase
okay, but
any
like
form of anything.
yassified Squidward is handsome Squidward.
Well, wouldn't that be the
That's
same thing?
handsome
Like he's
Squidward.
wouldn't you not be if under Colby's circumstances? Wouldn't we say that he's not yassified then? Like, isn't that the same category?
Handsome Squidward is more mask.
Yeah, but
That's literally the maskest he can be.
Right, but like it's like pretty. It's masking like a pretty boy aesthetic. Like it's
Well,
like,
mask and then it's a show.
Right, but again, that's why I like the definition that I used didn't have femininity in it. It literally is just it's gayer.
So if I get more cut, then am I yassified? Like
if
I have
serve
abs?
looks the way that handsome Squidward does with the pursed lips and the like sparkles, then yes.
Okay. See, but that's acting. But that's acting queer. And
that's
I thought the whole point was
that's the design. That's the whole aesthetic. That is the whole aesthetic. That's the whole aesthetic of that character. What are you talking about? That's the whole aesthetic of the character.
Guys, we're gonna explode before we figure this out.
Serving look, like serving looks obviously is like the clothes and the shit that they're looking like and whatever. But
yes, exactly. It's the whole aesthetic. Like a handsome Squidward's whole aesthetic is that like that cunty little lip purse, like fucking sparkly ass fucking ballet pose shit.
Yeah, but Squidward just like made a face and then stood like that. Like that's still a
his
choice.
Whole skull and facial structure is different.
Yeah, because it's a fucking cartoon.
Right, that's the whole point. The aesthetic of the character changes. I don't understand. So
where's the line?
You're saying that this is not yassification. That is not a yassification of Squidward. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, because I feel like that's always been there.
Handsome Squidward has always been there?
Yeah.
In Squidward's character design.
No, as a facet of him, as a.
That's the reason that it happened is because his face got smashed by a boot and reconfigured, right? Like
wasn't it a door
fucked up by a pole or something? Yeah, it was a door or a pole or something, and then he to make it like a handsome Squidward, it was like I think like SpongeBob like kept like smashing a boot into his face or something. Like it was a total transfiguration of his face.
Okay, got it. I had no idea how it happened. I always presumed that it was a choice of Squidward. Like
I also feel like the mechanism by which it happens is inconsequential in terms of like one character design is not and the other character design is, and it's different. Because that fits with your definition of needing to be a change, because it was a change from the original character design.
Yeah,
regardless of the mechanistic process which brought it about.
The part that I'm hung up on is the like agency wherewith the change happens by the character.
What? I mean, inconsequential, because the aesthetic of handsome Squidward is a yassified version of Squidward.
Yeah, but he didn't make that happen. That happened.
It doesn't matter.
He got yassified.
Right.
But it is because if it's about aesthetic, then
wait, why does there have to be? Why is agency involved? Isn't it? You said that it has to be a change, and now all of a sudden it has to be a change with agency.
This has been going on for like 15 minutes.
Dude, Colby, you just changed your definition.
Wait. Okay, before we continue, can I ask a question before I forget?
Yeah, go for it.
So, does asexuality also fall under queer? And if it does, why? And what does queer actually mean?
Non-cis.
Like I know what it means, like definition wise, but like what's the point?
Specifically, not cishet. Like the point is because like we live in this like patriarchal society, which like heavily, and also just like obviously like a bunch of countries throughout time and history have like continuously oppressed people who are not fitting that norm of being cishet individuals.
But like, were asexual people ever persecuted? Like, why would they fall under that?
Because I think it, like exclusively because they're not cishet, and I feel like maybe yes, but I'm not sure.
So I think there's a certain part of it where it's less about like obviously it was the community existed because of persecution in the like modern histories of heterosexuality.
Isn't queer in this way a pretty recent term though?
I think so. Yeah.
Because like it used to be a slur.
Different, like
it used to be like a slur.
And
so queer in this way is it has
I think it's like reclaimed.
Is taking a word that was often thrown at them because of who they were and claiming it as a categorization of all of those who fit that word. The people who someone might have called queer in that past time fall under that banner. And so often it's less about whether or not those people were actively prosecuted or actively faced struggle to like be accepted, and more about, was it easy for them to openly exist with who they are without any amount of judgment,
or legitimately, like,
did they
what's the
fit
social
into
norm?
any?
Or like, just what's the social norm? Are they different than the social norm? And being asexual is different than the social norm.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah. And like the specific definition too, like you said that you understand, like you know it, but it's specifically it's sexuality and gender, and so that's why it all falls under that umbrella
Mhm.
of
Okay.
the same community.
So like,
Yeah.
wait, so I'm trying to understand why asexual would be put in there, because like
It's
like
sexuality still.
yeah, but like j- I feel like that's not enough to lump them with gays because they're not comparable.
It's not like
So
they have, but they're inherently related in terms of being different than the social norm. I think that's like just the fundamental reason that they're categorized together.
I mean, I think part of it is like, imagine any encounter you've had with like sexual things or sexual arousal or any of that, and
Yeah,
imagine
imagine it
that
all right now.
anytime that happened, there was a complete like void of attraction and interest in anything. Like, it was not like you were not turned on by anything. If someone was like, "Look at that person, are they hot?" and you like could not find an aesthetic reason to be into them, like that kind of thing, where it's like, I don't think there's a lot of history of asexual people being like outwardly like judged or like pushed away
Well, I
for
don't know.
not being
I feel like
attracted.
there probably
But
is.
there's a lot. Well, I like, outward was specific because I think there's a lot of inward social pressure,
I feel like
because
I don't know enough about
it
queer
would
history
feel
to say
weird.
that, so I don't know if you do either. That's what I'm saying. But yeah, but
Okay.
continue.
I couldn't imagine any reason that they would be though, because they would just see
But
it as
like,
celibacy, right?
no, because
Well,
the
theoretically,
difference
I mean, but like
is,
historically, right? Like,
well, no, see, kind of, but the difference is, it's not like they wouldn't, the amount of time it would take and effort and also like inward like self-talk and pressure you would face of going, why don't I feel this way, to reach the conclusion of, I'll just say I'm being celibate.
well,
Like,
also, so I just found an article that says that historically, people who were non-sexual or asexual have been considered to have a medical disorder. Like, people are thinking that there's like something fundamentally wrong with you instead of it being like a normal facet of your identity.
yeah, no, that makes sense. I didn't know that, but that kind of fits exactly what I was saying. Like, not like a how dare you like men, but more of like a what's wrong with you thing that both they would think and society would softly pressure, and anytime they actually asked for help or insight, would get that pressure back. Where it's less, there was like active homophobia or active, I don't know what the term would be for that specifically, actually. But like,
Aphobia.
Aphobia, I guess.
yeah,
It's
aphobia, is phobia.
acephobia. It's
Okay,
acephobia.
like,
Yeah.
I there would be less like the acephobia in the way that we know homophobia in our history to be active, but more of the like pressure and judgment and there's something wrong with you, but not in the loud way that homophobia has existed in more modern times, but more like they would think there's something wrong with them because everyone else is attracted and they're not, because there's no sources or resources to do any amount of like thinking about it healthily.
Okay, I have another
And
quick
so anyone
question.
who was ace would be experiencing that same kind of pressure, just from a different avenue.
But
And
I
also, they're
don't
still
think that it's
different than
inherently
the
about
binary
oppression.
that's been the
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. It's not like, even though like the groups are traditionally oppressed, like I don't think it's like a prerequisite to be queer is facing oppression. It just
Okay,
is kind of like a byproduct of not fitting a social norm.
one last question.
Uh-huh.
So sexuality has to be involuntary
Yeah.
by definition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like
Yeah.
if you choose celibacy but you're like attracted to women, then
Mhm.
it wouldn't be a sexuality.
No,
Yeah.
that would just be a choice about your behavior. Yeah.
Yeah, if I chose to be celibate, I'm still heterosexual.
So like yeah, like
Yeah.
if you just as a hypothetical, you like are only attracted to women, but like you
Hmm.
sleep
Mhm.
with a bunch of guys, you're still straight by definition.
Yeah, like your identity is like separate from your
Yeah.
behavior, your sexual behavior. Because also that like there's like plenty of like what a gold star lesbian is versus like someone who's not a gold star lesbian.
I've never heard this term in my life, so no.
So it's literally essentially like you thought that maybe you were straight or like something besides a lesbian for a while. So like you like slept with a guy or like sucked a dude's dick or something like that, and then you were like, I realized that I'm gay. And so then you're like you come out as a lesbian, but you're not a gold star lesbian because you've had some sort of like intercourse or like sexual relation with someone with a dick or like who identifies as a dude.
So okay, I said one last question. Now I this raises another question. So,
Okay.
are there any people like is it possible to have your sexuality be changed? Like I'm not talking about like shock therapy stuff. I'm talking about like internal like say like you're like I don't know in middle school you're attracted to dudes and then
Hmm.
you grow up and you're attracted to women. Is that like a thing
Hmm.
that could possibly happen?
Yeah, a lot of people view sexuality as like fluid throughout your life, and also like some people view it even like finer scale, more fluid. But yeah, but like that's I mean, there's like plenty of like documented cases of people feeling that way, of being like pretty confident in their sexuality one way, and then like getting older and being like, I'm actually different now.
And
I think
so
that
like so there's no like outside influence on that. Like that's purely a thing where like it was going to happen the whole time. Like it's fate or is it triggered by outside influences? Like is
Um,
it what I'm trying to get at is like
yeah, 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 yeah.
is that process also a completely natural shift that was kind of just determined to happen?
I mean, I think like the actual like neurological research on that isn't like super fleshed out yet. Because that's
Yeah,
like one
that
of the
makes
biggest things that they're
sense.
trying to figure out. Because they have found like a few like genetic markers that like essentially like the way that like the punchy tagline is basically like there are genetic things that like can make you gay or like cause you to be gay or like be more predisposed to like homosexual activities or that kind of thing.
At least they're
Um,
correlated.
Right, exactly. So
Yeah.
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 Yeah, the
I think
non-punchy
that
tagline is like there are certain like underlying like genetic underpinnings and stuff that people are finding that like in twin studies, where there'll be like identical twins raised in completely different environments, and then they're both gay,
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing, or like they both have the
yeah,
same sexuality.
Well, they also have like
I
similar
think
behaviors. Like twins were really similar,
twins
like
are
in
just
every way.
weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
twins are
like
I
that's
think
like
wacky.
that's one of
the
the ways that like twin studies are used of like in a nature versus nurture way. So there are some like genetic like components that like contribute to it, but it's definitely obviously like most things are like a mix of both.
Yeah.
yeah, the theory that I've seen in some I guess they're just TikTokers. I actually don't know if they have YouTube, but like on TikTok from a couple of different queer people who I follow, the theory that I've heard from I think two of them, not all of them, is that there is some kind of majority attraction in you that would not be subject to its position, like the changing of its position as the majority isn't super subject to change. But in the time of you growing up into like your early adulthood, like when your brain is still fully forming, like until your brain forms, there like might be an amount to which that post of like the division of your attraction or even the like openness of your attraction could shift based on your life experiences, but there might be like a certain gender or a certain like scenario or method in which you are attracted to people that will always be there. It's just what like piece of the pie and your overall attraction it takes up, and like that ratio can be defined by your life as you grow into being an adult, but that majority will still be there.
Okay.
That's
Is
anecdotally
like,
though, correct?
yeah, anecdotally, it's not backed up by
Yeah.
studies. It's just a theory that they've had with that is just the idea that most people they've met in their queer spaces tend to have like one or two like either ways of connection or genders they connect with the most, but that hasn't precluded them from being into others. like a lot of it, there is a stereotypical meme of bisexual women dating skinny gamer
Gamer
men,
boys. Yep.
and like a lot of them doing that for no real reason, other than maybe a lot of them in the current times grew up in a place in which being attracted to women was not like, not even like nowadays it's a lot more accepted, but it's still in a lot of places can feel like not standard.
Mm-hmm.
And so even in the openness of it, they can still feel a like push by where they're growing up into preferring men. And it can maybe lead to that. Obviously, again, no studies to back that up, just a theory from their own queer spaces they've interacted with.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like that kind of fits a lot of the like twin study, nature versus nurture kind of things that I've seen where there's a lot of points of the twins that will match up for kind of weird reasons, but then things that are like vital to whatever place they grew up in or society they like people they lived with are different.
Yeah, I mean,
The
like
things that didn't
that's
have
just
to change maybe
yeah.
didn't, and that just feels like more of a people thing, but that's
I
like
mean, a
their
lot of the
theory
times though,
on
it's
it as
like
well.
it's regardless of if it has to change or not, it doesn't. Like regardless of if you
Mhm.
go through conversion therapy or not, you're still gonna be gay, kind of thing. You
Mhm.
know what I mean? So like, I think
Yeah.
that it's definitely just a balance of it, and the balance is poorly understood because that's the nature of science, and that's the difficulty of scientific pursuits, especially with soft sciences like life sciences and like
And
psychology and that
science
kind of thing.
trying to deal with like people's
Professors,
feelings.
I have a question.
Yes.
Mhm.
So, um, I'm not, uh, like I'm not setting this up as a gotcha. I'm
Uh-huh.
genuinely curious about this. So,
Uh-huh.
like, if let's say like I'm 12 and I'm straight, but like
Uh-huh.
for just some hypothetical reason, I really want to be gay. Could I like
Uh-huh.
convince myself like through puberty that I will be gay? Would that have any effect on it, or would I just stay straight no matter what?
No, you would stay straight no matter what. Or
You can definitely convince yourself, but it
well,
wouldn't be true.
well, I feel
Well,
like in
if you
terms of like
convince
the
yourself,
fundamental
isn't it
horniness
true?
attraction. Yeah, if you convince yourself like theoretically, but like I feel like it's like I don't know if like in terms of like your sexuality, you would really be having to like fundamentally brainwash your physiological reactions and like condition yourself into certain behaviors to the point where it's like I like that would be like a very 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 methodical complex process to decide as a young child to go through and then to stick through your formative years to the point where it does end up changing who you're attracted to.
Yeah, like you would. When I said you can convince yourself, I didn't mean like truthfully. Like I don't think you could just decide and convince yourself enough, like gaslight yourself into being whatever. But more, especially at that age, it would be a lot easier to stick to a decision like, or to like believe in a decision like that, even if it's not true, even if you wouldn't feel the arousal that you've like decided that you either want to or maybe should. Um, but like that wouldn't last. And like Aaliyah was saying, the only way you could do that would be years on years of
Like literally
dedication to a
brainwashing
thing
yourself.
as a small child, brainwashing yourself and Pavloving yourself into something to make it happen. And it still would not be true. You still would not be attracted to whatever you decided to be attracted to that you
Well,
aren't.
I would say that since like that's probably never actually been done, or I've never heard of a case where that's been done, the chance that it could happen is non-zero because I do think that
Yeah.
human brains are definitely able to be like sculpted and manipulated to such an extent where you would be able to convince yourself of something that's different than what you would have been predestined to feel.
Yeah.
But
Ooh,
I would say that like it doesn't happen.
I just
Like
thought
people,
about
yeah.
so like so when you have like brain damage, you turn into like
Uh-huh.
a completely different person. Can that has that
Mm-hmm.
ever
Uh-huh.
changed someone's sexuality? Like having like a
Oh, I'm not
coma or
sure
like
of
having
like
something
turning like
I'm
a
severe
pull
not
happen?
through your
sure.
brain kind of thing.
Yeah.
I believe in the chance of it happening, but I don't know for sure if it has or
I feel
not.
like
But
it could. Yeah.
yeah. Because I mean, it's brain damage has drastically changed many a thing about many a people.
Yeah.
So
I'm curious about that
and
actually.
so yeah,
Yeah, I'm gonna look
I
that
feel
up.
like that's definitely a possibility. But yeah, like the
Yeah,
just
a
to
brain
finish on your
injury can
question about
change the way a person experiences and expresses their sexuality.
yeah,
Interesting.
That's just, I
that
mean,
makes
that's not like
sense.
a totally peer-reviewed source or anything yet, but
Hmm.
I mean,
I
it
mean, it
looks like
makes
yeah.
But it does make
sense.
sense.
It makes
Uh-huh.
sense.
Um,
Interesting.
Yeah, but like to finish on your question about the choice, like if you wanted to make the choice on that, like there's plenty of examples of people growing up with that, like with like unshaking belief in that. Never like plenty of people grow up and like don't even have a moment where they question that they might be like that they are straight. A lot of times because they don't even encounter the idea of it. Um and later on either encounter it or something happens, whatever, and like they find the idea of it, and that like opens that up to them, where like they literally lived for like 18, 20 years with no conception of this, but it was still true.
Mm-hmm.
They just
Yeah,
didn't
it's sort of
know
like being
even the
able to put a label
concept.
to feelings. Yeah, like it's sort of like being like not introduced to a concept your whole life and being like no one else feels this way because no one's like I don't have the representation to show that other people do feel this way. And then all of a sudden people are like here's a label to those feelings and you go, "Oh, holy shit, I've literally been gay this whole time."
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so like even examples of completely unknown believing in a thing on the sexuality spectrum that isn't true hasn't even worked.
Yeah, because and that just goes back to like the evidence for like underlying genetic components like for sexual
Mm-hmm.
orientation and sexuality.
Wait, so
Yeah.
like it won't. So brain damage like wouldn't change it permanently.
No, like I mean, this is saying that like depending on the type of brain damage and the extent it could.
Okay.
One of the examples that I'm reading about, or that just now, is like someone having like a brain tumor, like in that like
Mm-hmm.
like making them kind of like insane, and then they took the tumor out, and then their behavior kind of returned to normal. Like they had the brain tumor, and they were like pedophilic and creepy,
Oh
and then
dear.
they took the brain tumor out, and they like they did not have those impulses anymore. Everything was totally returned
Mm-hmm.
to like a stasis. Like they were like everything is normal now.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is obviously like different than just like queerness, but like in terms of like your like sexual proclivities and like who you're attracted to, like
Right.
and then like sometimes they were saying like if you have like like TBI or something, which I think is like what you get from like a bunch of concussions and stuff like that more it doesn't like it does there's not as many cases of that, or like it doesn't seem to be like cases of that like completely shifting your sexual orientation.
Yeah.
It's more
Mm-hmm.
like it seems like severe types of like hugely severe types of brain injury
Yeah.
or trauma or that
Yeah,
kind of thing.
because a lot of the time it's like how the brain works is by doing the little paths of the shit going to shit and making used roads, and like a
I
big
think I
brain
heard
injury
my
might be like
professor
an
say that one
earthquake,
time.
for
Shit go
real.
to shit and used
But
roads.
like, but like it like a brain injury can like be like a massive earthquake where some of the roads might like fully get cut off. Some of them might like shift location. There might be a new open like crevice somewhere
is
that a new
this
bridge has
a
to be built
analogy
over.
for neuron functioning? Just to be clear.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And so like that brain damage, it might not have like gotten rid of the whatever, but just in the points trying to get back to each other through that brain damage can just result in either maybe a new like place got moved to just on the way. It was the only like feasible way to make a connection return is by going through a couple other neurons, or just by the nature of the thing, like one neuron got shifted into the pathway that one took. And so even though this is still the normal pathway it was before the brain damage, there's a new like point in the middle that is creating a new like pattern of brain thought. I don't know how brain damage works, but that's my personal theory.
The human
I
brain
have
is
Yeah.
never
just
studied the brain.
so not well understood.
Yeah, and that's sort of like the thing of like that's why I was saying like with a lot of your questions if you're just like can this be possible, and I'm like I feel like theoretically I can't rule it out just because of how little we understand about things, but like it just
Yeah.
doesn't
Mhm.
happen.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
We don't have evidence, but also I don't know if anyone's ever tried to do what you're
Yeah. And
asking, so I can't
I
say
feel like
no.
that's like sort of like the thing about like a lot of things in science is if you're just like is this possible? I'm just like well I could see a reality in which that is unexpectedly possible, however it's unlikely kind of thing.
hmm Like you
Yeah.
can certainly try if you get the ability to, I guess, but like Otherwise, I
Yeah,
don't
and
know.
it looks like a bunch. There have been like this article here, which actually is like peer reviewed. Is saying that like they've like a lot like neuroscientists have been trying to compare heterosexual and like homosexual brains and try to like see if there are like different regions or different like levels of functioning in certain regions and lots of things, and like they it's they basically like they have like some evidence to lead to like certain similarities, specifically between heterosexual women and homosexual men and like that kind of thing, but like essentially everything's like pretty roughly understood at this point in terms of like the actual physiological mechanisms and like even like ontological causes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting in the future when we have like way better technology in terms of like scanning the brain.
Right, because then they'll literally be like, "It's a boy. Also, it's gay. Here you go." we scanned its brain. We know.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that so
Yeah,
much.
and then like half the countries in the world would just kill it right away.
Oh God, yeah. Like that's. I mean,
I hope by
then
the, I think if
eugenics.
by the time we get that tech, any of the countries who would want to do that would probably start very quickly, and it'd be a big world thing.
Hopefully, people are kind of crazy though. I mean,
Yeah.
there's literally like genocides happening, and people are just
I think that's why
existing.
also
So
some of the studies on this exact subject are both, it's a hard subject to study anyways, and you have to do it for a long time to get reliable information, but also don't want to put anything out too early just in case it becomes the new backup for someone hateful.
I mean, yeah, like probably like maybe like a small portion of that, but also like a bigger portion of just like we weren't really allowed to study things like this before because like homosexuality has been a disease for so long, and like like
Mhm.
different qualities of queerness have been like diseases and like malfunctions and like issues with people to the point where like we haven't really been able to study them until like pretty contemporarily.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Like literally like the classic trope of like anthropologists being like, and they were best friends. Like, for
Yep.
years and years, and now finally people are like, they were fucking gay. Moving on.
My favorite part about the anthro class that I took freshman
Mhm.
year was the fact that the professor, like very consistently, anytime there was any moment like that, if he had actual like anything in the record they had from the site that could um, back up whether or not they were besties or gay, he would
Mhm.
say. Unprompted, it was never on his slide. But if they were like pretty confident they were either gay or like were like heads of a family together with kids or something of that nature,
Mhm.
like something more than just best friends. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Yeah.
He would point it out and be like, "Your article will not say this." Having been there, all evidence points to them being gay as hell. So do
Right.
with that as you will.
Right.
Man was a homie.
I love that. Yeah. Any other questions, pupil?
Anthropology question. What evidence
What
would
the dog
suggest
doing?
what evidence would suggest like whether like a couple is gay or whether they're just like really close homies like a fucking like a Godfather type deal?
Oh yeah, like a
Yeah.
commune kind of.
Like how
So
would you actually tell the
it is
difference?
it's hard because obviously
Dude, anthropology's so hard.
cultural anthropology exists. Cultural anthropology exists, though it tends to be focusing on more modern things because we connect it to ourselves. But
Yeah.
a lot of it is kind of attaching all of the various like potteries and arts and coins and things to figure out who's trading with who, what seem to be like the facets of power between each peoples, and then trying to narrow down what like basically narrow down and theorize what that could mean in terms of social norms and positions and relationships with them, and what we think based on like architectural cultural theory
Or like
and
burial rituals and that kind of thing.
yeah, like burial rituals, architectural theory rituals, not architectural cultural theory. Um,
Architectural rituals.
yeah, and like
Praise the
and
column.
job and like evidence of what jobs were done by what. Um, to kind of figure that out. Like one thing that we're fairly confident about more ancient stuff is that not on a level like we have today is like a society problem with like jobs for women and jobs for men, but more in like a fully natural, like made sense, needed. That's like legitimately at the time more than like they were evolved more specially than we are. We evolved into that, and then more like into a congruence as things got less divided into those sections. But just on like bone structure alone, we can see there's a bit more specialization in ancient Homo sapiens and their relatives towards being like, the hunter who's doing like the endurance running and someone who might be doing farming or taking care of things. But also, they didn't do a lot of the stuff they did was actually at home, even if they were wandering. Like they would camp and hunt something and stay for a couple days and then wander. But like they had more free time to do what they wanted to do than we do in our like modern society. And so there's actually a lot of evidence of just like pure like social personal existence in sites we can find of hunter gatherers and like those early like cities and stuff because of that, because they were still transitioning into having less free time because they had jobs now and not just like, well, I have to go hunt the mammoth, so I guess I'll get my brothers and go hunt the mammoth, kind of thing. And they were a bit less, it was less of a society, so there was less like guidelines. It was more, well, we need more people. Like,
Oh, wait, to
have
refresh,
like,
are we just talking about like how evidence is gathered for?
he was asking specifically like how one might extrapolate like a gayness or not being just best friends, basically,
Right.
like being something more than that in such
Okay, but you're just
unclear thing.
Okay.
And
we're just talking about like how like people have been organized in space over time, like resulting in evidence.
Yeah, I was just like framing the type of evidence and what is abundant evidence, basically. Like the more abundant evidence is of them like existing and socializing in their camps.
For sure.
Because that's actually what the majority of their free time was.
Because I went and grabbed a snack and then some of it cut out and then I was like too confused. But so thank you. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, no, like the evidence we have for them doing hunting and shit like that is like purely tool based, really. Like we have evidence of them like skinning shit and doing shit like that, but like tools last a long time. So when we know they have tools, we can know what they use those tools for because we know what the tools are for. And so that helps on that. Like that is a very simple way to draw conclusions because we can also like see the history of the tools existing and see where they were found and like if they were found next to a mammoth fossil. Like, cool, yeah, someone died fighting this mammoth with a spear. Sick, they were hunting mammoths. Vibes. We can tell that that's not a hard extrapolation to fight. And like it's the boon and problem of that early society where there's so much more personal evidence that exists because they had so much free time, but it's so hard to sift through and draw conclusions from because the only strong things we know are like who hunted and who gathered in the group.
But even then, like things were kind of
kept...
sugar coated because like didn't they like recently find like a bunch of evidence of like plenty of women being hunters?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, and that's the thing is like even though there was specialization as like things went on, like the longer things existed too, depending on where you were, that specialization was not necessary. Like there might have been less fucking what's the word for like bushes and shit, whatever?
Understory, like kind of stuff.
Huh?
Like the understory is
shrubbery.
Yeah, shrubbery.
There you go.
But
there might have been like less of that kind of nature to like forage for fruits and like nuts and shit like that. And so the women just started hunting and were clearly capable of it because even though we were specialized, it was not an incapability thing. It was just, you guys can do this better than I can. I can do it fine, but you can do it better. So I'm going to do this one because I can do that better than you can. Like that's just simply more efficient. And that's just how that went. It wasn't like a societal choice or even like a social choice on like a big scale because they were so new into the process of doing it. In theory, we can't confirm that because it's fucking anthropology. But like that is. But
anyway, so we have a bunch of evidence of like people in camps, and like how does that make gay?
Well, so that's the hard part is because there's so much personal evidence.
Like
you have to
we're getting
sift
really
through-
into just like how evidence is gathered in anthropology. You know?
Well, yeah, you have to sift through like what's from the same time period, like what's as old as each other, because they would return to the same camps a lot of the time because they knew routes, they knew the safe place. So they might go back to somewhere and leave more evidence. And that both makes it hard, but also means you can find a kind of story for like a place where you can see what type of thing is getting left behind. You can see, like, we can carbon date to when they returned, and we can assume that like their kid who was 4 when they returned 7 years later is like 12, is like 11 or 12. But we can also find evidence of things that are left there, like tools or like spools, or like
Tools and spools.
tools and spools, like things that might have been used, or even we can find like who they might have like run into and traded with like pottery and shit that they have. And one of those evidence things is like, if it's somewhere they return to a lot, who did they bury and how did they bury them? Because if it's a place they're going to stay at, they would bury them nearby if they could. Like, if they could recover the body safely, they would have some kind of burial nearby.
So,
And that was like the most telling to like what a relationship might be. Because if a child and a mother died together, they would get buried together. And like, not like, I'm kind of generalizing. It's very different depending on the group and the location in the world. Even at that point, there was enough like striations in culture for that. But like, you can tell if did they die together because they just happened to die in the same place, or were they buried together with a kid, or were they buried together with valuables, something to represent one or the other or both of them. And so you can't like definitively say they're gay. You can't definitively say anything about any of these people's like orientation.
Or like
Beyond,
technically,
we know
you can't
there's
say anything definitive about
we
any
know-
of those peoples at all.
like we know their skeletal gender.
Yep.
biological
Like, we know what they were
sex.
born as. We know
Yeah.
what they were born as. That's
Skeletal
it.
wait, skeletal gender.
Skeletal gender.
Sorry,
I think
that's
it's
how it was referred to. That's how it was referred to in the classes I took. I'm pretty sure it's actually changed into not using gender in that anymore. But when I
Yeah,
was
because
taking
it's
those classes,
sex.
Why
But
would
that's
that
really
be-
that's what they
funny.
were
Wait.
talking about.
We've made such a big point about splitting gender and biological sex. So what would be the point of calling that skeletal gender?
Yeah, it
because
seems like a historical term,
for-
not actually updated.
It's slightly historical, but also for a long. The biggest issue I have with anthropology as a field is the only people who could fucking do it for, and still honestly can, are people who have money already. And a lot of those people do not
Or
have good
cis
opinions.
white
A lot
men,
of those
too.
people come in with preconceived notions. And so for a long, long time, anthropology has been defined by people with money coming in and supporting digs in places they want to dig and making conclusions they want to do and publishing what they want to publish.
Well, it's not
and
the
so that
anthropologists that
term-
have the money. It's the grants. Like who's
Well,
going to fund
yes.
them?
Yes, but also there are a decent few of the like starting anthropologists who then became people who ran foundations who gave the money, who like did the digs and had the money, and so they were some foundational pieces to ideas for a long time. And so a lot of that, like the idea of that's part of what also is the reason why it was always like a bestie and always like so clear on who was what and what it might have been, and that they are besties for sure, is because skeletal gender infers an idea of like gender roles in what was going on. And that's also why like any evidence of women doing hunting in hunter gatherer or anything has taken a long time to actually get published or get out, is because even though it's true, it's inarguably like it's you can't argue the fact that we found like biological female skeletons clearly hunting. That was not something that was like fitting either theories or the like culture
or
of
the
anthropology for a long
or
time.
like the
Well,
just like the
also-
like precluding narrative of
Just
like the
and
way
so,
that they
like-
chose
but
to
also
A
the
lot of
s-
the textbooks
the
we
system-
use were written by and like haven't been updated in a while either.
Yeah.
And so like that was the term that was in them, and so I got used to referring it to it that way just because it was like the term I used in class. But yeah,
The system of anthropology has also changed, like a lot, especially archaeology has like
drastically.
gathering evidence has changed. Like there's the processual, the post-processual, like there's tons of fucking different like methods of systematically organizing and gathering data.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's also like
There's
there
And
is an
like how it's
inherent
written about has changed too.
there
Like
is
I like I,
sorry,
yeah.
you go
No, no,
first.
yeah. No, I was just gonna say really quick because I only took like an intro level cultural anthropology class, but they were talking about how now in a lot of anthropological studies, like you write a whole portion of like your like identity in terms of like your like just a bunch of like a shit ton of demographic information, and then you like acknowledge how it's gonna shape your interpretations of your findings, and then you write about your findings.
Oh.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's especially important with cultural anthropology, but I'm pretty sure most digs have something, maybe not as elaborate, but something like that because it's incredibly impactful to how you're going to interpret anything. And acknowledging that in the very least is important because it can also help you, like, anyone can point to that and be like, I see what you're saying and I don't maybe disagree with your theory, but can you think about what you said your perspective, like your background is, to see if like that's pushing anything on your end? Because I can't
Yeah,
identify
like
for
biasing
you
anything.
what you're biasing, but maybe you can. Like just having that written down anyways, like helps you manage that as well. But yeah, that's definitely a newer procedure, but a vital procedure to correct anthropology.
Right, to trying to be as objective as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, sorry, Colin. Now, what were you saying?
I forgot.
Oh, damn it! Sorry.
No, you're good.
The way of the world.
Oh,
But
I was gonna say like back in the day, like obviously there was a component of sexism, like undoubtedly, but it was
Mm-hmm.
also just that like we interpreted data and artifacts just way differently, and the also even the way like they organize what they would find was
Mm-hmm.
organized differently. So like
mm-hmm.
it's multi-factored for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Because
And
there
like
were
especially
definitely some
Fun
it's
of
kind
legit
of
guys
insane.
back
advancing as a
then.
society.
Yeah. I just feel like it's kind of like it's an insane idea to just be like, we are people and we're going to look at a bunch of like pieces of a story and there's going to be no bias in putting the story together and it's going to be the truth of exactly what happened. It's like, what? Like there's no way.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like
Yeah, it's a crazy thought.
anthropologists aren't historians.
Yeah, no.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, even historians do
Yeah, even
that
historians
all
like
the
don't quite
time.
know. Yeah, because it's also like, yeah, who won? How does that bias which story is told? Like, how does that bias
Mm-hmm.
like how this history is recorded? Like,
Yeah.
when was the history destroyed? And like, who has been
So
able to tell? Like, which systems of power have like proliferated over time to like perpetuate certain narratives and all that kind of shit.
historians
Mm-hmm.
do more like cross-checking of documents. So like it
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
more exact, but it's not like obviously it's not
Oh
perfect.
yeah.
It's more exact, but it's still like hard to figure out where the ground is that is between what you're reading and what maybe actually happened because of also like the understanding about how things, work in recording histories.
I'll tell
hmm
you what, my European history class made me 100% sure that I never want to be a historian.
Oh
It was
really?
So
god
why?
awful. Well,
Oh
like doing
gosh.
that because like it was like the doing what historians do. Like it wasn't just learning about history, but like
Oh
learning
yeah,
about the
like going into
job.
a library and
And
that kind of yeah.
it was awful.
Yeah, just like lit review after lit review kind of thing.
Reading the documents, I was like, This is goofy. Like this isn't
This
even
is
Seems
fucking
goofy.
this ain't
insane.
even fucking English, bro. Like this is like Middle English. Like I don't fucking understand a word of this. They didn't
What
Right.
even use the
period of
same.
European history was
Huh?
it? Was
What?
was it period specific to European history,
It
or
was
is it just general European history?
it was like uh so I think it was like it was pre Renaissance.
Pre-Renaissance.
Yeah, yeah. Like
That's a
it
weird.
ended at the Renaissance. Cuz
That's a
there's
really weird
well
point
there's two
to talk
levels.
about
Like
study.
so you could do one or two. So I took one, which is like pre Renaissance, so it's like
And two would be
1000.
post-Renaissance.
Yeah, yeah. It like Renaissance to present.
That's that's such a weird. Why is that what they chose as the middle point?
I don't even know enough about history to understand like any of what was
I mean, the
described.
Renaissance was the end of like the Dark Ages. Like that's kind of when like the industrial shit started. Like obviously, Industrial Revolution wasn't happening Renaissance, but like that's kind of what's like started it fundamentally.
Like Renaissance was like more of like it was like a blossoming of knowledge, right? I feel like there was a lot of science that was encouraged at that time, right?
Yeah, it was like the blossoming of reason, and debate. A lot of it really is like reason and debate, but also at the same time things like the printing press
Are
and
we
stuff like that
specifically
came
talking
into
about like the
prominence.
Enlightenment here?
Isn't the
Yeah,
Enlightenment like
that's what
a
I was
religious movement?
using. No.
It's not.
I
Well,
mean, it
okay,
had an
actually, it
impact
is.
on religion.
There is a portion of a religious thing that is called the Enlightenment, also.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. There was just then also the Enlightenment in the non-religious form that was coincided with the Renaissance.
Just to clarify, I always forget. Is secular mean non-religious or does that mean religious?
Secular
means
is separate
like
from religion, I think.
Secular versus non, like people say like, oh, this is like secular versus this is non-secular. Or is secular the wrong word? It
well,
starts with an S.
secular means like I'm as far as I understand, I could be wrong about this, but like I know this like secular country means like that any religion is allowed. It's not like necessarily not religious, but it's like tolerant of other religions. Like it's not enforcing just one. I mean, that's how it is
Let me
with
look it up.
countries. I don't actually know
Gotcha.
what like the average like without that context of like a nation state would be. But I assume I assume they're similar.
So, okay, cool.
Oh yeah, attitudes
So the
that have nothing
definition,
to do with religion, you can use the word secular.
yeah. So it typically has resulted in nation, like a secular nation has typically resulted in somewhere where all religions are abound and okay. But it's more the government is not defined by or acts for or about religion. If you were using it in that way, like the U.S. government should be secular. We currently are very not secular.
We're
Right.
pretty secular, bro. Like we're pretty fucking
compare.
secular.
You're talking about like compared to on a global stage.
Yeah, well, like
Well, so we are
legally there are very few religions that are persecuted on the basis of religion.
Well, no, being non-secular doesn't mean persecution.
But wouldn't like the enforcement? So like the enforcement of shit is like
a unified religion.
yeah.
So I'm going to look up non-secular just to make sure, but my understanding of the word in the use with governments has been the acting on the basis of religion and the having of religion as a state thing. And depending on the religion, it can result in that, but it doesn't preclude persecution of other religions either. It doesn't have to.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Like that would be
I
included, but it
think,
doesn't have to include it.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
It's
I see what you're
being
saying.
being non-secular is something relating to like the basic definition you gave is relating to religious matters, and so I think it's broad enough that yes, nations who have a religion, a state religion, and also persecute other religions are non-secular.
Right.
But also like
Yeah, to be non-secular does not inherently include a system of oppression and enforcement.
Right. It's just like
it just typically tends to happen
like
because
you
religions
can
typically
enforce
are not friendly with each other.
like you can
Yeah.
you
In that
can
manner.
you can put like Christianity in your political system like we have, but without persecuting the other ones. So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and like so it's like in terms of what our everything in our legality says we are secular and constitutionally we should be secular. But in practice for many decades now, one of the central conflicts and guiding poles of United States politics has been religion.
Wait, are we constitutionally secular? I didn't like I thought
Yeah,
in
we
terms of
are.
like
Yes.
freedom of religion, but I don't think the like
It's
the
freedom of religion and the state cannot
Cannot enforce
be
like
religious.
yeah.
They can't enforce religion. They can't make
Because that was
make
one of
Yeah,
like
dues
the
but
with,
like founding
involved with
principles of
religion.
the like trying to be a safe haven melting pot vibe. Is
yeah,
they were
yeah,
like
but
we
like,
don't want to enforce it, or like there's no language too technically,
but like the
right?
the swearing on the Bible thing, is that enforcement of religion?
Uh,
I think you could choose to not swear on the Bible. I think people
it
it's more of a tradition. I think you can choose not to.
it is yeah. So it's like I obviously I don't know shit about legal codes in that depth. If you can not swear on the Bible, then we aren't secular on that. Like that scenario isn't secular technically, but the thing that's finicky about being secular and non-secular is
Or
as a
hiding
nation
religion in that
our
way.
leaders swear on the book of a specific religion every time they are sworn in.
Yeah, so like, wouldn't that just be a cultural
That
thing though? If that's not enforced, isn't that
Yeah, it's
yeah,
secular?
but it's more about the power that that holds and the backup that that religion almost like necessitates having to be something that is sworn upon as the leader of a nation. Like
so
legally
so we're
speaking,
yeah.
Christianity is not something that is referenced. Legally speaking, they are not, they're not putting excerpts from the Bible in the bills. But their actions and their morals and even their statements outside of the bill they're pushing are based on the Bible in many cases. And so
Well, like,
there's no
everybody's actions
laws
are
that
guarded
cite the
guided by
Bible.
some religious, like, atheism
Yes.
is also
And that's
religion. So like, nothing is
yeah, and so
nothing is non
that's
is secular then.
well, yeah, like
I guess
people's thoughts and
philosophically,
actions.
yeah.
Secular breaks down when you make it as like very individual, and but that's kind of the thing is like, yeah, I personally am not like religious, but I am certain that there are things I do that I could call secular because they happen because I don't like that religion. Like that's technically a secular action, but more what I'm referencing is the like overt referencing to the Bible and to Christianity. Like I wouldn't if they never mentioned it at all, it would be one of those things where culturally we are a Christian nation culturally, and so it comes up as the basis for a lot of debates. And that's still kind of true. Like we are culturally a Christian nation,
Yeah, in
but we're
terms of like a
vocal about it. Our
representative
politicians
democracy,
are
there's a lot
vocal
of
about it
Christian
and they
people.
talk about it and they mention the Bible and the religion as a motivator. And that's where like I lose the plot on that secular nature is because it's being cited. It's not them saying, "Well, I was raised Christian and that's why I have this value." It's them going, "The Bible says this, so we should do it." When it starts getting to the Bible says this, so we should do it, even if your laws aren't citing it, the people who are voting on it are citing it, and we know that. It's not like a little, I know our nation's Christians, so the majority of the representatives are going to be Christian. They tell you when they're talking about something in the Bible and using that as their basis for what is and isn't like legal and what they think should be true.
Yeah, like it's really common on like abortion issues and stuff for like especially a lot of like conservative representatives to just be like, well, the Bible says this, so.
Mm-hmm.
And then people are
And
like,
that's
okay,
not the
well,
majority, but
yeah.
that's
Wait,
still not
so
secular.
at what point does it become secular then? Like, where's the line? Like, if I could get elected to the presidency and
Mhm.
not swear on the Bible legally,
Yeah.
how is
Mm-hmm.
that how is that not secular?
So if I
Because if we're
if I got
specifically
elected to be,
talking about like a nation state.
mhm,
Yeah. I
yeah,
isn't the main like let me just try to like really
mm-hmm,
succinctly and then Colby obviously definitely expand if necessary but like basically like functionally and definitionally like the way that things are supposed to be is secular in this country. However, the way that people behave is often basically pretending like our national religion is Christianity and we should be making decisions for the country based on a particular religion despite the fact that definitionally we're a secular nation.
yeah, that's pretty good. And
Wait,
like one
okay.
like additive sentence, legally speaking, it should have no influence on laws.
Like it shouldn't, but it does, and that's what like Colby is
Mm-hmm.
saying. Like that's why like he feels like the U.S. is pretty non-secular, is because even though we were like we're secular, like Christianity is like hugely influential in politics.
And I think, um, obviously, the voters will never be secular. You can never expect the voters to be secular ever.
Right.
That's never going to happen because
So what are
that's
we
the
actually
point of
talking
having the
about?
voters. But the point of the laws is the voters aren't in the government. We are not defined like it's not illegal for me to have a Christian opinion. That's not what the laws might be talking about. What the point of the like separation of church and state and the idea of like freedom of religion both are that so people can believe what they believe and use that to vote. And if a lot of them vote that way, their representatives will take action with those beliefs backing them up from where they are from. But it doesn't require vocalizing. It doesn't, if you're voted in by a people who believe in something, like, like if you had a Muslim voter bloc and they voted you into your position as a senator, you know what you're acting for. You know who voted you in and whose interest like keeps you in your job. And so you will be voting with that opinion, with those secular voters behind you. But one, you're going to have to compromise because you're in a government that does not involve 100 U's. But two, you should not be using the same rhetoric that a friend would say to a friend in the government. Because you're not talking among friends. You are at your job where you dictate laws and choices and things and taxes that affect more than those who voted you into position. And so while you're representing those who voted you in, it is your job to act as someone from the entire nation with the voter's interest as your indicator of what might be a little secular. But you should not be like providing your, if the reason for everything you're doing is the Quran, you should not be saying that out loud. Not even as like a, people won't like you if you say that. You should not be making that a known, informed thing to your constituents and to those who will vote on you beyond going for your election with that local place, maybe.
Yeah. So yeah.
It should
Wait,
not be a
so
front point of any part of your political career. Should never be anything religious.
so it's not about what you believe, it's about what you say.
Yes. Because it's unavoidable for someone's choices to be secular. Because again, secular breaks down when it meets individuals. It's about the government and the like collective thing that's doing the action. And it's about when you're doing politics, your actions should be reflective of the like opinions that maybe you hold and those who voted you in.
But not like
But they should not be vocally religious. And in any form, most of the time to get elected, you're going to have to make compromises on your opinions anyways that would break many of those codes. And like, so that should be the basis of your political action is the compromise you had to make to get elected. The makeup of your like state or your county, whatever voted you into position, the like overall makeup of that population should inform what you're doing. And there's no reason for that to be vocally religious, even if everyone in your single state is entirely Muslim.
Yeah, it's sort of like a should versus what actually happens. Like that's
like,
about it.
The only way you should be bringing that up is like, hey, if there's discrimination against the people in your state, bring it up. That's when you bring that up because they're being discriminated for a thing that constitutionally they have the freedom to practice with no like
yeah, versus the way that it's employed is like weaponized and in an attempt to control other people and not an attempt of freedom of expression. And that's sort of where it goes against the like secular nature of the country is trying to control people based on your own beliefs.
But that's literally the job of a politician. You just described
the job of a politician. The job of a politician is to represent their direct voters.
Or at least the job of a politician in a like a democratic republic, right? Or like a representative democracy.
Like in the way our government like should exist, the singular job of any elected official is to represent those who elected them.
Mm-hmm.
And considering they were elected to a position that is clearly secular, or in its definition, acting without religious intent.
Or
They should not
under
be.
like a homogenous religion of the entire nation or something.
Yeah, because
Or
I
even
think it
a
would be
state.
different if even if we were secular, we had a portion of our voter base who could elect a religious specific representative. Because then also there might be someone like a representative for Muslims in the U.S. and a representative for Christians in the U.S. and Jews in the U.S. There would be a lot more whatever to think about that because that's a very complicated thing. But like the idea should be like you together as like you people all elected, your opinions and the things that your voters want to happen should all represent those religions equally in the way that they make up the nation because people are voting with religion in mind.
Wait, okay.
And so if when you're acting on the behalf of your voters, those religions are and their religious choices are being represented. And that's fine because the goal is to represent the voters. But the government should never outwardly be religious or show religious influence at all.
Based on the Constitution.
But yeah, based on the Constitution.
I'm fucking lost, man.
Well, like
So-
in a basic sense, I guess
well-
the easiest way I can reference it is nothing in the Bible is cited in our Constitution.
Specifically, yeah.
Therefore-
like for a reason of like they specifically were saying like we don't have a unified religion. We're not going to write anything like biblical or anything from like any other religion, like nothing from like the Torah or anything in the Constitution because the Constitution is supposedly a secular document.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, exactly. But like even in the even if they hadn't as clearly instated the idea of secularism within our government, nothing if nothing in any religious book has been cited as the basis for a constitution and for the government and the laws that define an area, those books should not be the evidence or reason why, like cited reason or cited evidence as to why something should be changed. Like, if me and Aaliyah lived in it, like our house was secular. It said that it's secular. I can be Muslim, she can be Jewish. It's fine. There's no conflict about that. Neither of us, in that like legal code constitution situation, neither of us can cite our individual like religious books as the reason why we change a dynamic or rule about us living together.
Even though it can be the reason.
But that's that
Right? It can be the reason I want
it.
it to change. It can be the reason I want it to change. But I can't go, the Quran says this, so we have to do this. I can say, I'm not comfortable with this. Would you mind shifting this dynamic if that fits you? That's great. That's fine. Because like I haven't expressed like it is really about the like actual expression of the thing. Because it's unavoidable that religion will affect how you think about things and what's moral and what's right and what you want to happen. I know that people are like that. That's fine. There's no way to get rid of that.
So why does it
It's just
matter if they say it if it's influenced by that document anyway?
Because
And, like I think that's just like it's basically like that's the nature of politics of like you can't it's sort of like saying the quiet part out loud and then people are able to be like well you using your specific like document and like the specific doctrine is not a doctrine that I subscribe to.
Mhm.
Well, I don't
Or,
I don't
like,
subscribe to Joe Biden's political doctrine, but
yeah,
that doesn't
Mhm.
that would that make him non-secular?
no, because it's not a religion.
It kind
not
of
like
a
I mean,
Christian-
it kind of is a religion.
Well, see but that's where you're fuzzing the line between religion and doctrine in a way that does make sense. I don't entirely disagree with it because they get very close. And that's one of the bigger things about globalization that has made all of those various words go from being actual definitions to very similar subjects. That's an entirely different conversation. The thing, it's just the like, in the Holy Roman Empire, it would make sense when someone, like, when the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire changed something because of the Bible. Like, he could kill anyone who didn't follow the rules of the Bible. He could do it with no consequence. It was fine. Anyone could. Because that was the law of the land, was the Bible. The law of our land is the Constitution, which specifically calls out religion as something to have no influence on the thing. And what that's asking is not, because confidently there were people in the Holy Roman Empire, peasants, who didn't like it when their neighbor killed their friend because they worked on the Sabbath, because they were poor and they needed the money. But they couldn't do anything about that. That was still the law of the land. If someone killed Aaliyah because she worked on the Sabbath, they could get jailed and should get jailed, because that is not the law. That document telling them what that thing shouldn't be changing any of our laws, because it is explicitly unincluded from documents that should influence our legal codex. And people can influence it. And the nature of government is, even if someone wants to come in and add in a rule from the Bible, even if they don't cite it from the Bible, the likelihood of 100% of that rule, the way they want it, making it into our laws, is very slim. Because of debate, because of other opinions, because our whole country would not agree with that, and the electives, vice versa, would not agree with that. And so that, Bible rule might make it in, but it has been moved and changed, and the goalpost of what it was meaning to do probably gets shifted. And that's why that level of religious influence is okay, because by definition of a melting pot group where no one is majority the same, nothing that anyone puts forward on that religious basis should make it through, unless it's something that everyone happens to agree on as a general rule that just so happens to have come from your religious text. The problem I have is when politicians become directly about pushing a message from the Bible, as opposed to pushing a thing that would is informed by their opinion from their religious text, but going abortion shouldn't happen because of the Bible. That should not be a thing. I still disagree with them going abortion shouldn't happen and whatever other reasons they cite. And I know it's likely influenced by that. But that's also their opinion, and the opinion likely of those who voted them in. And so it being brought up is a valid debate to have in the country, because a portion of the citizens have decided, enough of them have decided to bring it up. Bringing it up and going, because of the Bible, just saying it's because of that. Now it's brought in a whole nother dynamic to the conversation that makes the debate less efficient about whatever law they brought up, but also introduces religious conflict into the political debate. And that's not productive and not good and actually unconstitutional. It's one of them constitutional things that relies on the process of voter representation meaning something, which is a little naive considering they didn't even value every person in their nation as a whole person yet. But still, it does hold a facet of truth and how it affects things. But being so vocal about the religious part also emboldens those who have religious opinions and had chosen to compromise because they were in a nation of compromise. They now don't want to anymore. And now that level of political discussion, both on the personal level and political level, is really hard to do and hard to even have a productive conversation about. But that's just simply by politicians stopping being secular.
There's murder on the dance floor.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
So
Exasperation.
basically what we're saying is
pure
that
exasperation.
no country has or ever will be secular. That's kind of what I'm
Uh,
picking up here.
Well, it would like in term. Well, I feel like in terms of like the individual composition of people's beliefs. In terms of, I think like I think the reason that it's getting confusing is because there's like that philosophical idea, and then
yeah.
there's the like political like accepted like law definitionally like way that people refer back to things, and there seems to be some sort of a disconnect there in terms of like basically like I mean, making it ridiculously broad of like, how can anything be all anything?
Hmm.
Because isn't everything theoretically on a spectrum? And like, how can anything truly be all anything? Like, not to make it too general, but do you know
Hmm.
what I mean? Like, I feel like maybe like that's where the confusion is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, because if everything is that, then what are we actually defining? Like, it doesn't secular doesn't mean
Well, like,
anything if nothing is secular.
so France, especially recently, is pretty aggressively secular. One of
No,
the
they're
bigger
not,
examples that was
dude. They're
more,
so guided by Catholicism.
yes, they are, but also the aggression to which they batter down any religious anything encroaching into whatever legal things they've already set up prior to that is a lot. It's been less
Explain.
encountered recently, but the most recent example I can think of is the beaches of Nice a couple years ago, and the laws that they enforce, and I think continue to enforce, but at the time definitely enforced, about what could be worn to the beaches. Um, and they decided that um, burqas could not be worn to the beach there. Couldn't do it because other religious clothing had also been declared as something that you could not wear there. And that was a big thing because that's, central to the identity, first of all, of Muslims, but also it also included the things that would cover the portions of the women that in many of those religious portions are not to be seen by men at all. And so stopping them from being able to wear that to the beach is like like a massive what's like in the US would be a broach to their right, like their freedom of rights. That would be something that is pretty heinous in the US. But in France, that is the secular choice, and it is the right choice because it's adhering to secularism.
But that's not secular because by preventing other religions from being tolerated, you're enforcing a specific set of ideals. Like atheism as a religion, you're enforcing atheism as a religion by not allowing other religions to take part in the speech. So how is that secular?
So
That's the opposite of secular, if you ask me.
no, because I do
I
not
also
think
feel like it's
bikinis
kind
are
of
an.
like the opposite of terms of the
I
idea
do
of it.
not think that bikinis and swim trunks are a atheist religious garb because it doesn't. Basically the reason I
No,
said
I mean
aggressive
no,
secular is
no.
that
It
it's
wasn't like that. It was like preventing other people from wearing religious garb to the beach feels like a non-secular act.
I mean that is enforcing atheism because if you're saying that all other religions can't
It's
wear their
preventing
religious
some sort of
garb,
an expression.
you kind of are enforcing an ideal of atheism.
yes, I disagree with you because I don't like calling non-religion atheism, even though I know that's their basis of things. They also have no garb to per se.
Or
Like
like
I'm not dressed
unifying
as an atheist
traditions.
if I'm not wearing like something otherwise religious. You know what I mean? Like I don't agree with that idea of saying that, but I do see what you're saying. And I also
Why
like think that they're wrong, but it's aggressive
why don't you
secularism.
agree with that? I don't understand how you're interpreting that in any other way.
Well, because wearing a t-shirt and shorts isn't atheist.
No, but like saying that but also not wearing a burqa is atheist. Like not wearing a burqa is a specifically non-Muslim thing. But when you group that with non-Christian garb, non-Buddhist garb, whatever, then you're left with atheism. I mean, because you're not nothing. You're either
Yeah.
atheist, agnostic, or you're something else. So,
Yeah.
like, if you get rid of the something else, then atheism is all that's left. So, practically, you kind of are enforcing atheism because you're forcing people to have to wear something that, like,
To wear or
Isn't
to not wear.
religious. Well, and I think that is the thing I hate most about atheism is that it's the literal reading of the word atheism is non-religion, non-theism. But
well, that's like the
the way
roots.
it
That doesn't
exists,
mean that's what it
yeah,
means.
no, but that's what I'm saying is like that's like the word for it, but like that's not what it means. That's not what it actually acts as. But at the same time, that's also why I would not use it in that way. Because I do not think anyone derived of all other religions is atheist. I do not think like it's fair to say that.
So, what are they?
People, there's just people.
Well, Christians
That's
are
why it's
people.
aggressive.
That doesn't mean they're non-religious.
Yeah, atheists are the only
But they're-
fucking people.
But they're
Okay, fuck
Christian
you.
people or they're Muslim people. And the thing, like again, aggressive secular. It's
So
aggressive
we're
because
assuming atheist is
instead
the
of just
base.
saying no, again, no, atheist is not the base. The base is people. The base is person. No other
Yeah, but
modifier.
okay,
Person.
But the difference is that the Colin is saying that like inherently you have to be something, and if you are not religious, then you are an atheist. So the base is not person. The base would then be atheism.
Yes, I don't disagree with that. But
Okay, now I'm really confused.
again, atheism does not
Now
have
I'm also
a-
confused.
atheism doesn't have like an outward like garb or action or thing. And that's the thing that they're fighting. I don't agree with it, but that's the thing that they're fighting is not like it's very close to not being non-secular because they are not letting religion.
Yeah,
They're
but
stopping religion.
wouldn't you
But
say
they're
that
being
all
secular
religious
because their
garb?
secularism is extending beyond just their government and into cultural visions and into like laws of location. And I don't think it's right. I think it's too far secularism because it's getting into being just non-secular again. But the idea that they are pursuing and what they think they're doing is they are limiting religious influence and therefore increasing secularism by like limiting the visual influence of religion. They're increasing their nation's ability to be secular and to be uninfluenced by religious action. Of course, atheism is still a religion, but it also tends to carry its opinions in terms of being opposed to other religions and less in the form of like things to use as a reason to do things. But it is still a religion. And so like technically all they're letting people be visually is atheist. But that has like a far lesser impact than being visually anything else. Is their thinking. That's why they're seeing it as being secular, is they're like reducing the visibility and the impact of religious anything. Therefore, they are more secular and their ability to be secular will only increase.
Huh. I feel like that just seems like a flawed application of secularism.
Oh, it is. France fucking sucks ass. It's very flawed.
France sucks ass. Hot takes.
But like that's the strongest secular example I can give
which
you. because
which
it's so
definition of
secular that
secular
it's
are
getting
we
non-secular.
actually using here?
That's a good
Um,
I
question.
feel like we're kind of stretching what secular is.
What do you mean? Which definition of secular?
Well, like,
Doesn't secular
are we-
mean like
are we-
not pertaining to religion?
are we using like secular in like a specific context, like a term that involves secular, or are we just talking about secular in general?
Well, we're using it in the like governmental kind of context. But like
Which typically just means not influenced by religion. correct?
Yeah, like things that are like either not religious or have no basis in religion. Yeah, that is like the general like definition, and in the government way is kind of the same. It's like fairly unchanged because a
Okay.
secular government should be like the activities of the government should be uninfluenced or have no basis in a religion. That's like the general definition. But that's also why what France is doing very much encroaches on vetting very close to just circling back into being non-secular because they're going so fucking hard outside of the like influence of a government that what a government should have, that it's almost acting on like exclusively because of religion and not without the influence of religion.
So
Again,
okay,
I
here's
disagree
the
with it. It's a wrong use of being secular, but like that's also them still trying to be secular.
so here's what secular is, what I always thought of it as in terms of the
Mm.
secular state, an idea pertaining to secularity. Thank you, that's very specific. Whereby a state is or purports to be officially neutral in matters of religion, supporting neither religion nor irreligion. The secular state claims to treat all of its
Ah,
citizens equally regardless of religion, and claims to avoid preferential treatment for a citizen based on their religious beliefs, affiliation, or lack of either of those with other profiles.
right. So in doing
Yeah.
in within that definition, then France is not being
They're not
not
being
actually
secular at
acting
all.
secular. No.
No, no, they're not. I don't think so. But their reasonings and the citations they're making are all secular. That's why they're dumb and I hate France. But no, because yeah, your definition is very correct. It's supposed to be uninfluenced by it and uncaring of it.
But they've made
Same as it's written in the U.S.
but they've made policies directly affecting other religions in this case. So I don't even think they
That's
can
like
validly
preferential
argue that.
treatment toward, yeah, that's preferential treatment towards a particular religion or against others.
Mm-hmm. But what they're citing as why they're still secular is because they're doing it in broad stroke to everyone. They're making these choices and actions on religion, but to everyone. So it's actually not because of religion, it's just the rules. It just so happens that all the stuff it's affecting is religion. Because
This
it's a
sounds like the
combination
argument
of
racists use to justify
yes.
I was
income
about to
laws.
say, yeah, it
Again,
sounds like
I hate France. I hate France a lot. I have a good reason. um, but like, yeah, it's dumb, and that's why they're using that for. But it also has the like thing that they want to happen of making it harder to be religious and have religious output in any capacity. And so it does actually like reduce, like it does increase their ability to be secular because the resistance of opinions by religions is lower. Just on like their opinions will be less clear, less out there because they cannot actually be themselves in all places in the country.
So in my mind, this kind of only works if you say that atheism
anyone can do
isn't
everything.
a religion. I feel like you have to argue that to argue this.
That's why I hate atheism though.
As a term, or
Just as a thing. Because I do think it's a religion and I think the way it influences people is very religious. But like because its whole base is its starting foundation is not religious. Like it's trying to be no, 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 no to it all. Anyone of the actual atheist persuasion would not like me saying they're a religion.
What is the basis of atheism?
so this is where I'm confused because I haven't thought about religion that hard, but I feel like I was always like I'm an atheist because I'm not religious. So like if
And
I'm not an
that's
atheist,
the
what am I?
basis. But so like that's the thing is the basis of atheism was I'm not religious. The problem was saying you weren't religious. In the US specifically really is where it became like it changed and became a bigger issue is the conflict between people saying I'm not religious and evangelical Christians going how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you? And then that became an unproductive, aggressive conversation that resulted in, I don't know if you ever saw this on your end of internet existence as a smaller child, but like it was unavoidable for me as a small, like, white boy child to not encounter YouTubers ranting about like hating Christianity and how fucking ridiculously dumb it was. Like atheist rants were a massive thing on early YouTube.
I
It was
definitely did not
unavoidable
encounter
for
those. I
me.
was watching
Yeah.
like Duck Song and shit. Like I'm like,
Well, hey, like, that's the thing is like I was too, but like because of like
it doesn't
me
sound
as
like
a
it, man. The
person.
Duck Song doesn't
No, but
have
that's the thing.
a
No, it doesn't. But that's the thing is like as like it
atheistic
was
overtones in the
always
Duck Song, dude.
no, but like those like atheist rant channels, they were often like people who were in their the mold they fit is the mold that a lot of like muscle influencer or like supplement bros fit nowadays, where it's like quote unquote disillusioned men saying things that are the truth very loudly, very aggressively, getting large audiences of other young like boys who
Is this
see and
pertaining to
agree.
your definition of atheism, or why are we on this track now? Sorry, again, just trying
Well,
to make
I'm
sure that we're like.
talking about the change of it from what you said of like as an atheist, you thought you said you were an atheist because you're not
Well, I
religious.
think I am, dude. I don't fucking know
No,
at
but
this
like,
point.
no, but that's what
what is
that's what I'm
this?
saying. Aaliyah, that's what I'm saying is what you said. That is the basis. That was the original
Yeah,
formation
I don't have a
of it,
religion.
of
I don't think about
atheism.
religion. I don't
Was saying
have
is
one.
I'm not religious. I don't think about it. I don't really care. It's not a thing. I'm just not. I'm
It
not
does
any
not
of those
affect
other
my
ones.
life, except for
Like,
when people make political decisions about my rights based on their religion. But other
yeah.
than that,
Um,
religion does not play a part in my existence the way that I see it, at least. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, I guess you could argue that it does based on like the fact that
mhm.
like it influences other people's behavior and then influences the society that I'm in. But like in terms of my individual decision making, I have never been like, maybe God would think this.
And like
Aren't you
that
aren't you
for
making decisions? Okay, sorry. I keep.
No, yeah, go for it.
Aren't you making decisions based on science, which is fundamentally a religion? Like it might be a true
I feel
religion,
like a
but it
lot,
is
yeah,
a
most of the
fundamental
time.
set of beliefs.
Most of the time, yeah. Like I do have like beliefs that I hold to be true based on like logic and reasoning and that kind of thing. And then I also think that I like have some like spiritual qualities to me. You know what I mean? Like I still believe in like I don't know. It's complicated.
I believe
but,
my
like,
feet are fucking
I-
cold.
oh
So
shit!
I think the
This
I
video,
don't like
it's
you
almost
saying
3
science
hours.
is I don't like you saying science. You're still recording? Damn. I don't like
Yeah.
you saying science is a religion.
It was Rocket League
But
for an hour. If
isn't-
you want to get into queerness and anthropological history and religion,
But
keep listening.
definitionally, wait, what? Definitionally,
Definitionally.
science is a religion.
It's not.
It is.
Well, okay, wait, but definitionally, like what is the definition of a religion? Is it's a set of
Yeah.
beliefs
So-
that guide
so-
Tell me what your definition is, because I want to know what your definition.
Here's the Jesus Christ, I'm tired. The definitions of religion.
Jesus
One,
Christ!
the
Why are
belief
you bringing
in-
Christ into this, bro?
The belief in and reverence for a supernatural power or powers regarded as creating and governing the universe. A particular variety of such belief, especially when organized into a system of doctrine and practice, or a set of beliefs, values, and practices based on the teachings of a spiritual leader. So, like, the science as, like, a system is governing the universe.
Yeah.
Like, from our perspective. Like,
Right.
and it is a belief and a reverence in it. So, like,
Yes.
it's not like,
Is
The-
there an
the
inherent
difference-
need for a leader to be a religion, or no?
no, that's like one of the
That was a flavor?
uses.
Yeah.
It was
yeah.
a flavor.
So like one of the point I'm trying to get at is like the differences between science and other religions. I wouldn't say like science in itself is a religion, but I would say it is an inherent part of atheism. Like
Yeah, that is true. It definitely is an inherent part of the modern atheism. I
But
agree with that wholeheartedly.
what I'm trying to get at here is like the difference between science as a system of governing the universe and like say Christianity as a system of governing the universe is literally that Christianity
cannot and will not be proven, but science, in theory, can be proven. That's the difference.
So
But in terms of like the belief system, there's not really anything different.
I think there is at least for me, there is a very major two differences. One, religion as a thing prescribes to an amount of faith in the fact that it cannot be proven. I think that is one of the biggest like facets of religion, both historically and
you're
now.
just saying like as a personal definition, because in terms of Colin's definition, there is no inherent necessity for like faith or like a blind leap of trust.
Where is your definition from? Because I can only find definitions that use faith in the definition.
It was just I just pulled it up and it was the first.
Like
one
when I Google it, like there's the belief and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods, or a particular system of faith and worship, or a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes importance.
But faith, I think in that context is like synonymous with belief, not with a necessity for.
No, I disagree heavily. Religion's main facet of religion is the faith.
I'm saying I'm arguing with that definition though. I'm saying like I think that faith in that case of that definition is using it differently than how you're thinking about it. Or that's
the
what
definition
it felt like
I'm
to me.
reading.
Yeah.
I can see that, like using faith synonymously with religion, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Like faith being a religion, not necessarily being like a leap of faith as an inherent need for a shift in or like a jump in logic, or you know what I mean? Like you're saying like having faith,
but
versus I think that they're legitimately just saying like faith as in religion.
Yeah, they might be, and I don't know how much I could really argue that, but I guess religion has always had the main facet of faith to me, I guess. This is not like a personal definition. Because I don't really know how I could argue that, because I can totally see how that could be the word they're using. I just don't think they would be, but they totally could be, and it would fit. But like, I don't believe in shit that I cannot have any smidgen of evidence for. I can have faith in people being good. I have very little evidence for that, but I can't have faith in it. But I don't believe in it.
Wait, okay.
And I feel like religion relies on faith and always has, even to the historical degree.
So, like, I would say that part of science is faith, though. Like
in what?
So, like,
well, I mean,
not
everything is like literally like
faith,
it's
the way
basically
I'm
like
using
being
it?
like.
Well,
in terms of like
the unevidentiary faith.
Like, so the Big Bang. There is evidence to support this conclusion, right? But there's nothing like
a resounding amount of evidence, like a shit ton of evidence.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's the start of the universe. So like, the things that were before that are things that we cannot comprehend, and we also can't go back to that time period. Like, we don't know what dark energy is, so we don't know like what effect a lot of these things could have had. Like, there could have been a whole nother type of energy that we don't know about. So I'm not saying that the Big Bang is wrong. But what I'm saying is the faith lies in people that we trust as spiritual experts telling us what to do, like what to believe. Because I don't know what the fucking evidence for the Big Bang is, but I believe it because people I trust that see the evidence do it. So it is kind of faith, because it's not something that I can ever prove. That's definitely not something I can ever prove. I don't think humans can ever prove it with certainty. Like we can be. It's about probabilities.
You're like talking about just like having faith in gathering and other people gathering reliable empirical evidence to support a conclusion that they're presenting to you without actually doing any of your own research about it.
Yes, but also that these people who I think are analogous to spiritual leaders are like they don't have all the possible data or all the possible outcomes either.
And I mean, that's something that I even think that, like we sort of mentioned, we were talking about like queerness, of I'm just like an inherent facet of science is not knowing everything, and specifically being able to say like these things are correlated, or we have a lot of evidence to suggest that this conclusion is correct. And regardless of the fact of, like we're just like, yeah, gravity for sure exists. Like that's a fact that we're accepting. You know what I mean? Like it's a fact because of like a variety of empirical evidence that we've gathered, and like the fact that we have nothing else to disprove it necessarily. But like theoretically, we can never 100. We have not, I think, like 100% proven anything. Like that's sort of like how that goes. Is like there is a certain amount of like faith in that, like all of our empirical evidence from these variety of sources and these variety aspects of science and the way that science functions supports this conclusion. So we accept this conclusion, although there is a theoretical possibility that this conclusion is incorrect.
Which religion can tell me why my feet are cold?
But the thing,
my feet are so fucking cold, bro.
Science,
I feel like
your circulatory system, bro.
I feel like that entire description of like how science works and builds on itself is like antithetical to how religion is, because it vocalizes its like the lack of confirmation that it can have. It vocalizes what it doesn't know. It will change if it has proven evidence, and it has done plenty of times.
But mechanistically, there's an element of faith to it. So he's saying that definitionally it fits under your umbrella of there needing to be some sort of a leap of faith, a sort of a like thing where you trust in an unknown.
Sure, mechanistically it does, but like mechanistically, I'm having faith. Like I can have faith in the theory of gravity because I can witness it. Like I can look up gravity. And
but a lot
with
of people
my own
can argue
eyes,
things that they've seen, and like I mean, yes. Derek's even said of like he's like, I've seen miracles happen, and I know that it's God. He's like, I have seen these things happen, and I know that it's God. And we can be like, I have seen these happen, and I know that it is like a scientific fact.
Yes,
but those are both still systems of belief.
Sure. Yes, they are systems of belief.
God, it's so fucking cold, bro.
Like, dude, put some socks on.
I have socks. That's why I'm so confused. My feet are not usually this cold.
You take your socks off, and you get a little baby wipe, and you wipe your feet down, and then you put new socks on.
I don't have a baby wipe.
Do you have like a wet rag?
No.
Okay, well that always like helps when camping. You could also just change. So yeah, like if you like have a baby wipe, and then like if like while you're getting changed when you're camping, you like wipe your whole body down with a wet rag, and then put other clothes on, you get super warm.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah. Life hacks.
I never knew that, but I'll never go camping, so.
Yeah.
I love going outside, but I despise spending the night outside. I can't do it.
That's really funny. As a native Coloradan,
I wasn't trying to interrupt you, Colby.
So like,
I give this crack.
Nice.
It's almost one
science,
again, bro.
Science like it's. I don't know how to like vote, like say what I want to say against that.
Feel like
I still don't agree.
Saying,
I still do not agree.
And I think
part of it is because of my historical background in information. Because like,
well, I'm a scientist, dude.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I know
the inherent uncomfortability of comparing those two things, because to me they've always been very different things. But I think that like the way that this is functioning in terms of like it's basically like there's this concept in like philosophical arguments that I've encountered a bunch of, like basically hitting a point where you're like, I am failing to logically describe why this feels wrong, and your logic is correct the way that you've described it, but it still feels wrong. And so I feel like you just have not found a way to be able to like logically disprove the way that we are setting up like how these things are similar.
Well,
but it feels wrong to you. You just can't describe what.
The one thing that I know I can verbalize, I don't know how well I can, but like is like science is not personal and religion is, in its like they both are governing the universe. That was like, it was a thing that Colin said, was like they're beliefs in like what is governing the universe, right? That's, you said that, I'm not misquoting you.
Yeah.
Okay. I think science obviously is, and while religions also are, I also think religions and like their rules are built out of like both like personal and social necessity, and like to fill gaps, as opposed to where science
is also filling gaps.
Is filling gaps, but not.
It's a different system. It's filling gaps based on its system.
Well, I'm not a scientist, but science does not feel to me like it is filling gaps because it's uncomfortable. Because it can't handle it.
Yeah, but
religion in all of its early forms, and then formations it creates into it.
About Christianity either.
Like it's not because of like an inherent uncomfortability. They're just saying like this is a gap in knowledge, and this fills that gap in knowledge.
Yeah, but and again, this is because I do history, evidentiarily
it's like a defense mechanism.
Religions have formed. They have always been to explain things that we did not know or were scared of, to explain things that we had no control over. Science, I feel, is to help us gain control, but I do not often feel that science as a general field is done and like has been done to like fend off fear of a thing. Like specifically, of course, there are things like the atom bomb, which are to gain massive amounts of control of a thing we should not control. And that's...
And also, I feel like just understanding something more is an act in trying to gain control over that particular thing.
Yeah, but I think it's like it's a different kind of like...
Or will eventually lead to an element of control over it, regardless of if that was the intent.
What's the... Oh God, we literally used, like all of us used this, I think, earlier in this discussion, and I want to say it because it was good and it's perfect for this. No.
Dude, full circle, end it.
This is too interesting to not record. We've been talking for 2 hours.
Oh wait, no, this is during the corpse party thing where we were like, well, like the possession thing would be the thing you would believe to like, you know, be
like a primary belief no and then a coping mechanism.
Yeah. like religion, at least on its basis, has almost always been a coping mechanism that became the basis for a social construct or a social idea.
But I feel like a lot of people do not perceive it to be like. I feel like from potentially a historical lens that could be true. It also is a biased interpretation
why I
of history,
personally
because
find a lot of like problem with calling science a religion, because the fundamental base of the two is so different.
I mean, but like, you know, like billions of people, instead of thinking of like that as a coping mechanism, are like, this is the way the world works. We didn't make this up to cope. This is how it works.
Yes. But the foundation of that is because a guy coped 15,000 years ago.
And that's on the basis of you're saying just like historically and like circumstantially, that's what it seems to be. Because you can't, I don't think you can prove, like you as a person can prove or deny that like Jesus Christ didn't like save us all, right?
No, of course not. Because that's like the concept of that.
Or like whatever he did. What did he like Jesus is the one that like died for
He died for our sins and came back 3 days later alive.
Yeah, he had a cave moment. He had a quick nap.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
But just to summarize.
Yeah, but
you can't prove that happened or disprove, or like prove or disprove that happened or did not happen.
No.
And so in that way,
we
like,
also
can you say that it's a coping mechanism that someone made up?
When facets of their religious document happened, and they can be upset with us about it and not believe us. That can happen, and it does happen. Like, we have a lot of confidence that Jesus Christ is a real person who did a lot of the things in the Bible.
I wish we had Derek's input on this, because he's such a theology man.
This would have been a lot. Yeah.
This would have been really nice to have his input on.
This kind of conversation is like almost exact like the conversation that I think me and him had on the floor of like Madeline's house.
Every time I get drunk,
Derek, pop it on the comments, bro.
Derek, please.
Yeah,
but like, we need your like actually theologically educated insight, because I don't know it.
I only have historical lens.
I'm talking about logic and philosophy, bro. Like, I don't know.
But like, there's a lot of the Bible, like in terms of places it references in times of many things, we've found the evidence for it. The Bible itself is, in terms of historical record, actually incredibly accurate.
Okay.
but not in action, just in location and timing.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because most of the things the Bible describes happening and being done are like not provable without future technology.
Mm-hmm.
And so, of course, there is the always present, like historical and like often like scientific lens of a overwhelming majority of the evidence we can find does not support this.
Mm-hmm.
But I am highly aware that if this was provable, the technology to do it or the ability to do it is not now. Or it would take more time than has been spent on this thing to do that. And I know that. And like, but that is also what makes it so different to me, is the idea that when they have an idea or conclusion or a rule set, it's based on an overwhelming majority and identifies often the ways in which it could be disproven theoretically, and accepts, if that future happens, that it is true and it was okay. And like obviously
I feel like
science was
we're getting off
built
base.
with that intent. But it's like, that's just like, that is the reason why I don't like science being referred to as a religion, is because it's built to be so changing and adaptable and accepting of its own self change, that like, yes, it is a rule that defines a lot of how you might do things. It's a belief that you're doing the thing.
And that's the thing is, I
But
think
system of
again,
belief.
like,
But I don't think a system of belief and a religion are the same.
So this is when we're getting right back to what Colin and I said, is that science is a system of belief, and you're still having a lot of trouble with that because you do not feel inherently and fundamentally, and you have a gut feeling that they are different things, but you have not been able to describe how science is not a system of belief.
No, science is a system of belief. I never said it wasn't. I said it's
So
not a
in that
religion.
case,
And I
that
said
it
it does
is a
not fit the
religion.
definition. No, a religion and system of belief are not the same.
Is that not like what we were saying definitionally, of that like a religion is a particular system of belief and guiding principles by which?
That's kind of, I mean, yeah. The problem where I'm encountering is that there's too many different definitions. Like, make up your fucking mind, guys.
Yeah. Like, okay, but to me, like the way that like Colin was representing religion is a system of beliefs that like guides your behavior, how you perceive the universe, and how you think that the universe is like. I don't even know if it necessarily like creation is an inherent part of it, but just like that, like guides how you interact with your world in that way of like it's a system of beliefs of what sort of like powers hold sway over the universe and your universe as a facet of that. And in that way,
Sure.
science is a religion.
But does science define your like moral and ethical and social action? Because religion does
religion have to? Is that like a part of it? If like
I don't know a single
morals?
religion that does not explicitly state some kind of moral code.
I do think
if you
science,
find one, please tell me. But I genuinely don't know a religion that does not give some form of moral anything.
So like the thing is, like, I'm kind of reaching here. I admittedly I'm kind of reaching here for this one.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I don't think that's a requirement. Like, that might be part of like what you consider functionally as a religion, but like in terms of the pure definition, I don't see that as a requirement. But like, based on your definition and like what you would say as a religion, I mean, that's a fairly decent point. But I think
the moral argument is actually really interesting, because that's the like the first thing that's given me pause for a bit.
I do think that, like,
yeah, I guess I didn't vocalize that because I didn't think that was necessary, because science just doesn't deal with them.
Part of
part
of the scientific process, like scientific process, for me, morals are a guidance from a set of doctrines on how humans are supposed to behave. So like, it doesn't have to be do not kill. In this case, the scientific method is a moral code, or it's at least analogous to a moral code. Like, it's a set of behaviors to achieve a certain goal in life. Like, I wouldn't say it's like your whole life, but like some people it kind of is. And like I said, I'm reaching here. Like, I'm trying to make it work, right? Like, I don't necessarily believe this, but I'm just trying to make it work, right?
Yeah,
but
for
like,
sake of argument.
it is kind of like a guiding set of principles. And I also do think that there is something to be said about, like, well, since we know what leads to the most like benefits for a species in terms of like procreation and health, I do think that science doesn't have like a thing that says directly do this, but in terms of like what we know to be true based on science, there are certain ways that we're being influenced to behave based on that knowledge. So like we know like not to eat sugar because of science. Like if you want to live healthily, you're gonna not eat a bunch of sugar and not drink a bunch of soda. Like that's not necessarily like for me that is moral because it's like how you are going to behave like being faced with this doctrine.
So it's like an influence on behavior, but also I would argue too that like even though like religions tend to provide a basis for like how you should behave in particular situations, they're not comprehensive for what to do in every situation morally. And at some point you have to revert to something else besides your religion to be able to explain why or why not to do a particular thing, because there's just no way that a particular doctrine can like encompass the nuance that is human existence, right? Like even though there's moral guides in religion, like it's not fully comprehensive. So in that way, if science does have some implications on what to do in certain situations, potentially on a moral standpoint, like is that enough?
So
or like where do you draw the line?
I see the reach you're making, Colin.
And I don't believe this, by the way. I'm just arguing.
Like I get the thing you're saying, but like morality is the idea of right or wrong. Actions to what is right, what is wrong. Like your concept of that.
Or like ethics, yeah.
Yeah.
Scientific method, right?
Like
pseudoscience wrong, baby.
If something is informing your morals, it's informing your perception of what is like acceptable or okay to do or be seen doing. And is okay, like not okay to do and not be seen doing. And I don't really think that science has anything that equivalates to that on a right and wrong behavior nature. I think there are many things in science that are like you were saying, like eating sugar. That's not healthy for you to do. But like, if I eat sugar, I don't get like, I'm still allowed to be a scientist. If I eat pork,
yeah, but Muslim, like if you do that shit not. Like as like a Christian and you like repent, you're still allowed to, you know, like there are certain things of like, yeah, if you fuck up, you can still
Catholic.
Do this. Yeah,
if you're one dimension of Christianity.
Yeah, perfect. Again, I don't know enough about religion to use the proper phrase, but you know what I'm saying like, is like you can still fuck up and still be good.
But I don't have to repent to science for eating sugar. Nothing in science demands that I do so, and it would be kind of insane to go to a fucking like lab and go, "Hey, I ate sugar today. I'm so sorry. Am I forgiven?"
We don't necessarily have to do that, but it's more like
no.
It's like repenting against yourself because we're talking about like so the thing with Christianity it's not I mean in some cases you will get kicked out of the church, but let's assume you won't get kicked out of the church, you can just repent. The problem is what happens after you die, right? So it's like at death and beyond. But the thing is with science, like there isn't something that's directly telling you to do this, but if you drink only soda and that's like your only meal, you're going to die really fast. So like it's kind of its own punishment.
And but like the guiding principle though, Colin, in that case is like wanting to not die, which I think what Colby's saying is there's no like inherent doctrine in science that says that you well, I mean, maybe theoretically you can argue that of like having like a survival instinct, argue like a scientifically like motivated like physiological survival instinct means that making a decision against your survival is against science, but that's I feel like more like in terms of like fitness and ecology and not necessarily like the idea of what the scientific method and all that represents.
Yeah, like I think that would be more like closer to equating like your instincts to a religion than science to a religion. It just so happens that science is what uncovered like followable evidence as to why you have that instinct. Where
Okay,
it's like science.
You go ahead, finish. Sorry.
Are you about to say that you're confused?
No.
Okay,
I
good.
just thought
Because
of
what I'm
something
going to
else.
say right now might be really confusing. I don't know yet.
Strap in, fuckers.
Like religion feels like it's filling in blanks and writing in what you don't know, whereas science feels more akin to decoding around you.
So,
I don't know if that like fully
science
hits,
is
but like
exploratory versus like religion is explanatory.
kind of that, because it's like it would you wouldn't like sugar is bad for you and recommendarily you shouldn't eat it. Science is not like science itself is not being written. Like there are not papers going like shaming you for eating sugar. There are papers explaining exactly why sugar is bad for you and the effects that it will have on your body, etc. And there might be like articles written post science that might shame you with that like that knowledge as backup now to like factually shame you for eating sugar. But I would not argue that that is science itself, because nothing in the writing it's taking from actually says to do that, which is an argument you can make against religions as well. I acknowledge, because one of the biggest misinterpretations of the Bible is about being like gay or not. Is the actual written word of that is to not sleep with it's to not sleep with a boy. And so like
which
that's
is
not
like
what they're
theoretically
saying.
Pedophilic.
Yeah, but like that's not what they're saying. Like they weren't saying to be homophobic. They were saying to not be pedophilic.
Right.
But like so like that's the same argument you can make against me is like if science was a religion, those articles shaming me for having sugar would be a facet of that religion under that like same kind of definition. But like
well,
I feel it would be a little
an inherent facet of religion. Like is there
no.
enforcement?
I'm just like that like but that's the thing though, as I'm saying, is there is no architecture of scientific enforcement. Whereas within, like, just knowing the information does not create, like, a structure within, like, where like, my social group or people who I could interact with, where I could encounter that, like, in that facet. I feel like there's nothing I can reference that'd be like that. Whereas if I was, like, Muslim and I ate pork, like, that would be like either I've already like gone through the thought process of not being Muslim anymore to even do that, or if I've done it intentionally, like there will be a lot of diversity and argument to encounter within anyone related to being Muslim who either knew I'm Muslim or is Muslim in my group of people who I know, because that is both me breaking my own morals, my own rules that I have agreed to on like this religion that I do think is right, and also at the same time offensive to them. It is against them and upsetting to them that I would do that. That is what their religion is. Whereas like eating sugar is not offensive to a scientist. People who like trust science are not offended by someone doing something that science has said is not like healthy for you.
They can be.
Yeah.
They can be.
I thought of an example.
I don't think it's like a general truth of science.
Share his vibe.
Okay, sorry, I was not done.
So
okay.
the thing here is that like religion, like Christianity, for example, it's not like one authority. Like it's made from Jesus, but like the words are written by different people. So it's not like one guy. So like what it is people telling you. It's not like God wrote the Bible himself, right? So like
isn't that theoretically what it is people. Though? Isn't that the idea of like it's like people
I mean,
like,
it was influenced
them writing what he told them
by him.
Yeah,
like prophets.
That's the whole concept of at least like
is that
the
God's
Jewish, Muslim,
word,
and Christian
right?
books are all God's word written by the guy he told.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
like,
the prophets are.
Yeah, but they're like prophets. So like they are being influenced by higher power, but like it's not coming from one guy.
I mean, I think I can't remember his name right now, but the one whose son's name is Abraham literally killed his son Abraham on a mountain so God could tell him the 10 Commandments. Like he just verbatim told him the commandments and he wrote them down on a stone tablet.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
then
story
he told
they have.
other guys different stuff. But like, I'm not talking about like what
Yeah, but
supposedly happened. Look, just let me finish. I'm talking about
Let him
practicality.
nut, bro.
Like, think
God.
about the New Testament and how much of that is just political propaganda. Like, God didn't come down and tell them that. I'm sorry. Like, half of that shit they just put in there because they wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm not saying, I'm not arguing that the theory isn't that God came down and told them. I'm talking about in practicality. Like, who the actual authority, like, who makes the rules? Like, in here.
Yeah.
So, like, I would say that you could say that scientists are like prophets, especially guys like Fauci. Like during the COVID pandemic, he was kind of like a prophet in terms of
Like
he
people
has
looking to him for
he
guidance
is
as an
the
authority
authority.
figure on a particular thing.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
is the authority, and he influences other people's behavior. Like if you're not vaxxed, you're a bad person. Like he didn't say that directly, obviously, but that was like a prevailing
But that's
sentiment.
a lot of what he was trying to say.
Yeah, and so I do think that even when we're talking about that shame element, like it doesn't have to come from the scripture, but it can come from an authority figure as
Like
well.
sociology too,
Like
and just like sociology and like how people interact with each other.
Yeah, and like the reason that Christianity grew to the point where it is now, because Christianity now, we all know this, but just like for argument, it's not the same as it was 2,000 years ago. Like Christianity is way different in terms of practice. So like
Yeah.
the priests, the authority figures, like Martin Luther greatly changed the entire course of Christianity, right? So it's like
with his little grievances list.
so like dudes who are authority figures do change the religion and like they do dictate what like comes and goes. Like they're like
Is that a specific like rebuttal to Colby's statement of just like a like science is like malleable versus like religion's not necessarily, or like?
No, I think he's rebutting me talking about the sugar versus the pork as a Muslim thing I was saying, right?
well, I'm also saying that like because when we're talking about morality, like it doesn't have to come from doctrine. That's kind of the point I'm making. Like a lot of modern Christian morality does not come from doctrine. It comes from like precedent in the church. So like it came from authority figures within that religion who people following the religion looked up to. So I do think in that sense you could argue that there is morality that comes from like
that has a basis in science
authority
and it's
figures who are
exclusively
based in science. Yeah.
scientific. Yeah.
Because like it was back to the COVID pandemic, it was seen as immoral not to get vaccinated. So I do think that there was a sense of like morality, and even in the way that you interact with other people. So yeah, I kind of
I don't.
That's really interesting.
I don't disagree.
No, I
think
also
you
would
are
just like to
100%
compliment that example. I think that example slaps.
Because that is definitely correct. Like in
appreciate
terms
that.
of like science and profit, whatever, Fauci absolutely fits the bill on that for sure. He
And
did
I'm not
that.
trying to
He
pick
did
on
the
that
whole-
guy. That's just the clearest example, right?
No, honestly, it's a really good example because, like, even though I do think getting vaccinated was correct, he was a cunt about it, and I didn't like him. Like, and I wanted people to get vaccinated, but
Also, his accent.
He was so like, like your example is really, really good because he was so strong in a way that I identify exactly as someone with like someone who is trying to say things and is either not like choosing not to or very poorly illustrating why and just like hoping on faith. And like he was creating an environment in which either you already knew why he was correct, or you had to just have faith that he was. Because he was that higher figure and he should know. But like the things he's talking about and the way he's illustrating it make it really hard to find out for yourself, which is especially frustrating when it comes to science because that's one of the nicest facets is it's of course not like high level shit, but like vaccines have been abstracted over time long enough that one should be able to find out stuff about them.
I also think
But
that it's
that's
just
hard
sort of
nowadays with arguments as well.
like a theoretical principle of science is like, even though you as a person would theoretically like have to just like have faith and like there's like a leap of faith of like those authority figures know what they're talking about, like theoretically one could use the scientific method to come to those same conclusions, and like that's the way that science functions.
But he was wrong about stuff.
Right, but
Yeah.
like, or like come to the same or different conclusions. Like that's the whole.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. Like I'm sort of like almost like swapping sides of trying to be like basically like, because I think that like with religion, like definitely like correct me if I'm wrong if people know more, but like if
Let us
you're
know in the comments, you poor people.
Dude, no one's gonna be listening this far. If they are, I commend you.
They
and
watched
your
the first
academic
Rocket
spirit.
League video and they're like, "Why the fuck is this 3 hours?"
No, literally. But like I feel like see right, like I feel like with what like maybe it's just Catholicism or maybe it's Christianity of like you and your independent relationship with God is important. But there are like a bunch of things that like you do have to be told about the way things function, and you can't just go figure out on your own.
You couldn't figure out like, but
Versus
you wouldn't
with
know
like
to use the
science, you
scientific
have
method.
like a system, right? But like so like that's like what like a set of, and in this case again that's like relating back to like that's a set of beliefs on like how the universe functions, which influences your behavior. But you can use those and like a bunch of different tools at your disposal, as well as things that people haven't even come up with yet, to arrive at similar conclusions for things like gravity, for things like like the like physical rotational forces that keep the Earth moving and the solar system in place, and like all that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like trying to figure out how to like separate those two things in terms of like, especially like if we're talking about like science as exploratory kind of thing of like in certain religions, like is there more of a leap of faith in that way, or like what do you guys think about that?
Well, faith in the philosophical sense means like you believe something that cannot be proven.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
and we're just saying like with
no
science you
evidence
can't actually prove anything ever. Well, not necessarily with no evidence at all.
I think honestly it depends on your definition of proof. But I think in general, like philosophically, proof only matters like to the mind, right? So it's like how much will it take to 100% convince somebody? Like if you give someone all the data, well 100% of people receiving that data that like think rationally, obviously, like that can think properly, that don't have like schizophrenia or whatever. Like are they going to arrive at the conclusion that this is the way something is? I think that's the difference.
I think that's one of the. This is not a held opinion because I'm just having the thought now about this. But like the things that religion talks about are, I'm not gonna say never because I don't fucking know about all religions, but typically seem to be not about any of the things that are intuitive, like there's in like ancient Greek religion, there's not a god for gravity. Like obviously
Gravity
they didn't have
god.
the full concept of gravity.
G-Lord.
That guy would be sick.
But at the same time,
nasty shit. Let's go.
the people who believed up and like believed in the Greek gods and like the Egyptian gods knew the Earth was round. They had the science and like facets to figure that out. And at no point did something like gravity enter into them trying to figure it out. The time,
well, because
like,
gravity is
I
like
think,
a mechanism.
But like that's the thing is, you don't have to actually think about gravity in your day to day. But the things that religion was answering or filling in were the things that like you looked at, and after the first look was like I didn't see everything. Nothing, like it was not smooth there. Why was that not smooth? I need to know why that wasn't smooth or what made it not smooth. And the answer often was gods or was spirits in where they were. And I just like find that interesting, not even as like a real facet of the thing, but more like the biggest things of science that you hear of and know of are the parts of the world that work. And took humans existing for tens of thousands of years in society to even like think about hard. Like those are the like cornerstone like things that are well known about science. Obviously not the actual cornerstones of science, but like if you learn about science, you learn about gravity. If you learn about science, you learn about the curvature of the Earth, which is something that they did figure out back then. But like those are the things that are often both quickly learned about when like just discussing science, but also things that are often I'm not going to put gravity in this because I think that I've ever heard of that happening specifically, but like curvature of the Earth or like I actually think it's just like those two. Those are like the two big ones that I know of, really. Like curvature of the Earth, like being such a big thing, not specifically religiously, but finding a lot more acceptance maybe is the word in more religious circles than not.
Isn't that just more of a comment though on like sociology and like humans, like psychology, than the difference between science and religion?
Yeah, I think I was less making a statement about the difference and more just like a noticed thing. I noticed because we were talking about it, and I was like, "There's actually no equivalent. There's no like gravity equivalent in Christianity to science. You know, like I can't use that to compare the two in that facet because there actually just is no one-to-one on the two religions.
Yeah, but
there's not like a gravity theory in
broadly,
Christianity.
Though, does there have to be a one-to-one between two things for them to fall under the same umbrella?
No, I was just trying to more see. It was more the like comparing the front-facing big facets or big things people know of or about the two to see if they were comparable in any way, and they weren't because gravity is not really comparable to a lot of religious concepts.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I just like can drop a pen and it's like, well, I mean, technically that's gravity right there. I technically don't have to do anything else to say it happened. Obviously,
but in
I do
another
for
religion,
science
you
reasons.
could drop a pen and like explain it a different way. Like it could be the same concept explained different ways. And both theoretically still equally valid if one's not necessarily more provable than another, or I think again I'm like biased from the perspective of a scientist of like I'm again trying to rank and label and organize particular things.
Yeah.
But
you like your
theoretically, yeah, 100%. Well, not really. No, actually, no. Actually, as an ecologist, things are very complicated. We don't really know what a species is. We're not going to talk about it. But like in the way of like, if I say like the pen dropped because like God wanted it to drop, and like that's why. Like you can't necessarily prove or disprove that. And like with gravity, I like it's like I guess mathematically and like physically and like you can like take a lot of aspects of science and like quote unquote prove that it's gravity that's doing it, not God. But since you can never be 100% sure,
you also can't say definitively where gravity came from, though.
Yeah, like the origination of the particular forces and that kind of thing too.
Yeah, but I think
so. In that way, is it not just like another system of explanation, and therefore, like like religion or even religious?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if religions have ever. I don't know if they like contended with that exact thing of like, why did my barrel fall over?
Hey.
Like, why did it do that? Not like a because it's a different kind of
not the ceiling.
It's a different kind of thinking of not being like who like why did my apple fall? Like, was the wind strong enough to make it like fall off, like to knock it off the thing? Like that kind of thinking, as opposed to like, what is the exact mechanism into which the apple fell in this exact path. Not just like what knocked it off, but why, when it wasn't connected, did it not stay there? Like, why did it go down? It feels like just a bit more like specific and honed than the like an explanation on the religious side would be. But also, you can't. The explanation for religion, or for Jesus Christ, for gravity, like, I can't just take that explanation and slot it into explaining something else.
Like, also maybe a big thing too about it is like maybe like as like a person ascribing to a particular religion, you could be like, yeah, gravity exists, but it's because God made it. And like that's going back to the point of like what Colin was saying of like, yeah, but like what created these particular things? Of like, well, we don't necessarily know like exactly why or like how gravity came about. As far as I know, I'm not a physics bitch, dude. I don't know. But I'm pretty fucking sure that like since we don't really 100% know how the universe was created in the first place, that like we don't necessarily know exactly what led to, you know, like exactly 100% of the way, every single step, how gravity came about. So in that way, we're using like science as like a, well, we think that it's this, and other people could be like, well, it's because God made the universe, and then God made gravity.
Is there even a theory as to why gravity exists?
No, because that like
isn't it like a matter thing? Isn't it like a?
So well, we know why. So there's the theory of why gravity happens, which is like matter, mass.
It has to do with like a Higgs field.
Yes. Yeah. The okay. I'm not going to be able to explain this one well or shortly, but
also,
the most
it is
basic way
so.
is the most basic way of gravity is imagine you have a blanket, like a tarp stretched out like loosely on something, or like you have a very, very soft bed. If you have a bunch of things sitting on there and you take a very, very heavy, like a tennis ball shaped thing that weighs 25 pounds and you put that on the bed, it will sink into the soft bed. Anything around that will now go towards that because that has divoted the thing.
Isn't this the mechanism of gravity, though, not why it exists?
So that gravity is the things going into that divot towards the ball we put in there.
Yeah,
the reason that's happening is because of the mass of the item interacting with the plane of. No, I can't. I'm not gonna be able to explain this. I can't use words that don't make sense.
Yeah, we're about to get into theoretical physics, which I don't think any of us are equipped to.
But it's basically like mass affects the little fucking tarp that is the universe, which means things get pulled towards the thing, and that things getting pulled is gravity.
But why are there sources of attraction and like
why? Things getting pulled are affected by mass, and mass is affected by gravity, and the tarp changes, and that's why dimensions make things hard and annoying. But that's the thing, is like science has worked backwards to get there, but it started in the now.
So are we talking about Einstein's theory where like gravity isn't just a force, but it's literally like a bending of the space-time continuum type beat?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's still, not confirmed because no theories are, but it's been slightly more
like theoretically
proven.
And that's the thing, like as a scientist that I feel biased on, is I'm like, I think it's functionally confirmed. But
well, yeah,
from a theoretical,
like,
from a theoretical basis, is yes, of course, it's not confirmed. Like that's the point of science, is it's not confirmed.
Well,
we can always be wrong,
also,
but like functionally,
the space-time, that the specific way that I'm describing gravity is a way that like was vaguely described by Einstein, but hasn't been particularly confirmable until the past 20, 30-ish years. And even that has been slow going. But in the past 10-ish years, we've made more progress on it. So, like, that's why I feel comfortable using that as a way to explain, like, the difficulty of gravity happens because mass on this. But also,
but why do things even have mass?
The strength of gravity is because of the mass. And mass is a thing. And there's also, like, the whole thing of the rule about the exchange of mass and energy, where mass...
Right, which is why I think we're just getting, like, too convoluted in terms
exactly.
of, like, we're talking about things that we just are, like, can't even comprehend.
I do think there is merit to the idea of how far back constructively on like the basis of existing as like just the existence of mass together that science goes, where it's not science isn't working towards a decided beginning point. Like it's not science is not working to fit what it finds into the line that
A particular
reaches
narrative.
something. Right now,
Isn't that kind of not
most
true,
common
though?
theory is the Big Bang theory, but that's the most prominent one because there just has not been one to have like more evidence than that or stronger evidence. But also that one doesn't have a whole shit ton of evidence because of what it is.
No, it's not honestly super well fleshed
And
out.
a lot of when we're doing like the science thing, like can change, like if something in our more now time experimentation is we find a change or find a thing that like changes one of the rules, and that means like the way things out there happen is different as well.
Bro, what the fuck is going
That
on?
gets put
I don't
through.
know. I feel like I don't know what he's talking about anymore. I lost the plot, Colby. I lost the plot.
Well,
because my argument was that it was like science could say it's the Big Bang, and certain religions could be like because God made it, and you can't say that either is true or untrue. Right?
Yeah.
Like
well,
that's what I was saying. And in that way,
I agreed
like,
with
science
that,
is
and then
a
we
message
started.
of, like,
sorry, I thought these were separate. I agreed with that, and then we got on the other conversation that got to
because
theoretical
it was
physics.
because it was but like that's because I was like because gravity, and like this is the example of that. And then you were like,
Mhm.
so explaining why, like, and then Colin was like, is there like a theory for like why gravity came about? And then you started talking about gravity.
Mm-hmm.
Gravity.
Yeah. Well,
And
I
now
agree
I'm
with what you
confused.
said.
Like at this point, now I'm confused. Like
Okay.
we
I'm
now
just-
strayed
well,
so far from that
I
I
was
don't know
just
what we're
worrying
talking
like
about.
how our conversation evolved.
The
into
thing.
this way.
I was just saying. Basically what I was trying to do was theoretical physics, not super helpful for the conversation, but the thing we talked about on it, like getting into such a complicated whatever, that is still working backwards because we are not at the start of the universe, right? We don't actually know. And most science work is towards.
And so now you're just talking about theoretically, like that science is a lot of like taking what we have in front of us and working backwards from that, versus you're saying like religion is taking some sort of a starting central point and then working forwards from that.
Yeah.
Or are we
Like,
just not
I feel
comparing the two anymore?
Well, no, yes, that I hadn't like said the vocal comparison yet, but that was my intent, was to say that. Like science.
My intent was to get there for sure.
Yeah. Like science started now and has just been working backwards, and when new stuff comes as time passes and like new things are found, that is incorporated and streamed down and tested all the way through the knowledge that we have backwards. And the value tends to be on the like more like both easily provable, but also like there's more evidence for things that we find in the now, whereas religion is more of a like explanations for things that started a long time ago that have adapted many times and even split, like Christianity has split a lot because of it, of those various adaptations, but they're all still like they're carrying those ideas and things forward until they can't, whereas religion does not feel like it's like trying to carry science forward until it can't. Like I feel like when science couldn't like if science couldn't exist anymore, if science found some reason why it was all wrong, science would not stop, because I think scientists would probably shift high gear massively to try to figure out this new whatever the fuck is apparently true instead. But
a
like
new law governing the universe.
the entire like recognizability, like the thing you would recognize as science. Now it's not like they're taking like a pivot, because like science continually pivots. If something were to deny science as we know it to be true, all the things that we define it by, it would change to begin finding out what is true about whatever this new thing is.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Christianity, when it has hit walls,
so you're saying, yeah, like
has
science provides an
splintered.
adaptive framework versus like a religion isn't as adaptive of a framework.
Yeah, it has they tend to splinter or die out when they hit something that like is a kind of a wall to the whatever.
Isn't that kind of what happens with different schools of sciences, though? Like empiricism versus God, what's the other one? The fucking God, what is it called? What's the opposite of empiricism?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I think, therefore, I am.
I don't know
that one.
Philosophy?
No. God, what is it?
Man,
What's the word I'm missing
philosophy?
for it?
Yeah. What is that?
I mean, it is philosophy, but like there was a branch of science, like a different method of doing science that like
rationalism. It says
rationalism.
the opposite of
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Rationalism is the philosophical school of thought that knowledge and truth, or truth and knowledge, are found through the faculties of reason and logic.
See, I think rationalism is very much a religion because it relied purely on self thought, pathing, and identification, and the community of like we are all men of reason, therefore we are all right. We are all men of God, therefore we are all right. Feels the same to me. I might be wrong. I know I have bias against religion, but that statement to me feels like the idea of the thing. Whereas we are all men of science. Apologies for saying men, I guess. We are all men of science.
Yeah. Well, you could say people, bitch.
We're all
I have to do.
homies of
I did two of them. I got to
We're
do
all
the third.
fucking boys.
But like as it like being homies of science, like does not feel like it would be followed by so we are right in the majority. Obviously, there are people like that. I think Fauci is one of them. I
Neil
think Fauci is very much one of them. Neil deGrasse Tyson is not even like me perceiving it that way. We were told that by a teacher who literally worked with him in NASA. He's like that.
Also, he's just a bitch.
I don't think science. I think science does lend itself to making people feel that way, just on the basis of, in theory, everything you're doing and working on is right, and like the things you're talking about, like once you've done the study or proven the theory, you're right. Mm-hmm. But I feel like science as an actual, if I were to think of it as a religion, doesn't preach that. It can create that, but like the thing that science would preach would be like, I'm a person of science, therefore like I question, maybe it might be what it is. Like something that is not concerned specifically with being right, but just like understanding or like finding more. And I feel like that it, like even as a religion would be like way less pressure than things I do consider religions. Like what they want you to feel like is a lot more. Yeah, I don't think I can. I verbalize it the most I can on that, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's sort of like that just goes into the spectrum of like how potentially like strong people are in terms of like following certain like beliefs and stuff, because I feel like there are a bunch of like people who are like, oh, I identify as Christian, but they mean that like Christianity informs their decision making, but they sort of take some things with a grain of salt, if that makes sense. And like a lot of scientists will do that as well. It'd be like, oh well, science is the law, and like this is proven because of science. And then other scientists are more just like, well, you can't actually 100% prove it. And so there's sort of like differences of belief within the same schools of thought, in the same way that there are like different like spectrums of like taking the word of the Bible as the law versus taking, being like, well, the ideas of the Bible inform my actions. You know what I mean? Like there are like different degrees of support in the various fields.
I have something to say.
Let's go, Colin.
I forgot. No, hold on. Give me a second. So we talked about like the like I am right because of whatever. Can you tell me what you said again so I don't misunderstand or misconstrue what you said? I just want to make sure
I'm
I
gonna
got this.
yeah. Basically, what I said was like, um, oh fuck, what did I say exactly? I remember the like the
Play the recording back. Play the recording.
We were talking
remember
about
the God one.
rationalism.
Oh yeah. Like I'm a person of reason, therefore I am right. I'm a person of God, therefore I'm right. I'm a person of science, therefore I question. That feels like what those three are, and I feel like rationalism would be closer to a religion than like
here's what I wanted to clap back against. I don't think any religions say I'm not none that I can think of say I am this religion, therefore I am right. I mean, I think individuals, but like in terms of doctrine, like Christianity really preaches humility. Like you don't know anything.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily promoting the questioning, like you did say, like in terms of like that aspect of it. I think that is true. But in terms of like the I know everything, I don't think that's usually supported by doctrine. Like that's an individual thing.
In terms of actual like doctrine of Christianity, you are right. Like
because pride is like one of the fundamental sins.
Verbatim is like one of the more, humility ridden religions.
Yeah, they do like their humility in Christianity, don't they?
Theoretically,
yeah. Like
right?
There's not much in Judaism.
Is I think also to your point about how the things of religion are actually the people and institutions that define them. In that manner, those institutions preach and advocate and support that process. Even if the Bible doesn't say it, even if that's not what it's actually the doctrine, the lived doctrine of the religion is that. And I'm like that would be me generalizing religions with that statement, which is not a good thing to like stand up on. But I think like that is the experience one would have with religions. Well, and I feel like the institutions of science don't lend themselves towards that.
But isn't that like sort of what I just
that's a different conversation.
But isn't that sort of basically what I just said of like there are different extents to which you can take in terms of then like perspectives that you can have while still aligning under the same like identity of like this is true because it's science versus like this is not true because it's science and we can't 100% like same thing with the religion.
But I also think the fact that that scientists can be of many religions and many religions cannot be of each other matters.
But I don't think that's
and I think that might be me being more historically minded, but like I find a lot of importance in the fact that you can work in a lab with like atheists and Muslims and Christians and all be doing science, whereas I don't think I feel as though most religions would not be happy about the idea of those.
But doesn't that also go back to what we were talking about of like the like gravity thing of like you can like scientific principles and like things that we have like found out based on science can still be true, but like God made it kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's like you can work in a lab with all those people because you all are like understand like what you're working towards and like you're using scientific principles to impact like how you're going about discovering a certain thing.
Heisenberg I think that's exactly why they're both not religions.
But like
Heisenberg,
I don't think they're like so when they're in conflict, they're going to like overwrite one over the other. So like, but it doesn't mean so like. For example, I could take some values I like from Christianity and take some values I like from Judaism. Like, I might be a different religion. Like, I would say that, like, if you want to be very definitional about it, then, like, a Christian who also follows the scientific method, like, that's just two religions combining to make a hybrid. Like, you can believe Christian and, like, I don't know, Buddhist values, but that doesn't
Like
mean
they're
that
not necessarily mutually exclusive in
Yeah.
all facets.
But in Christianity, that is mutually exclusive.
But in
What
other
is that?
religions, it is also
You are
mutually
not to
exclusive.
worship. You are not to worship any other idol. Like
But
that's a facet of the religion, both
you don't have to
doctrinally
worship-
and within
You
lots
don't have
of.
to worship science to believe in it, right?
No,
No, you don't have
And
to
that
worship
is
an
what-
idol in religions either. Like, not necessarily.
But then, I don't think you're wrong. But I think like what you're saying is a concept I agree with, where I think you should totally like you are totally capable of doing what you're saying, of like taking a couple values you agree with from a different religion, and now you're just like a little bit of a hybrid. I don't see anything wrong with that. But like textually speaking, a lot of religions don't like that. Okay, you're not worshiping another idol, should be okay. But like I don't know religions that do that and are okay with that. I don't like it could happen. I don't like not believe that it could happen. I'm sure there are people like that.
Also,
But I
couldn't
also
you like
believe it's few and
specifically
far
like
between.
design a particular religion to like encompass that as like a founding principle?
But like that's kind of yes, totally could. I do think you totally could. But none of them have that. And I think
I don't
like
necessarily think that's true.
like I think I feel like the idea of pulling bits and bobs from different religions that you like
That resonate with
doesn't-
you. I feel like makes it
it
seem
doesn't
like
I don't
super super subjective versus like a I don't know.
well more
yeah.
like I think it doesn't I just think it doesn't fit in the argument of if science is religion or not for like with these religions, because that there like is none of the religions. By definition, it is many of them. It is it is some unnamed combo no one but you has ever lived under. And that's fine.
But you're following a
But,
system of personal beliefs that govern your view of the universe. So you kind of created your own religion.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yes, you created your own religion. And science can exist in that. Right? But like I could
You're
like
just
I can be
complicating
a
your
Christian.
religion.
Yeah, that
Like
is.
I can be a Christian scientist. I can't be a Christian Muslim.
I
But
disagree.
didn't we just agree that you can? Like that isn't that the whole point of like Colin's argument? Yeah, like
You
hybridization.
you can be yourself with your individual religion, but you aren't a Christian Muslim. You are someone who functions on a system of beliefs that you have pulled from Christianity and from Islam, but you aren't a Christian Muslim. Neither religion would take kindly to that nomer. Like if you were to call yourself a Christian Muslim, it would not be welcomed by either
But
community.
like okay, but
on the
but
global
then
stage.
again now
It would
you're
not be
getting into like
welcomed by either
sociology.
religion.
But now you're getting
But
into
we're-
sociology.
we're
Like the
also saying
I
logical
think
that-
that's
thing
vitally
is-
important to the conversation, because I can put scientist on any religion. I can be a scientist in any religion
We're
that is
also
capable and
talking
possible
about
and
religion.
acceptable.
We're talking about religion like it's one body, though. Like, you could find a community of other Christians that would totally accept you also taking like traditions or beliefs from Islam.
Mhm.
That wouldn't
Yes.
mean that you're not a Christian anymore.
To them,
Like
yes.
there's not one grand authority unless we're talking about God. But like religions pick and choose what
But
God
that's
said
the
anyway.
thing is that religions have a grand authority.
Not always, though, necessarily, right? Like, isn't that sort of also the point of like, like even like certain religions have inherently baked in of like your relationship with this spiritual figure is its own individual thing. So there is an individuality of it baked in to a few different religions, at least that I know of. So
Yeah, but
in
they
that
also
way,
have
like it doesn't
rules.
really matter what the approval of like a broad group is in terms of like inherently, like again, like as part of some of those religions of like the way that you perceive it is correct based on the way that they've written it of like, yeah, like your perception of this is your relationship and that is the religion.
Okay, yes.
Like, it doesn't have to be validated by some central group to be valid and to be a religion.
But whatever the thing, making the rules of the religion has to validate that. You can't just like be breaking the rules of your religion to have your religion. Like that, like you can. I get you can, but like, what would be the fucking point?
Doesn't that you just described
of knowingly breaking
like
that
99% of followers of every religion?
Yeah.
What? How?
Bro,
what would be the point of believing in a religion and actively knowingly breaking a rule just cuz?
Well, like, not just because you believe that it's different. Like because you believe that rule's wrong.
Like Christians don't follow like there's like they talk about being left-handed is like against God or what. I don't know the exact quote.
Yeah, and also that you're supposed to wear like all the same color clothes or something like that. Like there's like a random line about that.
Like them choosing like not following every rule doesn't make them less Christian. I don't feel like.
And they're also just not doing it because they're like, oh, we just don't want to do that one. It's like they're just like, okay, we don't feel like these words were like we don't think that these words were the way that like God like intended them, or like we don't think that like this like literal phrasing of this Bible verse is what is meant, like is what we need to do. Like we don't think that that's actually the way, and that's like just in a different interpretation than someone else might have of the same religious text of the same religious doctrine.
I don't think I don't see Colby. I don't think you disagree with any of what we just said. I think there's something that we misunderstood.
So what would that look like with science? Because like you are right. That is what happens. A majority of religions in today's world like do not follow a majority of the rules written in their shit. That's facts. That's true.
But because you were specifically saying that you can be a Christian Scientist, but you can't be a Christian Muslim. And like that as a way to separate the two as different entities completely. And Colin was saying that he does not think that is true because of the way that like religion can be like shaped in an individualistic sense and that kind of thing. Or like, I don't know, Colin, maybe you want to like explain that better.
But that would just be, it's like a new religion at that point. You know what I mean? Like, what's the point of using both labels?
What's the point of, I don't know, like...
But then again, what's the point of using both labels? If you don't, like, again, if you don't disagree with that, like, what is the point of using both labels? Why would being a scientist and some religion not have its own individual label? Because if you're choosing from different religions, and that's totally fine.
Maybe because they're not mutually exclusive. Like maybe that's just what it boils down to, of like because they don't necessarily like inherently contradict each other. So why have a label for like some sort of a homogenization of them when they're even though they're both principles that like guide you in a religious and sort of the way that religion works, like they don't exclude each other in the way that like you use them.
Yeah, but you are being guided neither like someone like a Muslim or a Christian. It's a combo of both, but you are being guided like neither. And I don't understand the point of using both labels when you are holding yourself to something that does not fit both labels by your own choice. You combine them, that's totally chilling. But like, why maintain the connection to two different entities that you were satisfied with neither, so you combined portions that were better?
Well, like, can't you argue that that's what people are doing with science and Christianity, for example? Is there certain aspects of both that they appreciate?
Yes.
As guiding principles?
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to have its own label for them to exist in that way? And there's not an inherent contradiction in the way that they exist simultaneously within the same individual as guiding principles.
Science isn't
for
a
their
religion.
Beliefs?
Being a scientist is a job. Being a Christian is not a job.
I feel like maybe that's not necessarily true.
It's not about job. It's about what guides your
No, but I feel like
choices.
that matters.
Well, okay,
like,
but now you're
your
bringing
choices,
in a separate.
like,
now you're bringing in a separate thing of like
Well,
inherently
there's
a religion can't be a job.
There's not a job that's scientist. Like you're a
I mean, yeah, there is.
biologist, you're an astrophysicist, but like there's your priest. I don't know, like
Yeah, like they feel like analogous
a-
subjects to me. Like I am a scientist in terms of I use scientific principles to guide all of the things that I do theoretically, and like especially with like experimental design and all that kind of stuff. And my day-to-day work is data entry, just like a priest would be using religion to guide a lot of what they're doing and like all of their like sort of like job theoretically, but like their day-to-day stuff is like preaching. It's still a job in that way, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't, because, like, I think the biggest thing for me now, like, after this conversation, is that at every point that religions either, like, have had to fill the same space, it hasn't worked. Like, there's been a reason why the religions struggle with each other on specific grounds, like, or the influence that they have on the people is very specific. And with science, I don't see that happening ever.
As
like I don't
a
feel like
but because it's a less uniform thread, does it not mean that the thread still exists and is therefore kind of like a similar entity?
Thread? Wait, what does that mean? Because I don't
of like logic and experience of like science doesn't have a text to refer to, right? Versus like other things have like specific like doctrines, but like there are still like guiding principles and there are still like those similar aspects, and even though it's a little bit more scattered and therefore potentially less organized, it's not necessarily like a different like mechanism than religion is. And then is that therefore not like are they not like kind of the same thing?
But I just don't think. But like I just don't think they are at this point. Like after everything, it's like I just don't.
I also
like,
feel like sort of like
think,
an inherent
most
like
things
I feel like
have
I want to separate them.
Like most things have some set of some kind of principle for you to follow.
Mm-hmm.
Most things do.
I feel like most things
that's a poor way to categorize
weird,
religions.
like the way to state something. You mean most things like in the universe have like principles, or
No.
like what do you mean most things?
Like jobs or relationships or how you can do a thing that has its own set of like circumstances you can follow and things that are okay to do that. Like situations have their own moral code on their own that they could infer onto you. Science doesn't have a moral code it will infer to you.
So just going back to the moral code thing.
Yeah, because like that's the only. I can see various ways in which some of the things that science, like the scientific method, can be interpreted that way, and in being some kind of like systemic rule for yourself to use and adhere to and follow in your actions. That feels weird to me, but I can see it. But like none of it is moral. And I know like that like Colin's definition didn't have that in religion, and mine didn't either. But like
but you're saying
religion,
it seems important.
Religion, I feel this is more important mostly because of the arguments that are fairly popular by religions against atheism, or just not even atheism, but like not having a specific religion to follow. Of like,
is it like how do you know what's wrong?
Where
or
are
right?
your morals? Because if like religions find that so central to themselves, and that makes sense. Like in understanding what a religion is, it makes sense. I feel like
there's got to be some religions that don't have any sort of like moral guidance principles that are still religions. I couldn't tell you an example of one. I would have to do some research on that, but I feel like there are some things that people are like, "This is my religion," that are a lot looser than some of the more popular ones.
I bet there's some Native American
I want
ones.
to know.
Yeah, like something like that. Well, but then I mean, there are still like theoretically like moral principles of just like
this is
using an
a
entire
generalism
organism or like that kind of thing
as
because it's
well,
got a soul.
but
or-
like animism is the poor name that exists for Native American religion. But
aren't there a lot of different ones?
oh yeah, it's the poor like categorical name. You know what I mean?
Oh,
'Cause,
okay, gotcha.
Like you know how nowadays Christianity means the fucking like 47 different sects of whatever. Like it's not that same situation, but it's the same kind of thing where animism is like the name that was given, which I don't.
It's
like.
even more
It's
broad than Christianity.
It's like
Yeah,
because
it
it's
makes sense
literally
to me, so.
it
And also
basically
a
just
little
means
reductive.
anything exactly, but it basically means like anything that Native Americans believed that was felt semi-religious to the colonizers and was also just against Christianity. Like that's basically the definition it falls under, which is really rough and like a bad definition to have things fall under.
Which is like
but
yay terms
it
made by
does-
like genocidal like
yeah.
land stealers.
The only thing about it that is vaguely nice is the fact that anything that falls under it is something that missionaries directly saw as a threat to the idea of Christianity staying there. So at the very least, whatever those beliefs were things that like held enough like visible or spiritual value to combat Christianity that they just killed people for it. Which is, love colonizers. But like
I don't
one
like that
of
my
the-
name is in colonizers.
I was about to say emphasis on the call-in.
Yeah. But like I don't know the actual rules and stuff of all the various forms of it that exist, but I do know when I went to the fucking god damn it, Colin, what's the name of the fucking caves that we visited like a couple times in school
we visited?
Gromp City.
Yeah, for a couple field trips. Oh, I can't remember
City
right now.
Stalactite
I don't
Zone.
remember
It's not the Pueblo caves, is it?
Caves.
Quapes. Pueblo Quapes.
Fuck. Well, I can't remember it, so that sucks. But we visited this place a couple of times. I'll have to look it up when I'm not at 2 a.m. To find out because it's like
that's
cool.
actually fucking insane.
But, like,
I also do really need to go to bed soon.
Yeah, we can go to bed soon. But one of the few things that we know from those who survived and like were able to orally hand it down is the idea of like treating the land well, like as a form of morals for them, like as a baseline thing, which I find interesting too, because like in a portion of the world so separate from the thousands and thousands and thousands of years of empires and shit defined by religion at that point, like the idea that what they had was fairly simple as far as European religions would go, for rules and things it dictates, and yet the like reverence and like clarity with which everyone seemed to understand it was very cool, but it still had a form of morals, despite the fact that it's like fairly far from like a European standard of religion. It still kind of hits the buzzwords for being in a religion and has some form of moral code.
Doesn't like protect the environment come in with like science though too?
I was sort of thinking that. Yeah, I was also kind of thinking that and then trying to figure out how to like deconstruct or
Sure, but I do not think that is a core principle of science.
Yeah, and this is what I was
think it
thinking
maybe
of.
has
It's not like a
become one
teaching. It's not a
with the
no,
knowledge.
it hasn't even, because I think it's I think it's like an extrapolation of scientific ideas, right? Like it's a like we have these principles. We have these like what we are thinking of as facts of like climate change is happening. These things are happening. What should we do about it? You then consult other things, sort of just like general ethics and like like the perpetuation, like balance of like the planet and that kind of thing. And like I feel like science doesn't necessarily inherently say like balance is a good or bad thing. It just says like balance will the planet will subsist for longer if we maintain balance. Is that a good or a bad thing? Like science doesn't tell you. It doesn't tell you how to feel.
And And to your earlier point, Colin, there are the scientists who speak out publicly saying it is a good thing. There are those who are not like that isn't science itself, but those who are in science and work in science who will say it's a good thing to follow like what this evidence is saying and do the action.
And then
they'll say it's
theoretically,
a good thing.
in that way, indirectly, science does encourage some sort of moral action because of the way that people interpret the word or the doctrine. Theoretically, I don't know if you can necessarily classify it as a doctrine, but analogously, the doctrine of science is these are the facts, and then people being like, this is how we should interpret these facts.
Yeah, and I think that's fairly similar to what is like the current state of like Christianity specifically, where there's the doctrine and it's being interpreted into these groups who then say things, and that tends to be the thing that's followed.
Oh God, 4 hours.
But I also think like it's a little different than like it's a little different with the like the church just saying their interpretation of a statement in the Bible that had like a real meaning, like a meaning, like a mission statement meaning. You know, like the statement they're interpreting had an intention to it. They are saying part of it, the part that they want to be true, and that's what's getting followed. Whereas in the science level, like when people are like doing the studies about trying to Jesus Christ, you literally just said it and I cannot fucking remember it. The shit about the planet, dude. What were you saying?
Climate change?
There we go, dude. I could not think of climate
change. No way you forgot the word climate change.
But like shit about like studies that talk about climate change and then like possible ways to work against it and are like the planet would last longer is like a technically moral objective in so much as people want to survive longer, but it's not saying you should stop climate change to make the planet. It's saying this is what we found about this subject. And that's
what we were saying in terms of like and then the should comes in the way that people interpret it.
Yeah, but I think the biggest difference for me in that situation, because they are very similar and like I hadn't thought of it that way, and that is that's very true. That happens in both. I think the difference in that situation for me would be when a scientist is saying something is good, it's not like citing a study and saying this would be good. It's not a portion of a statement that had its own like moral intent. It's them taking a thing that they know is like to be believed from like their like belief, like scientific belief system, and using like saying this thing talks about, and I think it would be good and I think we should do that. Okay, whereas in the religion, it's reading a portion of or some of like it's reading some of a statement that had an intent and not saying all of it or changing its meaning.
So, real quick, what I heard you say, and I'm not sure if this is right, but what I heard you put in there is like science gives you a fact and then the morality is inferred, but religion has a stated purpose of morality. Like that's the reason that they're telling you this. Like the morality isn't to be inferred. It's literally telling you what the morality is. But in science, the morality is inferred by facts.
By the direct documents, yes. That's basically what I was saying. Like, I think the documents of religion have moral intent, and the like documents of science have factual intent, but both have people who will take those documents and then provide their own moral intent, whether that be agreeing with the in terms of religion, whether that be agreeing with the written moral intent or either disagreeing or changing that moral intent, and then on the science side, adding a moral intent. In science, I feel is
so
like
basically
there's an
you're saying that like
nature
science
of
needs
people.
a supplementary doctrine or a supplementary field such as like a philosophy or like ethics to be able to tell you what you should do versus religion inherently has a this is what you should do in a particular situation.
Yeah. It feels like science is modified by morality, whereas religion modifies morality.
I feel like science isn't modified by morality. In terms
I would
of the
say
way
that
science
science modifies morality.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's a tangential point to the point you were making, Colby, though.
Wait, why? Wait, no. Hold up. I'm going to try to re-say that because I don't think what I said came across.
Yeah.
Like, I was trying to make it short so that I didn't have to explain that it did not go well. Like, morality will take the science and like use it or like back itself up. Fuck, I don't know how to say this better. Like, in religion, there's the present morality of the doctrine, and that morality will modify like the people who are under it. Whereas with science, there is not a present morality to the science, but the people who like work with and interact with that science will like their morality will like either bleed through, or the morality will like push that in the direction that fits their morality.
But functionally,
like, I think
is it
both
not?
are pushing the doctrine in the way they want, but
yeah,
like one has a morality that modifies something, whereas the other doesn't have it.
But functionally, is it not still like we have this specific text or evidence, and we are making our decisions on morality based on that?
I would say religion.
Because at least that part.
So I'm gonna take back the short thing I said, because I
no
now
take
see
backsies.
that
no
it's
take
not,
backs. You suck. You lose. Oh, Kobe takes the L. Good night.
Thanks for listening to our podcast. That wasn't meant to be a podcast.
I think that.
Thanks for coming to our philosophy podcast. Colby takes the L. Anyway, tune in next time. Sorry, continue.
Both, like, those who are like Christian and those who are scientists, both have moralities, and those moralities, they're not looking to change their own moralities, and I think both are going to search for, like, Christians are going to look to the Bible, scientists are going to look to like
empirical evidence and
empirical evidence, or to look to studies to like find things to back them up. And I think the difference lies in the scientists trying to find things that back up their morals are finding that evidence, but they're not like changing the no, I have to start with the religion to make this comparison make sense. The Christians, when they're looking in the Bible to reinforce their morals, or at least the fucking foundations, the whatever the fucks, the bitches with money who are Christians, who are making the shit that people believe, when they look to the Bible to reinforce their morals, they are like,
so like a retroactive.
They're selecting portions or bending portions of that written word to fit within their morals, and changing and thus changing the like interpreted morality of the statement.
Isn't that more like, but like that's like human psychologically, like how people tend to or can use religion, and not necessarily an inherent facet of how religion is intended to be used or should be or like is?
Is B.
Well, I would argue most religions are extremely far from any of their baser like religious selves. But like,
isn't that like inconsequential to like what a religion is? Like regardless of if they've like changed over time or have tended to in human society change over time, the idea of religion has
that's what makes this
remained
argument so hard.
The same, right or no?
Well, that's what makes this argument so hard, is the fact that the backlog of science to be relied on is ever growing and ever changing, whereas these religions have one like or two like either book or like sets of documents from thousands of years ago that they are constantly referring to and are constantly being translated, and with every translation someone is trying to say something new, and with every group that gets power someone is trying to say something new with that document.
But can people not create a contemporary religion? But can people not create a contemporary religion in which we like the documents aren't so long lasting and aren't so historically based, and it still be a religion?
Yes, they totally could.
And then in that way, it's not even like changed, but it's still a religion.
Yeah, if they made a religion, it'd be a religion. Yeah, but I don't think a religion that someone had made would like be anything like science. Like I don't know what religion would want to be having an ever-growing catalog of shit to reference and like new religious information and practice to do like of their own volition. Mm-hmm. Those changes that happen in the religions tended to be because of like a few dissatisfied people within the religion who made a big fuss and got shit to change for themselves. The people who they were fussing against almost never actually changed their shit. Like
fussing.
The church that Martin Luther made a fuss.
Wars and death and wars.
Yeah,
fussing.
But like the church that like Martin Luther made his shit against, like put his theses on the door against, they stayed the same. He broke off with people who agreed with him and made their own, but like they didn't change.
So I think what you're trying to say though is like religion is inherently less revisionary and science can be revisionary. It's part of the process of science is that it is revisionary over time.
Yeah, but to revise science doesn't require morals, but to revise religion requires morals because religion.
What if it doesn't? What if it literally is as simple as if we're saying like, oh, we were wrong. This is what it is now.
But what were they like wrong about?
Principle?
Like, I mean, whatever they needed things to like be wearing to, like, the same color sure clothes. That's like that's not moral, right? But
right.
Like,
because I think that you're trying to tie. You're trying to tie the like
are so moral.
Like, you're trying to tie the like the revisionary aspect of science as making it different, as well as the moral aspect or like the lack of morality that science implies as making it different into like one thing. And I feel like we've sort of addressed those arguments in other ways. And then it sounds like you're trying to combine that as like if you had a moral issue, like you know, in a religion, you can't like revise it to say a different moral thing or something.
No, I was saying that. Whereas, I was saying that religions, when their institutions interpret their documents, they are often overlaying and changing the morals of the intended statements to fit their morals or to be softer or whatever. But they
don't have to be a religion.
And the thing with science is that the people have morals, but the documents that they will, with their morals, push forward as something, they don't have those morals. There's nothing like, there's no moral intent with the doctrine of science.
And you're saying that, like, to be a religion, there has to be some sort of moral guiding principle?
Yeah.
Couldn't the lack of a moral guiding principle be a part of, like, science's religion?
No, because I don't think that's
because the
important.
implication of science is that you're supposed to be as objective as possible. You're supposed to be taking in information about the world and presenting it in a way that's objective as possible to be able to inform decisions about the world.
Yeah.
So in that way, it still addresses morality. It's just choosing to not address it. But you're saying that, like, as your functional definition of religion, is it has to address morality. Something in your religion must address morality and how you're supposed to behave in particular situations. It has to, or it's not a religion.
Yeah. Because I don't know any religions that don't have some form of moral code.
But that's the only
its worshippers to follow.
So your argument
and
is
I
just
don't
based
see
on
but I don't see what about what you said about observation would be, because that science isn't saying you need to do that all the time. It's saying when you're doing scientific work. And I think that's a lot of also my, I guess maybe that's part of it too, is like I feel as though most of the things of science that could be like a principle to a person are things that it's saying one should do when doing scientific work, and not
science
at all
the time
times.
in my daily life, informing a lot of my decision making and how I do things outside of work, and not just when I'm doing science. I use the scientific method. We all do. Or logical people tend to. And I do know that you do this of the like because the scientific method is
I couldn't even tell you
like,
what the scientific method is actually. Like, I don't
you
know
have
what it
a
is.
question or something that you're trying to find out about something, or like an unknown.
Uh-huh.
You have an idea for an explanation of that unknown. You gather evidence, and then you evaluate that evidence in the context of this unknown and how it doesn't answer the unknown. If you fail to make a conclusion, you go back to the drawing board and you gather different types of evidence, or you make a conclusion. It's kind of it's a train of logic.
Okay.
Yeah, poop. That's what I have to.
Thank you for that addition
To this very
but
high level conversation, I will say poop.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, amazing.
Poopy
Really
doopy.
excellent point.
Yeah, me and off the XBZ.
Jesus.
What is the fucking off the XBZ, bro? No, but I think that's sort of like the reason that you're saying, Colby, like and this is just, again, like, this is more like how logic functions and trying to like deconstruct the logic of your argument. Of your saying that religion needs to have a guiding principle on morals, or some sort of a doctrine commenting on morals, because otherwise it won't be a religion. But why? And then you're saying why is because you don't know of a religion that doesn't have morals, or like a statement on morals or how one should behave as a part of its doctrine.
Yeah.
Is there any other strain of logic that classifies that as a religion, or like that is an essential component of a religion? Because then isn't any sort of like moral code then therefore a religion?
No, a moral code on its own is not a religion.
So what makes a moral code an essential component of religion? Just because all of them have it, or all the ones that you know of have it. Like that's the logic, right?
Like,
is that's
yeah, yeah. That is definitely like a more majority of it. Like, I can try to figure out a little bit of, because it's like religions And the way
I'm
that they're
calling it in
formed
like 4 minutes, by the way.
sounds good. Religions and like how they're formed, like are explanatory or of like the things that are going on. And then often it will include like the people around you, and so they will create like moral rules for stuff. Like that, it just the interaction between why religions exist and like the reasons that we know people come up with religions or come up with like kids will come up with like the stories they have, is the same thing, like the same like part of the brain that's trying to find why something's happening. And when you don't have anything that can give you a source of information, religion is that process just brought through a social lens.
And that's your lens as a historian, though.
Yes, that is my lens as a historian. But I don't
maxing.
I don't
History maxing.
I don't see at what point that stops being true, because I don't think science has that in it. I don't see any part of science that is in that.
A lot
or
of
is
people do
made to
science
do
because they're
that.
afraid of the unknown, and they want to understand the unknown because it's fear-based.
Okay.
And in the same way, it's come about in the same way. And I think that you could argue that some people follow religion or have created religion not out of a place of fear, even though potentially statistically or potentially historically, like that's what the majority of religions are created from.
Yeah.
Like some religions could just be trying to explain the universe for the sake of explaining the universe. And that's what I feel like a lot of science is trying to explain the universe for the sake of explaining the universe. For the sake of science. Doing it for science.
Yeah, but there's no like social lens to it. Like it's not like religions exist on a social level. Like a religion is a community.
Social being it's an aspect of identity that people share.
But I don't. Well,
it's an aspect of identity that people share. And then you're saying that's also important to a religion, is that there are multiple people that believe in it.
Yeah, like a religion is a community.
I think a religion can be a community, but can't one
very important to itself.
But like, can't one person believe a particular thing and be following a totally valid and real religion to them? Like, does it have to be a multiplicity of people that believe in a particular thing for it to classify as a religion? That's like a clarifying question.
I guess technically not, but like also Jesus wasn't called a Christian for a couple hundred years. Like even
but the
people
popularity
with
of an idea
religion
doesn't inherently give it value, right?
We're just
but he also called himself a Jew. Like he also called himself a Jew. He didn't call himself Christian. And I don't know how much that like really affects anything, but like I don't know. To me, that is important. That like he did not call himself a Christian, and he is now literally the Christian. Like that is the religion's the facet of the religion.
He's
is
Papa
the
Christian.
social aspect that formed around that thing, despite the fact that the like historically and religiously cited creator of the religion did not say that and think that.
It doesn't have to be a group of people that feels that way. So you're saying, so when you're talking about, well, historically science hasn't been a religion because people have not believed in it the way that like religions go, that's null and void. Because as long as one person believes it to be their reality, it is a valid religion in that way.
To them. I don't think
in that way it is a religion.
No.
Because but you so then you are saying so then you are saying you are saying that for something to be a religion, there has to be a certain number of people that ascribe to that idea.
Aren't we just kind of playing around with the definition here, though? Isn't that
like
what we're
kind of? But like that's part of the like criterion of, but like.
Yeah, because I think that
something kind of is a religion or not. Like I can think Minecraft is my religion, but it's never going to be a religion unless we literally die and that's all that's left in the next world.
Who decides what a religion is or not?
Exactly, and like how many people? Is it one person? Is it two? It can't. You said it's not one person. Is it two people? Does it have to be 10 Do they have to have a platform?
No.
Like-
What? No, a platform's that. Huh? No.
Like, how many people does it have to be?
Like 25?
And then at 24 people, it's not a religion.
Sure, why not? Doesn't really fucking matter. Because again,
It seems
like science
What
is
kind of
that's
does
like the
matter?
core principle. It really matters. It truly very much does matter.
well,
24
I don't.
Hey, 25's the magic fucking number. If you're 24
No, but
people and you all
I
think
don't
a certain
think it
way-
matters.
It's because
the
25 is
biggest
funnier than
one
24.
One of the biggest religions in the world. This is like I literally just cited this. It took hundreds of years for Christianity to be a thing. It wasn't a name thing. It was not a thing. By the time it was given name and given power,
But it was a thing.
had
Just because it
tens
didn't have
of
a general name
thousands
doesn't
of
mean it
people.
didn't
Yeah.
exist.
and the status of it, and that's what I was saying with my statement of the if
Yeah, but
an
until
idea
it's
is,
given name
if
and
an
given
idea is
group and
unpopular,
given
it doesn't
category,
make
you
it not
cannot
an
call it
idea.
anything. No, but like there's no way to categorize it until it is given categorization.
So
and
a
there's no way to
religion
tell
needs
when
to
it will
be
be noticed and
categorizable.
categorized.
You're saying a religion. So we now have another aspect of religion, or like a religion needs to be categorizable by a group of 25 or more people.
I like this
No,
number.
that 25 doesn't fucking matter to that. The 25 was some dumb fucking answer that I gave because
No,
it's the
I
biggest size
know.
a tribal group can fucking be. No,
But-
this
okay.
doesn't matter at all.
But it does matter.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
As a historian, I can say Christianity existed from the moment Jesus fucking died. As a person who lived in any of those 300 years after, Christianity literally didn't fucking exist until suddenly it did when the Romans got revolted against. Like, that's how that happened. The same
The
thing with
reason
religion.
that this was brought up, Colby,
Science
in the
is
first
not
place,
a religion.
the reason that this was brought up in the first place, Colby, is because you were saying that historically science was not a popularized idea and was therefore like could not be a religion.
No, it didn't have a social lens.
Didn't have a social lens.
Yeah.
Can you explain what that means?
Like,
You know what's funnier than 25?
26. Dude.
like being like a Christian or a Muslim like directly affects the way that you will interact with like your like the your socialization will happen. Like there's an environment of your religion that creates
Okay,
either
but totally
actions or patterns
hypothetically,
or behavior.
My
But,
plane
like,
crashed. My plane crashed. I'm on a desert island. It's just me. Can I still be a Christian? It doesn't affect how I'm interacting with people. It doesn't affect how people see me. There are no systems of oppression or complex social interactions. Can I still be Christian?
yeah, you can still be a scientist too, but that feels like it. Why
But so
are
it doesn't
you on
need to
an
have
island
religion doesn't
alone?
need to have a social lens to exist in a person.
What?
You're
A
saying
person can choose to identify with a religion
Mhm.
regardless of where they are, because that religion exists, right? Like you choose to
Uh,
identify with the religion.
Okay, what if I'm
But,
on my
like-
desert island? I don't interact with anybody. I've never met another person, and I've come up with my own system of beliefs of why the world was created, how the world works, how I should and shouldn't behave, and I think that it is fact, and it is my religion. And there are no other names for it. There are no other people that ascribe to it, but it is my moral code, and it is how I conduct myself, and it is an explanation for why the universe is the way that it is. And that's not a religion to you.
Well, no, because I'd never know about it. But like, yeah, it's a religion to you. Yeah, it fits all the criteria of a religion.
But it's
But
not
you're-
a religion to you.
Right. So your
Because I
definition of
wouldn't
religion.
know about it.
But why do people have to know about it for it to be a religion?
What?
Because you said that it's not a religion because you wouldn't know about it. So why do people have to know about it for it to be a religion?
It's not a religion to me because I wouldn't know about it. Yeah,
But
it's
we're
still
talking
a
about
religion.
the concept of religion, not
You-
your like if
You
you, get to
literally,
decide if
you
it's a valid
literally
religion.
asked me. You literally asked me to me. You said to me. I answered the question to me, it is a religion. No one in the world would ever know about it except you, but it is a religion.
But that's
it hits all of the
inconsequential
criteria.
to the idea. Exactly. So under your definition of religion, that is a religion. But under your other definition of religion, it's not a religion. And that's what I'm trying to reconcile here is which
What
one
other
is your
definition?
presented what you said that it needs to be perceived by other people to be a religion, and there needs to be a group of people that ascribe to it for it to be a religion, and it needs to be a somewhat popularized idea in terms of more than one person believes in it for it to be a religion. That's what you were saying. And then I gave the hypothetical of the desert island as a point of saying that under other aspects of your definition, this could be a religion.
Our next debate is going to have a time limit.
What, like, why or why not is it? And then you are now saying that this is your own personal definition, so I'm trying to nail down what...
I didn't say it was my personal definition. You literally
That's what you just said is that you're
me.
Yeah. What do you mean? The whole conversation's been to you, bud.
No, you phrased it to me. Like...
Okay, well, to clarify,
my personal
clarify
definition and the definition I'm arguing are the exact same. I do think that would be a religion, but also, to me, no, because I would never fucking know about it. You have it on your own, it would start, live, and die with you on that island. That religion would exist there forever.
This is a logical hypothetical for the point of proving a particular set of logic that you are like disproving a particular set of logic that you have set up in terms of like trying to nail down what your definition of a religion is. That was the point of the hypothetical, not...
Okay. You ended it with a to me, so that did not seem the case. Apologies.
It's okay. But that was the purpose of that. So with that in mind, what is your definition of a religion?
It's a belief that you have where there is like a system of how the world came to be, a system of how one should interact with others, and what is like right and wrong in a setting.
And the reason that moral morality is in place is just because other religions have it. Like, we haven't been able to nail down a reason why morality is essential to religion.
If I were to guess, I would think it's because people tend to make their own moralities anyway. So if you're going to make a rule set, you tend to give morality as a part of it.
Tend to, but then not essential?
I mean, I can't say that with confidence because I'm sure there's religions I've never heard of that don't have it, or there's religions that like are smaller that don't have it either. Perhaps. Like, I don't actually know, but like,
right. Okay, so
all of the
morality?
Successful religions and existing religions have some form of moral code that they place high value on.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some form of like ideal, like,
right, so morality,
community that they put in place. Thing? Like it, I guess it's part of the morality thing, but like an ideal community, or idealness of community that they have put in place, but that kind of fits in the moral thing. And like then whatever power is responsible for said thing practices to worship said thing. And also, I think this is more because of the ones that we have that are very big, but like a lot of them have like the person, like the human being that made it so, like made it heard to people. Like there's typically the prophet is present in that text, but like core religious things are like a system of behaving, treating, and worshiping derived from some idol or important thing, and forms in which you would like worship that thing. And often in the ones we have now, there's like listed punishments for failing to meet.
I feel like the punishments that we were starting to get more convoluted again. I think you need to make it as bare bones as possible.
Well, why would you write morals if you don't write I felt like I was just finishing that part. Like, what's the point of saying how you should act if there's
I still
no
feel
written
like you
punishment.
need to strengthen the moral part of the argument because you don't have a reason of why that necessarily constitute. Which again, like for the sake of ending this,
I mean, the only
I'm
reason
not
I
gonna
can
dig
literally
into that.
give of is
Still
because
talking.
people want to have morals.
Okay, but you can get morals from not your religion.
Yeah.
So
That's
then religion
fine.
doesn't have to have morals to be a religion. It tends to, but it doesn't have to.
Well, he would be saying that
What?
all religions have morals, but not all
Not all
morals
morals
are
have
derived
religion.
from religion.
Yeah.
Okay. But but the reason that you're saying the morality thing is because popular religions tend to have moral codes.
Yeah. I would phrase it more as I don't know of any religion that doesn't have a moral code.
To play
But
to play Colby's advocate here,
Mhm.
I think a way that you could strengthen what you're saying about this is that when we're saying religion, we're trying to categorize things that already exist, right? So if all of the things that we would describe in this way do have morals, then it would make sense to bring that as a requirement. Like if we want to say like what's a car? Oh, well it has an engine, it has wheels, and it'll take you somewhere. Like it's because like like if let's say you go back in time before like the term car was a thing, right? And you have like a Model T, a Ford Model T, like really old school, and then you have like a fucking new Buick. Like you would not be you there has to be a set of things that are in common for you to categorize them in the same place. So like the wheels, for example, or the motor, for example. So like basically what I'm saying is uh, like other things can have wheels, right? But
Mhm.
there's a certain combination of these things that you have to categorize to make it a car.
Mhm. And you're saying that, like, if in functionally our world there are no other examples of a particular religion without a moral code, then it would stand to reason that moral codes are an essential part of religion.
Well, I think if we're talking about Colby's definition here, then if it didn't have a moral code, it just wouldn't fall under religion. It wouldn't fall. It would be in a different category, like a
Mhm.
philosophy or something.
No, I think that's really well put. Yeah, no, I mean that makes sense.
yeah. Because
Um,
yeah, like
No, yeah, I think that's a good. I was just trying to like figure out a way that you could like trying to get you to strengthen the logic of your argument. It wasn't like a I don't agree with this. It was like a definitionally like what are you using to validate that?
oh, because that's what you literally said. So I was very confused.
Right. Yeah, that's the point of like philosophical discussion. Is I was like, okay, definitionally this is what you're saying, and this is the only thing you have to back it up. And then Colin was saying, well, if you think about it like this, which is a way that you can back it up in a more logical sense than just like, well, everything has it. And the reason why that's important is that's how you like functionally make a definition. And I
You
still think that there are definitely
asked.
holes to poke in
Wait,
it, but
okay. I'm glad Colin spoke for me and it seemed to get through to you. You asked me what
no,
my
not get through
definition
to
of a
me. No, no, no.
religion
I
was,
understood what you're trying to
and I
say. I
said
understand
it,
what you're trying to
and then he
say.
still had to say
I am
something.
having a lighthearted philosophical discussion. It's not that I'm not understanding.
My
It's that
12-year-old.
I
your
don't know.
logic is
I'm very
weak.
confused. I'm like extremely confused.
All right, that's it. That's it, everybody. Thanks for watching our
Good lord.
accidental podcast that was
Thank you
supposed
for
to be
tuning in.
Rocket
Hey,
League.
thanks for tuning in. We really appreciate you.
Like and subscribe.
If you've listened this far, I will literally give you $5. Like,
You
let
said
me
that very
know.
Trumpian. If you listen this far, I will
If you listen
genuinely
this
give
far,
you
I will
$5.
genuinely give you $5. So.
Okay, I'm actually ending the video because it's almost 3 a.m.
Oh my god.
Um, thanks for that, you guys. That was that was an experience, and we had a time. And,
That is fucking insane. That is insane. Good Rocket League night, boys.
yeah, we should play Rocket League
Was,
again. We're
we
gonna
should.
get to platinum next time.
We should. We should. I ranked up 2 ranks. Like, I mean, I know that there are a bunch of levels, but like, I made it to gold, and then I did gold something. So.
Heck yeah! This video is gonna be titled Rocket League plus accidental philosophical podcast about religion.
It's gonna be literally like 5 hours long.
We're at 4 hours and 53 minutes. So good night, everyone.
It's actually 5 hours. Good night. All right, have a great day.
Peace out.